Good. Actually, did that even set the thing? Good morning, chat. We'll go check. I honestly didn't know. Don't know if I did. Good morning, chat. Good morning, chat. Okay, I did it automatically. Nice. All right, got this. There was something I wanted to do. What was it? Oh, I want to import my character and save it on the CI transition. Import character, please. Save. Level 86 CI transition Wintertide. Cool. All right. A few things I wanted to work on. 1, crying. 2, crying some more. 3, you guessed it, more crying. How much money do I have? 0 V-Bucks. Okay. Let's get to the Blood God real quick. Blood for the Blood God. Do I have blood? Actually, that's a good point. I have a little bit of blood. I got a little bit of blood, chat. All right. Things we want to do: make some money. Popcorn currency, potentially. Craft plants. I actually don't know if I care about that or not. I think I'm gonna do this. We do need to start making a new weapon soon. Honestly, that's something we could work on, but I think we're just gonna go for the currency right now and just use my blood for that. Smile chat. They made a pretty noise. 20 blessed orbs, chat. Man, another pretty noise, chat. I mean, unfortunately, it's all like lower tier currency that's making full stacks, but full stacks are full stacks, you know? All right, I mean, we take that. Let's collect our loot before it makes it to where it doesn't spawn. Because I don't know if there's a point eventually where it just doesn't spawn the loot because you have too much stuff on the ground. Oh, there's more up here. There we go. All right, do I have more blood? I have a little bit more blood. I can probably use these lower level ones at least. All right, we're able to go through our first divine orb. Let's go. Tree blesses us, chat. Tree blesses us this morning. We're rich now, chat. The world's an oyster and all that stuff. All right. Don't want to use low level one of those. Don't have a low level here. These are all expensive. I could technically low level this stuff, but we're not going to. Jarrett, I just posted it in the Discord. I don't know if you saw if you just got here or not. Tree just gave me a divine, my first divine of the league. Blessed be Tree. Good morning, though, Jarrett. Divine. We're rich, Jared. They also gave us like. To be fair, I had like 10 of these things, and I just went through them. I got a couple 20 stacks, like blessed orbs, which is funny. I got nothing. Another currency. Yeah, I haven't been using it a lot. I had some like level 40 ones and level 30 ones still. And I was just like, you know what? I have a bunch of blood. Let's just go with all the currency stuff. Who knows? Might get lucky. I got one of the new Fileborn things as well. That means if they keep in this, I need to make it go into my stash somewhere. That'd be nice. Yo, Gazi, I got a divine. I'm rich, Gazi. I'm rich. Tree has blessed us this day. What's up, Kim? How you going? How you doing today? My first divine, chat. That being said, any minion players in the chat? How expensive do like perfect guardian turtles and stuff get from the tree? Yeah, it literally just happened. Like if you watch the VOD, like it's like literally within the last like 5 minutes. To be fair, I've only been streaming for 5 minutes, so yeah, that has to be it. But yeah, I posted a picture in the Discord and everything. Blessed be the tree chat. I haven't checked if I need one of those because I'm looking at them right now. I can buy one at this current moment for like 80 chaos, and I'm trying to decide if that's like a good price or does that price go up. Actually, wait, I can check PoE Ninja, right? How often they usually get? How expensive they usually get, I assume. Let's go to the economy chat. Actually, can you search corpses? I think you can search beast. I don't know how you would search corpses on here. Alright, I don't think you can search corpses. I lied the first time, chat. But I think what I want to try to do for my first bloodline thing is do the Farols thing and use the Spectre. And I think I want to use the Perfect Guardian Turtle. 20C, but way better. But way later. Got it. I'll I'm gonna live search it and I will keep an eye out on the price to see how it looks. First, what's up, Marshall? If it starts to like transition upwards, maybe I'll try to snatch one with my first div. Finally did a hive. Oh hell yeah, Gazi. Way to go, bud. I'm guessing the build's starting to feel really good then. I need to work on my defense, including... Oh, I didn't even solve my issue with... whatever. We'll solve it later. I didn't solve my issue with bleed yet. I need to focus on that at some point. Counting down the days until I can play PoE. 17 more days than I can play. Late league start is not bad. Get a lot of cool items for like relatively cheap because everyone's kind of transition off of things. It's level 76 though. I think is the issue there. I'm using Unwavering. That's not even searching the right thing. Fuck. I have a box there. Unwavering. Wait, do you mean unwavering? Like, are you spelling it incorrectly? Is it like down here? This thing? Unwavering stance? Thank you for the subscription. Random jumble of letters on YouTube. I appreciate your support. Also, thank you, dude. You're probably not here, but you subscribed 6 hours ago. I appreciate the support on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. What's another vibrator? 2 more vibrators on the way. What's unwavering? Are you talking about unwavering stance? Or are you talking about something else? Atlas point? Because Marshall said he's getting scarabs. Oh, is me or more scarabs? Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, I also use unwavering. That's the best play. Unwavering vision? Yeah. So I don't know anything about scarabs at this point. I like the extra 20 passive points early on when you don't have a lot of passive points to go more into the tree and kind of spread around a little bit to help progression. But honestly, like I said, it's not for everyone. Some people really like see the scarab drops, even if it's not like super common or anything. Good news is there's a lot of perfect guardian turtles popping up, so it's not like an uncommon thing. So I'm assuming the price will probably go down a little bit. I was looking at a little bit of Reddit this morning to see how people are feeling about their builds. A lot of people needing help on some builds that are not mine, which is really nice to see. I mean, not really nice to see, but like unfortunate for them, I guess. Yeah, let me put on 80 item level 83 real quick on this thing. I don't want to see the low level ones. I assume they scale up like defensively with item level. No grab chance. Please keep the old unused items for me so I can follow your footsteps. To be fair, in our guild, if it's like not an expensive item or whatever, like just like a transitional item that's like a chaos or something like that, I usually just throw it into our guild tab and people will use it there. I do have like 4 people so far in our guild who are following the build though, so those items get eaten up pretty quickly. But I think everyone's kind of sharing items like that are doing similar builds in the guild stash, so you're very likely to find some assistance whenever you need it. Being said, obviously, I think not a lot of people, less people playing, but like 17 days is pretty far into the league for some people. Some people only play for 2 weeks, so likely to have some extra stuff there too. Put a 6 link in a stash and I'm not selling. Yeah, I think I had to sell one yesterday for like 3 chaos, because obviously super easy to print 6 sockets at this point, or 6 links at this point. So it's mostly about like just getting better stats on it. Which reminds me, I want to get into the fracturing thing, but I'm also getting close to where we could start. I can start printing like 84 bases is where I want to aim for. Once I get to red maps and you start printing 84 bases with fractures on it, that's the real money right now. If you can grind up fast enough to get there. Or you can, like, the cash weapons with fractures are pretty good. Like Tyler yesterday got a +1 all spells fracture, which is just crazy. Don't look at my tree chat unless you want to follow it. That's fine, but like, don't be mean to me. Okay, trust me. This is progression. This is what peak performance looks like. The nodes remove the lowest mod as bait. Okay. So I mean, in theory, if it only gives you 4 mods and it removes the lowest one, it's removing technically a bad one. But at the same time, removing the lowest mod of like a 6 mod item is pretty good, which you can craft on an actual better mod. So I wouldn't say necessarily it's bait, but I think at this point there's too small of a sample size for people to be making judgment calls of like what's bait and what's not. We're literally like 48 hours, less than 48 hours into the league. Sample size is too small to really decide what is useful and what's not, I think, and you can free respec points, do your thing. But he's just saying think, he's not saying it is. It's just his opinion on what his vibes are, so that's totally fine. I think it's fine though. Yeah, the buffing scare drop chance thing does make sense, because they nerfed some other mechanics, obviously. But I haven't done enough of the tree crafting to really give an opinion on what feels like bait and what doesn't feel like bait yet. TBH. Era's obviously grinding probably like reds and like speed clearing at this point. Yeah, definitely tell people it was a discussion of him triple T1 mods. I mean, I wonder what mod would be removed if it was triple T1. Probably the lowest roll of triple T1. And yeah, like there's fringe cases of that, but how often do we think that we're getting like all T1 mods on the tree, right? Like it's good for like getting links and stuff like that, but like there's only so much tier rating effect on specifically that part of the tree. Like, is he constantly getting just like 4+ tier 1 mods? If you're constantly getting 4+ tier 1 mods, then yeah, it probably is a little bit bait. But if you're only getting like, 2 tier 1 mods and it's removing like a tier 4 mod, that seems pretty worth it for me. Especially once you get further into crafting later on. For instance, if you get like multiple tier 1 like prefixes, you can always use Eldritch crafting later on to make things a little prettier. If all your good tier 1s happen to be like on side of a prefix kind of stuff. But like, I don't have experience in the late game crafting yet of the tree to know how it feels, like how many tier 1s you're actually expected to be getting consistently. But I would assume that if you have, for instance, all tier 1 mods, it would probably remove whatever, and it has to remove a lower one. It would probably remove whatever one rolled the lowest on its like blessing thing. So like if it's a range of like 1 to 7, and everything else rolled a 7, and that one of them rolled like a 1, it would probably remove the one that rolled a 1, right? That's what I would assume at least. But once again, it doesn't. My black cap feels amazing. Yeah, I need to really focus on getting my block up next, because obviously as armor block, your whole thing is, or your whole defense is like being able to block. So I need to work on that next. Much easier on a necromancer if you use the block offering, but not impossible on other witches. Just takes more passive point love, or your willingness to go into glancing blows, which I don't know if I'm willing to do that for this character. But I've done it several times before on witches. Being said, I do need to start working on getting my bases up. So I'm using all like tier 2 or 3 bases. Getting tier 1 bases is huge. If you can't like do your own crafting on it yet, just getting them in general is huge. And because it's a lot of extra defensive stats, like armor, ES, evasion, whatever kind of one you're using. So I need to start looking at 84 bases and stuff like that. Which I don't know what they're called for armor ES yet, because I haven't done armor ES in quite a while. The hives are so nice. I love the hives. I think they're cool. I would say I'm not the best at them yet. Like I failed probably 2 of like the 7 that I've done. So I've succeeded most of them. But there are some times where I just get a little bit overwhelmed by the amount of angles they can come from. But I still have a good time. Like collecting the little chests, I love doing that. You can get Fileborn uniques that way. You can get womb gifts that way. And obviously other random shit, right? Plus it's good to kind of be able to see what paths you have out. So I like to clear it anyway, because I panic a little bit once we start having to escape. So being able to see everything is really nice. What's the best way to keep a character, like a Spectre alive, chat? Like, is there like a support that I can get into it, or do I need to really go into like some minion stuff on the tree to keep Spectres alive? Or can I just give it like a big juicy like extra health kind of vibe? Anyone play any Spectre stuff before? Worst case scenario, I'll just be testing it myself. I just didn't know if anyone had opinions. Alright, I assume there's more to that sentence. I'm gonna wait. The turtle? So, okay, the turtle, so the guardian turtle is the one I'm looking at to potentially get, so that one's pretty survivable. Which one's the auto-reviving one? Do you know the name? Oh, is that the Dark Marionette? Doesn't work for me. I need a beast, specifically one, so turtle works out. So I'm thinking about doing the Pharaoh bloodline and trying that out for my bloodline. using the summon specter thing to get like a buff. Plus, that feature gives them extra mods based on what map they're in, so maybe that will help them survive as well. Yeah, it'll be a test. I mean, worst case scenario, they you don't have to buy them multiple times now, right? In this league, they'll self-revive in a new area. So if I lose in one area, like obviously it sucks, but it won't be like the worst thing in the world. Like I'm not gonna be like, shit, now I have to go spend another 80 chaos. That is what changed this league, right? They added that. I'm not crazy. I'm pretty sure I'm not crazy. Well, I am a little crazy, but I'm pretty sure that's what changed this league. Okay, she's taking a lot of damage because I'm not doing well. I'm so sorry, little buddy. I will try to do better. Like I said, I have no promises that I will do better. You're just kind of on your own. Don't we have other monks at the temple? Why don't you use some of those guys to help you out? The hell? Am I right, chat? Like, why am I the only one here defending? Don't we have a bunch of dudes here? Shouldn't they be assisting? Alright, give her a shield. Hopefully we'll pass out this. I can freeze once her shield drops down. Like now, it's probably good. Gives buys her some seconds. Hopefully she's okay. Alright, where are we going? It's like this way might be okay. Can I go down here? Was this an easy way out for once? Hey, chat. We got an easy way out this time. We did it. Don't know how... about how thick without investment? That's fair. I need to hide gold on this filter. For those who are new to the stream, I don't like seeing gold. Mostly because I'll pick it up naturally most of the time. So I don't need to click on it. But seeing it drop on the floor makes me have to feel like I have to go back for it. So obviously you get less gold by hiding it, but it's just a more sanity check for me. I'll look into some Spectre information later. I'm going to try to look to buy one, though. A turtle, the thing about the turtle and the build I'm currently doing, like on the armor build, is that it gives determination, right? Also, do we know what level determination it casts? That's I guess an important part. Maybe I should consider that. Is it at least level 20? Is it scaled on its level like Mercs were? So like an 83 cast, like whatever 83 requirement is, which is I think 26 determination, because like Mercs 83 was 26 determination, right? Or is it cap at something? But if no one knows this information, it's okay. I'm just asking people who might happen to know. Like Jared used minions. I don't know how they used any specters or anything in the last league. I only use AG, no specters. Okay, I was mostly asking because I thought Jared was here. New specter stuff. That's okay. Thank you, Jared. I appreciate. AG would be cool, but it doesn't work with the bloodline, obviously. The specter bloodline for rule, so it doesn't really. Obviously, I could still use a AG, but that's just more socket pressure than I'm willing to give. I can probably give 2, maybe 3 sockets to a Spectre. As long as I'm willing to sacrifice other things. So I gotta be a little picky with what I want. I can maybe go 4 if I start using the unset rings and stuff like that. Which, I mean, we've done before, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, you know? I assume this is determination. Yeah, I need more strength. Could consider doing ritual for some profit though, eventually, because I mean I'm chaos immune, so a lot of the ritual damage is just a joke for me. I know I can technically do the other thing, chat, but it's whatever. Get all my jewels like a dirty little gremlin chat, as always, as is tradition. All right, those are done. Those are done. All right, this is all going in here then. This needs. We do a bending. I got a decent sale, 60C Ivory Tower. Ooh, Ivory Tower early on is pretty good. Was it like linked or is it just Ivory Tower in general? Because I mean, even so, early is pretty good. I have a message. Oh, it's just Fishy going live, which is great, but not my wife. I like to check my notifications to make sure my wife needs something. Oh, Jared, you're playing Wander. How's Wander going? I think was it Ghazi last night asking about Wanders. Maybe it was. Oh, wait, no, this is when I was hanging out with friends in Discord after stream and just chilling while I was AFK looking for live search stuff. How's your Wander going? Are you enjoying yourself so far, Jared? Did you make the maps yet? I saw Jung Roan was switching to like a Chaos version. Are you rolled back into Chains of Command? So it wasn't going well, or you just don't like the mechanic, like the way it plays? I don't really like it. Okay, was it just a playstyle thing, but like it felt fine otherwise? I'm asking because one of my friends is considering re-rolling into a Wander, and they're gonna see how things feel. And I was like, I don't know how it's going, but like, I thought Wanders would be a lot more popular this league, and they're not really. Like they're the highest one. Like KB is 9% of the player base, right? But 9%, not like 20%. And the other wand skills are all like below 1%. So it's not like, oh, they're all like at 8% and it makes up for it. It just seems like it's pretty low for what I was considering. And then I went around to a few different streamers who I knew were playing like Wanders. And a lot of them were already re-rolling second characters, which I didn't know if that was like a thing. Because they were like, oh, I'm just on my second character because I'm a fast person and I want to do something different. Or if it's like, I didn't like what I did and I want to not do that. It does not come with its own Spectre, no. If you look at the favorable bloodline, it says raised beast specters grant this buff. So you have to raise a specter, and it has to be a beast specific, I'm pretty sure. Unless someone has clarified, but on the verbiage, it does not give you one. It sets your maximum specters to 1, but you have to raise the specter yourself. It's pretty good if you invest, but way too much of going with the ability. It felt like I was using a Warlock again. Okay, so the playstyle was a little bit wonky for you, and you didn't enjoy that. Also, like, I'll clarify the Beast Spectre thing real quick, just for how I'm reading it. If it's changed or someone's clarified, if there's an FAQ, feel free to like obviously drop the information, let me know. But based off of the verbiage, we're gonna talk about that. Yo, Slinky Chats, what's up, Smug? Smug, I haven't found your thing yet. I'm so sorry. I don't think anyone else has either. We're all enjoying Tree a lot. Okay, Feral Bloodline right here. So if you look at right here, so you set the specters 1 with a small node, obviously, and then you get one of these 3 options, but they all say the same thing. Raised beast specters have ferals of Eric's presence. So it's saying you have to raise a beast specter. At no point in either of these 2 nodes does it say it gives you a specter. But if you raise a specter and it's a beast, it will have this thing, which is why I'm looking at specifically beast specters like Guardian Turtle, that kind of stuff. So that's how I read it. Jorgen, I had a slight argument with him or disagreement. You're like, oh no, it gives you one for free, like a companion. And I was like, at no point does it say it gives you one for free. And someone made an argument about the Spectral Tiger, and I was like, that's a summoned Spectral Tiger. 2 things here. Summons are different than raised things. So raised is its own modifier that needs a corpse. Summon just happens. So summoning a Spectral Tiger, is not a raised beast kind of thing. Find a bestiary monster to raise. Yeah, I can. I have to obviously get the bloodline first, but I don't know what regular specters are good. Like if I raise a beast specter, first off, you can't even raise a bestiary monster, right? Because they don't die. You don't leave a corpse, or do they leave a corpse inside the beast, like the menagerie, when you kill them at the harvest at the altar? I don't think they leave corpses at the altar, do they? They die in the menagerie. Okay, maybe worth the test. PTO has actually been reinstated. Now I'm in campaign. Let's fucking go, bud. What changed? Did you go yell at him after my capitalist speech yesterday? I'll test it out, Marshall. It's a good thought. Does anyone know if I have to be a certain... Like, if Ferric has to be a certain... Or sorry, Ferrol has to be a certain item level for me to get the Bloodline? Or can, like, I just fight, like, a low level one and be like, ooh, look, Bloodline. I obviously have to get my 4th Ascendancy points first. Like, my, go complete my Uber Lab. Well, I guess I don't have to. I can technically give up one of my other ones. But does anyone know if you have to, if there's item level requirements for Bloodlines yet? I probably should have done more research off stream. But I don't. I haven't. I've done a lot less research this league than I had previous other leagues between streams. Marshall's beating me again, chat. Marshall, stop it. It's not like you. Alright, Marshall's dead. You're in Act 2 now? Hell yeah, dude. What are you playing for league start, Smug? A boss hired new people? Fuck yeah. I know your goal is to probably play Heavy Strike later on, but what are you currently playing before you can Heavy Strike? Or are you just Heavy Striking vanilla from get-go? Marshall found a Pillar of the Cage God. Heavy Strike, rejoice. Hell no, it's like shooting my own foot. So what are you playing then? Honestly, my damage feels great. My defenses feel a little questionable sometimes, especially when I start to bleed a lot. But that'll get better as we progress a little further, obviously. I'm not too concerned about it. But for those who are playing the build and following along. Playing Cyclone? Or Cyclone Slayer? Or something spicy? Cyclone Slayer is pretty... I think I have people who are watching who are playing Cyclone Slayer. Still in it, but diff? Yeah, I mean, Cyclone got buffed. It's a very fun skill to play. I don't blame anyone for playing Cyclone. I mean, you literally just spin to win. You don't have to press any other buttons if you don't want to. It's a good time. Cyclone is like the most chill melee playstyle that I can think of, because you're literally just holding down a button and watching things just die around you. Explode Cyclone? Are you doing like a chieftain fire convert Cyclone kind of thing? Or just chieftain Cyclone, not fire convert? Yes. Okay, nice. That sounds cool. Well, I hope you enjoy it, bud. Are you in the guild, or are you in the global chat? I'm gonna say, if you need help with like a campaign, there's lots of like little loot in the guild stash. People will put in there for progression. So if you want to like use any of that, feel free to use it. But if you want to do your own thing, that's also totally okay. But if you're in the guild, feel free to ask for help with stuff as people are around. Alright. I think I got all the dots. I need more blood for the blood god, so we gotta get as many dots as we can. I assume someone's already done the late game boss. I'm excited to see what it is for the mechanic. It's obviously a breach lord of some sort. I assume maybe Chalupa. Oh, Ghazi. Are you still here, Gazi? I saw some stuff last night, and I was like, "Ooh, I should tell Gazi about this." And I was like, "Oh, he doesn't pay attention to Discord. I'll show him tomorrow if I see him." Awesome. Okay, let me pull it up real quick. I was looking at the Forlorn stuff last night, and I don't know if any of this is usable for you. Okay, just I'm gonna start there. I don't know if anything is usable, but I thought it was worth mentioning. So we're gonna do that. Um, ooh, they prettied it up a little bit, by the way. Anyway, not the monster. I'm gonna find it. It was definitely here yesterday, and I'm not crazy. Okay, maybe I am a little crazy. Where am I at on this list? Also, I'm gonna turn off the auto search. I know that it's around 80 ADC right now. I don't need to see more of it. Where is? Okay, I'm just gonna search for it this way. Do do do. Did it get removed? Was it fake advertising? Okay, maybe it's fake advertising. Maybe that's what the issue is. Never mind, Gazi. I lied. Ignore me. Fake news. Yeah, exactly. Should took pictures then. Oh no! What? This is it. It wasn't cooldown. United and Dream gives you 20 to the Foulborn version gives you 20 to 30 quality on all minion skill gems. Huh? That could be, I don't know if this is good, but the quality is what you needed for your cooldown reduction, right? Of your thing. It replaces the recover life for killing poison enemy, and it has minions have a chance to poison on hit. A poison holy relic. Good? Yay? No? I don't know. Holy relic stuff, but quality. Also, the other part was this Skin of the Loyal and Skin of the Lords now replaces the plus sockets or plus levels with quality of socketed stuff. So I don't know if that's also usable instead of Dialas or whatever, but just another way for you to consider what you want to do. So I want to say your Dialas, you essentially because with Dialas it was all green anyway. So this, I think this is pretty good. If you can get one in the right colors that you need, I mean, it gives 100% global defenses, which is lovely. As long as you have global defenses elsewhere, kind of thing, obviously. And obviously you have to corrupt your gems and stuff. But and it gives a random keystone, which is the other part. But on the link you sent me yesterday, he was like 19 away from the next CDR breakpoint on his max level thing. So if anything, is Diala's 30% or 20% increase? So is this is higher or no? But this might work out. Can you can you dual wield these cutlass versus a trigger main hand? What are you triggering? Are you triggering an offering? Can you post the link for his build again real quick? Do you still have his POB, or if you don't have it, it's okay. Actually, I might be able to find it in my history. But I thought about this last night, and I was like, "Oh, I need to tell Gazi right away." And I was like, "This bitch doesn't doesn't look at here." All right, we're in game. Is this min max in game gear? Oh, it has man beta's overloading it into a little bit. All right, so min max in game, min max in game. Okay, cool. So on our minion stat, on our trigger rate, he is 24% away. So yeah, so using if you're able to use the weapon, do you need the attack speed? because of Lancing Steel. Probably, right? But you're using a sword. Can you technically sacrifice defenses and dual wield this plus the dreams? All I'm saying, Ghazi, is maybe see how much the United and Dream may cost, and maybe just purchase it if it's really, really cheap. Uh, in case something does happen, you know? In case something does happen. It has 2 mods on it, apparently. So we're looking for the quality one. So level 31 right, or sorry, quality 31 right now is 26, but we only need it 24 to hit the breakpoint, right? So get one that has at least 24, because that was the breakpoint we said, right? You get 24 more to reach it. 24%. So get one that has 24 or higher, as cheap as you can get it, and go from there. I search this right here for quality of all minion support gems. I put minimum 24. Search. 4 chaos. You can get 25 to be a little safer, or you can obviously like spend a little bit more later on. It might be nothing. You get 29 right here for 4 chaos. I'd go for this one. Oh, this one has a double thing, by the way. I don't know if Unholy Might's good for or not. But if Unholy Might's good and you don't already have it elsewhere, like I think Necromancer already has it. I'm not sure if you use that ascendancy or not. But it could be worth considering as well. Anyway, just something I thought of whenever I was looking at all the new Forlorn stuff. I was like, oh shit, look, there's quality for minion stuff, or quality for gems and whatnot that wasn't there before. And I was like, we were just talking about quality on minion gems today. So I wanted to share it just in case it ends up being something. You never know. Like I said, if it's cheap and you can buy it, like that's why I bought my power charge thing. Maybe the power charge thing doesn't work out, and also no one plays Cold Dot, so it's a bit less of a worry for me. For you, there are a lot more people playing Holy Relic than there are people playing Wintertide. So if it does take off, it would be probably really expensive. But getting that 29 one for like 4C or the 25 one with the other Unholy mod, if you think that might be good for like 5C, is pretty good. I have Winter Mines. Yeah, I Winter Mines is actually a viable build, right? I think it's been a thing for a while. I'm just not really big into mines. I think is my biggest issue. Mostly because like mines doesn't offer any recovery, and I know, chat, I fully get it. You're like, hey idiot, you're playing a Cold Dot brand build. You don't have recovery from your things either. I get it. I fully do. Mines can be destroyed. Mines require detonation. Brands don't require all that stuff, so there's more quality of life to brands than there are for traps and mines for me. And look at this book, never heard it before. Yeah, it's one of those like fringe things where like I think it's been viable for a while, but not a lot of people play it kind of a vibe. I love Eye of Winter. It reminds me of the Diablo 2 skill, which name eludes me because every time I think of it now, I just think of Eye of Winter. But it's like essentially the same exact skill. You throw an ice orb out and particles fly everywhere. But I did cast on crit Eye of Winter previously, and it was a really fun time. That was back when people were doing like the Ice Nova Frostbolts cast on crit with Cosprey's Malice. I was like, what if I use Eye of Winter instead? And it actually, I mean, it looked pretty cool. It probably wasn't the higher DPS option, but I had a good time with it. I love a good Eye of Winter, chat. Just not as mines. Also, I did self cast crit Eye of Winter before, and that was pretty fun too. You can get a lot of cast speed. You just kind of get going. But yeah, if you hopefully that works out something like if worst case scenario, once you get to like your end game and you're kind of like want something to test, you can test it out yourself if no one else has to see if anything cool can be done with the new Forlorn stuff. I saw a guy yesterday. This is unrelated to anything I just said. I'm so sorry if my transitions are poor. I saw a guy yesterday when I was watching for smaller streamers who was just playing like the 3 tornado elemental one. I forgot what it's called. Like, is it tornado of like elemental something? Turbulence. That's what it was. They're pretty fun. He was on 4 link. He was just zooming around, having a good time in like white maps. And I was like, man, should I play a tornado build? And I was like, no, I need to I need to finish this first before I transition. I have to at least finish my Atlas before I transition into something else, just because I want to try a new toy. Next build win? I know. I mean, I still love Wintertide Brand, and I'm always happy to play it. It's just that there's so many new exciting things right now out there in the world. I have so many ideas of things I want to try, and I know that eventually I will not be able to try them all because I will eventually burn out on playing PoE and want to do like a different variety game. You know? So I'm trying to pace myself a little bit better. Next build, what? We don't know yet. I have a lot of ideas in my head. I don't know what I want to do though exactly yet. It most likely will not be a Wander for anyone hoping out for Wander. Not really looking excited to do that. Honestly, the lack of player base for it on League Start when it had so much hype is a bit disheartening because it feels like a lot of people are switching off. I also saw a lot of people on like the subreddit where I help people out and stuff, complaining and looking for help. Some of the streamers who were doing it also transitioned off of the build. So it seems like it's very questionable to play Wander, at least at this time. Especially the Kinetic Rain. Kinetic Rain is like, I think, only a little bit above Wintertide's play rate right now. It was like 0.8 versus 0.5 or something like that. That being said, week 1, like actual week 1. Hey, I do. I'm pretty sure that's the one with the annoying boss, right? Let me know when you're ready to run, Jared, and I'll leave my map to come run. So if we're gathering up people, I'll wait for people to gather, and then I'll join. Just like say ready or whatever. I wasn't going to clear this mausoleum. Ooh, Melkoon. I think I need that one too, actually. Hey, Marshall's in maps now. I forgot. Marshall can join us for runs. Alright, that's 4. We have 1 slot open, I think. Anyone in the chat who wants to join, feel free to join the global. Say that you want to do the unique map. We usually run unique maps as a group, just to help with completions early on in the league. And then some people in the guild actually run like just content together. Like Jake and Tyler are just pure mapping together whenever they're both on at the same time and having a good time with it. Alright, I think people are waiting on me, so I will come. I'm gonna go. Actually, let me just kill this boss real quick right here. I lied. Oh, of course, I forgot this boss. We have 2 necromancers, but doing different builds. Oh, Jarrett, did Chains of Command get any Forlorn that makes it cool? Pillars of Arun? I also need that, Jake. Alright, champ, Kevin. Severed in Sleep? What? Ooh, anything cool there? Let me see. This is really broken with it? Minions have... Oh, the crit chance thing? That makes sense. Yeah. We're going to... I think everyone's there anyway, but we're going to... Oh. Alright, I'm here. Jake, did you need the other 2? Did you get the gem? Oh, wait, oh, Jake's already in here? Oh, Smile? I didn't realize he was already in here. That's so fucking funny. All right, let's get that bread. No, I did not get any gems. I didn't do any of my lab stuff last night. I haven't found a trial yet, to be honest. Oh, Jared has allocation turned on to individual, I guess. There's so much loot being left behind. Look at all this gold, though, chat. I'm gonna be rich. So I was hanging out with Tyler and Jake last night in our private Discord and stuff while they were playing together. I was just kind of watching them. Jake was so poor on gold, he like couldn't do trading. He had to trade the old way by doing whispers and whatnot. It was so fucking funny. It's like, oh man, you're trading by whispering somebody? Fucking weirdo. And then the difference between like who's available for like trades on like whispers and who's available for trades on like direct thing. There was like he had like, oh, he searched something and it was like, oh, it's like 20 items available, and then he changed it to where it's whispers only and it was like 2 items available. Hey, I'm popping in because I'm following along with your build. How much stronger do you think the Fileborn Tollborn is compared to a well-rolled wand or scepter? The Tollborn, like this one right here, plus 4 levels. It depends on your setup, really. So, for instance, a well-rolled scepter is going to outpace it. Like, if you can get +1 spells on it with, like, you know, good cold dot multi or, like, regular dot multi, and, like, a chunk of, like, spell damage, cold damage, or elemental damage kind of thing. Like, for instance, Jake, if you have a second, do you want to link your wand for me, or your scepter? I think your scepter was better than the Tollborn, right? Also, what's up, Merc? Actually, I don't know if Jake actually listens to here. It might be in game only. People keep messaging me for trades because they ran out of gold. Yeah, Jake used all his gold on respecking, and then okay. So like, right here, this has a good chunk. It's like 100% increase, so elemental and spell damage goes into the same. It has good cold dot multi, which is the most premium stat we have, and then he crafted it. Oh, actually, it's 120% because 20% damage over time. So this right here technically outpaced his or outpaced whenever he tried to buy this and pair it up for damage by a little bit. So a decently rolled scepter should still outpace the Tollborn, but the Tollborn's so cheap that what I would suggest, if you're unsure if it is better for you or not, just buy it and compare the numbers. That's the other thing. So he didn't consider the exposure thing. The other exposure does, or at least should. I don't see why it would, because it says extra. So it should be additive. On top, I died. I'm just gonna stay dead though. While I was talking to chat. So that should stack with Discord. It should stack with like your Frostbite. So you should get like around 50 plus exposure, which is obviously a damage thing you should consider. Are we all dying? Jake, you got this. But yeah, so it does stack. It should stack with Discord because it says extra on it. What did I die to, by the way? I was talking in chat. Okay, who's the strongest person? We have one portal left. Who's doing it? Is it? Not me? Okay, so not Marshall. I mean, I'll volunteer. I'm pretty good at it. Jake's gonna do it? Perfect. Even better. I think Jake is stronger than me right now because he's played more. He's a party player. But the exposure line should stack, so it should be usable. And that's not calculated in the tooltip DPS. And unfortunately, POB is not updated to show the Tollborn changes yet and stuff like that. So you could, in theory, in your POB, add the extra levels in to your thing to simulate it, because it should calculate the exposure itself, though. He has to run all the way back. That's so funny. First time my Holy Relics died? Yeah. Oh, this is an 81 area. This is red maps. Like red maps, right? I didn't realize we were in that tough of an area right now. I'm still doing yellows. Sorry for causing a death. No, it's okay. I wasn't aware we were going into a tier 14. Which is totally fine. Like I'm okay in a death. And we're also grouped up, so thing. Alright, so this map's a wall. We did our best. It is a problem, Merc. Always happy to help. Everyone here is a part of the crew as far as like they hang out in Discord. They or hang out in the chat. Um, so we're all here for vibes. Thank you for stopping by. Ask questions. I don't mind helping people out. Sure, we're gonna run this first. Yeah, pillars should be easy. Oh, it's tier 2. Let's run pillars. Also, I'm having a real tough time with hives. I'm killing things fast, but the damage proj is not enough, and it gets swarmed. It's weird. I think I've only lost 2 of like my 8 hives so far. So it depends on where you're pushing and how far ahead you are with where your damage is at, I suppose. Like I will get overwhelmed every once in a while, like I say, like 2 times out of the thing, but it's not so bad. Like some builds are just not handling it at all very well. Like RF is struggling for what I was looking at, stuff like that. Melee's struggling a little bit too with the amount of swarms. But if you want to post your POB and let me know what level of content you're farming, I'm happy to give like advice on like what to upgrade or like what to change kind of stuff. If you need help with that kind of stuff. In classic Jarrett fashion, he's like a mile ahead. Jared's back onto his old trick of being chains of command. I'm getting stunned right here, I think. Okay. Freaking tornadoes. Hey, we completed that. Yeah, go and push your POB. Feel free to push POB. I'm happy to look at it. If you don't know how to link your own POB, let me know. I can show you how to do that. All right, we're going to Ghazi next. Is that the plan? I literally just did a hive a little bit ago, but it was like, what was I in? Like tier 6, tier 7 hive? Oh my god, a cute little kitty. I don't think I've ever been to Ghazi's hideout, or did you change your hideout? It's a cute little kitty. We love that for us. Do you have a map open you never did, buddy? Do you need to do this before we go? Also, I really need Urk my flask. Oh shit, yeah. All right, Ghazi's gonna need a minute, and then we're gonna jump into I forgot which one it was. I'll be honest. I've already said. But this is a good time if you need help, Merrick. If you want to have any questions about your PB or anything like that, you want to go over. You can come if you want. Other people feel free to join. I'm not gonna join on regular maps, but other people feel free to pop in if you need Belfry for completion. Malcoon is next. Got it. Also, do you have your chilling like your Vol Cold Snap level 2021 or 2120? Oh my god. Okay, don't hit the share button first. I do that all the time. Don't worry about it. It just spooked me when it popped up. Max roll. That's fair. I can still live from there, I think. Funny enough, open in planner. There we go. I say, here we go. We're good. Well, here's your issue. You don't have any. Oh, it's just not showing because of upload it. Got it. Like you don't have any weapon. All right, we are going the. Oh, are you following me? Wait, are you the guy who was talking to me in YouTube? Anyway, you're following close to what I'm doing then. You went spell block here. That's not bad. You're going here for the other spell block. I like here, by the way, for if you're going this build, because this right here, at least until you get like a good recovery on block, like with an Aegis or something like that, this gives you at least a little bit of energy shield recovery on block, and also obviously it gives you spell block, which is not bad. So consider grabbing this node while you're already in this area. Pretty decent chunk you can get right there. That's a defensive thing, not an offensive thing. Offensively, let's look at what we're cooking with here. Correct there. Attachment range. Good there. You are not CI yet, so this is still good. That's good. Overcap cold res. You only have 40, so this still adds like 10%, so it's not bad. You don't have a mastery for this yet. You have the damage one. This is for recovering energy shield. We're charging up here. All right. Looks good so far. Items, we have Tollborn, which I assume yours is +4 skills, right? I imagine what's going on here. You have Zealot's Oath if you haven't been hit recently. You already have Zealot's accomplished, so it's fine. More air effect and spell damage. This is kind of like an okay shield. Like, if it works, it works. Gives you a little air effect, gives you a little spell damage. Oh, are you guys ready? Also, someone let me know when we're ready for the other map. I'm free to jump in whenever we're ready. Hey, we really? Yeah. Rhymes Gaze, love Rhymes Gaze. Just good armor body stuff. Honestly, these aren't add a lot of power anyway. Beta is still fine. All right, so gym links. That's what you got here. We ready? All right, I'm gonna go pop in when you summon it, and then I'll probably help that guy in a second. Let me look at it again in Burke after we rush this map. But it looks like everything looks okay so far. What tier maps are you pushing, and what tier hives are you doing? Also, Ghazi, are you not using the you gifted and did you not receive the cool MTX thing? Early reds? Okay. Oh, this is what we gotta find we gotta get to the end and then find all this stuff. I hate this map. Finding the chests are so annoying. Did anyone find what's his face yet? Fairgraves? Did we miss him? Am I crazy? Oh, he's right here. No one talked to him. Guys, I walked past him too, to be honest. That's on me. Alright. Fairgraves has been talked to. You should be able to find the chests now, the booty chests. So look for booty chests. Booty chests, booty chests, booty chests. Also, chat, if you finish map tiers, like if you finish all tier 1s, feel free to throw extra maps into the guild chests for people who are starting late and might need a little bit of assistance with map progression stuff. Don't be shy, you know? Ow! My fist damage hit is not great right now. Early reds. So you're a little bit ahead of me. I think your gear was about where I'm at, though, so I might need to upgrade some gear. You think damage is the thing? You're not dying or anything issue like that? So damage is your main issue? Booty chest. All proceeds are going into the guild chests that I'm picking up, so all the stuff, if anyone wants it, will be just tossing, like all the currency will be tossed into the guild chests. Damage proj, I guess maybe it's damage, but it's more all angles. Aelith gets swarmed, I can't cover it all. If I stand too close to her, she eats fireballs. And all flame. Oh wait, that's a scarab. You can also consider maybe for the Aelith fight turning off your automation brand recall. That way your brands will just sit in the group of enemies that is charging at you, so you can kind of like drop one. and then it'll just go chain through that enemy, and you drop one on the other angle, kind of a thing. It could be a playstyle change, kind of a thing, because brand recalling pulls brands back to you. But if there's like a lot of enemies, it's already bouncing anyway, so you don't necessarily need to brand recall. So that could be a potential way to fix it. I haven't had the issue yet in Reds, but all right. Do we have another map? Is that what was going on? I think someone said they had another map. Any more maps? I thought Jake said he had one earlier, but I guess not. I got another tier 4 red unique. Tier 14. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do tier 14 until I'm a little bit better geared. So if y'all want to do it, pop off. Maelstrom of Chaos? I can't remember what that one is. Alright. Does anyone have a mana cost reduction control craft? I do not. Red mappers probably have it though. If we have more maps, someone let me know in chat. I'm gonna help out this guy real quick. Alright. But yeah, so consider turning off automation and see if that helps out. You can toss a brand into a pack that's running at you, and it'll just bounce around that whole pack without being recalled. Still doing all the damage of the Wintertide's debuff. So turn off brand recall as maybe a thing when you go into the hive. Flame Golem is being probably used. Yes. Okay. I talked about this in my video, and I'll talk about it here. This is a good example of, for people playing Wintertide Brand, this is a good example. So, Arcane Surge is not a good damage support if you're not pairing it with an additional way to get Arcane Surge. So in your Wintertide Brand, if you look at Arcane Surge at higher levels, you have to spend 345 mana on Wintertide Brand to trigger the buff. At 54 mana cost, which is what you're at right now, that means you have to cast this 7 times before you actually get the buff, which only lasts for 4 seconds, or lasts a little bit longer because of skill duration, right? Kind of thing. But like it lasts like 4 seconds, kind of thing. So you're having to cast a lot to get the damage buff. The way I compensate it for it, whenever I use Arcane Surge, is so like I'm using it right now. I'm in ads. Okay, let me know when done. Actually, right now, while people are in ads, I will go run to the restroom real quick. I'm gonna be right back. Anyway, so I'll be right back, and we'll go over the Arcane Surge thing. Buddy. All right, I'm back. Ads up. Cool. Ads are done. Perfect. Okay. I don't know where you left off at, but we're gonna talk about. We're just gonna start over again. Starting about Arcane Surge as a damage support. In PoB, it does show it as a big damage support increase, but that is only if you can maintain buff up time. So, for instance, right here, if you look at the red line, you have to spend 345 mana on this skill for you to get the buff, which lasts 4 seconds. It scales up a little bit with skill effect duration and stuff like that. Like 6 or 9 seconds, depending on how much skill effect duration you have. But you have to spend 345 mana. Currently, your brands are costing 54 mana per cast, so that means you have to cast this 7 times before you're able to actually get this buff, which lasts only for 4 seconds. So to maintain this buff, you essentially have to be spamming your brands, which will, if you spam your brands too much, you will overwrite your oldest brands, which usually have the most stacks, which means your damage uptime is lower. So it's kind of a weird balance to have. If you're using Arcane Surge support, which I currently am, and I talked about it in the original video about Arcane Surge support, I'm pretty sure, but the way I compensate for it is you only need the Arcane Surge buff. The buff doesn't have to come from your 6 link. So for instance, right here, yep, Marshall already getting to the point that I usually make. So right here, I've used Arcane Surge support, but if you look at my movement skills, I have Frostblink, I have Frostblink with Winry Blast, and then I use Arcane Surge at level 2 or level 1, it's fine. But I spend 16 total mana to trigger the buff. So you notice I don't have the buff on right now. There's no Arcane Surge here. My Wintertide tooltip DPS damage per second thing is deals 11,263.7 cold damage per second. If I blink, Arcane Surge buff appears, and then now I'm dealing 14,7, it went down, it's like 14,773 or whatever. So I am blinking around with my Winry Blast like this, maintaining full uptime on my Arcane Surge, as opposed to having to do this. See, I had to cast like a bunch of things there before I actually got the buff to refresh from just the Wintertide brand. So you're overcasting your amount of brands if you're only using Arcane Surge on your thing. So consider switching to having a level 1 Arcane Surge, or level 2 is fine. I overloaded mine by accident. I was like, I'm not going to fix it. But like, as long as you are able to proc, like you can change the level to be higher if you want to. As long as you're able to proc the Arcane Surge buff on a single cast, like I am right here, then you'll have uptime on your thing. You'll obviously have to every 6 seconds during a boss battle. Make sure to proc it for your damage uptime. But do not... I don't recommend doing it this way, where this is the only Arcane Surge you have, because even once you get to level 20, it becomes a 400 cost thing, and now you have to cast it like 8 times before you get the buff, which is just, once again, overcasting. So, don't recommend this. Second, all this is doing is adding activations per brand. Your activations per brand are already really high, so this is not technically a damage support for you at the current moment. Like, you're still 28 without it. You should put something else in here that compensates for either damage or like mana cost. So looking at stuff like Swift Affliction is really good. It'll reduce you down to 21 brands, so you need a little bit more duration to technically use it, or a little more cast speed. Element Focus is fine if you don't want to use Chill, but it is just big damage, or if you want something that doesn't mess with your stuff too much and helps with mana cost. I use Inspiration usually, which gives you a little bit of damage, a little bit of mana cost reduction. But see, now your brand cost goes down to a little bit lower, so it's easier to maintain as well. So you need to fix your 6 links a little bit. Like I said, if you want to use Arcane Surge, totally fine and viable. Just make sure that you have Arcane Surge proccing from something that is not Wintertide. Whether it's using those new unique boots that came last season, I believe. I think they give Arcane Surge when you're like walking around, or something like that. But make sure you get Arcane Surge from something that is not just you casting your brands. Otherwise, you're going to be having to overcast your brands and destroying your oldest, toughest, your strongest one, just to get the buff. Does that make sense? Anyone else? I see some viewers over in the YouTubes. Anyone has questions on that explanation? I do ramble a little bit, and I mumble talk sometimes. So just, yeah, consider that. And like I said, faster casting, you don't really need it. Change it to something else that actually benefits you better damage-wise or utility-wise. And the best options are usually Inspiration, Swift Affliction, and Elemental Focus. But don't use Elemental Focus if you're depending on like the Falling Crystal, the Freezing Toll Raft, because this requires Chill or Freeze, which you can still get with your Cold Snap, obviously. But it's better uptime if you have it on your brand. Decent blue. The only blue one that really is good is Elemental Focus. Like you can technically put on this, but the damage is you can put on Bone Chill, which is like a 4,000 increase. But honestly, it's probably just better to roll it again, or don't use Freezing Toll Graft and use LE Focus instead, and don't care about the chill effect on your thing, on your brand. Your Cold Snap will still chill. I'm using the chill for Toll Graft, yeah. So it's just like a balancing act. But that's probably why it's feeling a little bad. I think your damage is a little bit lower than it probably should be because you don't have uptime on this. So like, if you don't have this on, I'm not going to change the numbers and stuff like that. But like, let's say you're at 27,000 right now, or 28,000 almost. Pretty much turn this off because you don't have the buff. You just lost like 7,000 DPS per brand, and then also per Wintertide's chill kind of thing, like all that kind of stuff. So like, you lost like a good chunk of your damage because you don't have this buff uptime constantly. So all something to consider. I think fixing this and like I said, maybe changing your playstyle a little bit to where you turn off automation when you enter the hives and just throw your brands on the lines of enemies, and the brand just do its business going through the pack. That might be helpful for handling, especially the ranged creatures that are a little further away. Cool. If you have any other questions, or if anyone on YouTube, everyone feel free to ask questions if y'all have. Hey, I got Pillar Cage Guy, but anyone ask questions if you feel like it. I don't mind pausing to help people. We are building a community that is supposed to be helpful at people learning the game and learning to grow. So don't be shy. No stupid questions in PoE. Ask things as you would like. Also, for people who are looking at the market right now and realizing that the replica Dragon Slaying Flight is being super expensive right now, don't buy it right now. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs, Mark. I appreciate it. Enjoy, I assume, your portal. It's very pretty. I love it a lot, and obviously, it's just out of purple, so it works out really well. And I appreciate the gifted subs. Thank you for helping support the stream and helping this make it be a full-time thing for me. Thank you. But yeah, for people who are looking at replica Dragon Slaying Flights right now, these are not the prices they should be at. There's like, at most, like 20 of us playing this skill, right? One guy yesterday listed it for 5. Well, so it started off with someone listing for 5 chaos, 20 chaos, and whatnot, all kind of stuff. And then some guy was like, I'm listed for 5 divine. And now everyone's doing that, but they're slowly moving it down. These will eventually drop down by a good amount. This is not even our best late game amulet, so don't spend too much money on it. If you're a Giga Juicer and you just have the money and you want to spend it right now, feel free to do that. But if you're a slower player like myself, that should not be where you spend your first like 3 divines. Your best late game amulet is very likely going to be Ashes of the Stars, but it is like 10 divine for a 30 quality one right now, or that was last night. So I would just say for that, if I was going to spend like multiple divine on an amulet anyway. Other than that, just use a rare amulet. Like I got this one right here, it has a little cold dot multi or regular dot multi on it, some energy shield and whatnot. And then that's a cheap anointment for anyone who's looking for a cheap anointment. 2 crimson and a sepia. Crimsons were going for 1 for 2 chaos last night, and then sepia is like I got like 11 for 1 chaos. So that's a good bit of damage and some good old effective non-damaging ailments. So pretty good cheap anointment for early. If you don't need something else, like if you need like strength, go for something that gives you strength, or if you need like ES, go for ES. If you just want a good cheap damage thing, this is pretty nice. And we don't path near it. It's like right here. I'm gonna be sad when I have to give up this node, by the way, because I'm not gonna anoint this. That's so gold for no reason. But it's such a good strong node to go on top of all of our exposure and stuff. I'll be sad when it's gone. We just did CI swap yesterday for people who are following my iteration of the build and not like the new one I'm testing out this league. And we didn't solve a couple problems. We swapped too early, but it's okay. If you learn one thing from watching me, it's that I just do shit to do shit sometimes to test it out. You don't have to do things the way I do things. That being said, you should be leveling gems in your offhand, and I should be doing that, and I just didn't do it, so that's on me, chat. I don't need a grace, but I will level 1, because if I can corrupt it and make money off of it later, perfect. Yeah, I'm lazy with that too. Yeah, like I'm still using my flask. Like I'm CI right now, but I have 2 life flasks with like nothing on it. Like all this stuff. I don't need mana regeneration that much, so like I really need to work on my flasks. I just am very lazy to where I don't update my flasks until I can fully automate them. which is usually like lower tier reds. I could obviously be a lot better off right now if I put on like actual like granite flasks and stuff like that to make myself have a bunch more armor. But 100% I'm very lazy, and it's definitely a me issue. That being said, if you're not following the armor version that I'm trying out now, the ES evasion armor one that, or sorry, ES evasion one that I pushed in the guide, that's the one I did last week. It works perfectly fine. You can totally do that. I just wanted to test out the armor version to see how I feel about it these days. People keep asking me how I feel about the armor version, and I haven't played it since Vortex was on Instacast on left click. So I wanted to give a more updated opinion on it before I was like, yeah, it's totally good, and you could definitely do it. So this league, I'm testing new stuff for the build to make the guide a little bit better. So if you're following me on my updates, know you're following it into a risky territory. And I'm a bit slower player, so you're faster than me. You're gonna be ahead of me. I'm not gonna do that Abyss because I don't like to chase Abyss around. I hope they eventually change Abyss to be just like PoE2's Abyss. I think it's so much better. Whenever I like the concept where the fissures are already in place and you're just like closing up the fissures instead of chasing it through the map that you've already cleared. I don't like having to backtrack through my map constantly to chase around mechanic. Also, we're gonna go for the Ferul's bloodline first, which is why I'm leveling up a. Ooh, an Empower. Good job, bud. Empower is also, so for people who are looking for another damage support, like a 6 damage support, Empower is actually not a bad one either for Wintertide, because adding extra levels, especially if you can't get like Replica Dragon Fang, is pretty good. Makes your crafting on your amulet a lot easier, so you don't have to worry about getting plus levels. And like if you don't want to use inspiration, obviously, kind of thing. That being said, the build actually, a lot of people were wondering about Wintertide and how it handles the new breach mechanic. I think the build actually is doing relatively well for most of it. The Hive is a little harder, but I don't think it's like an impossible challenge to go against. It just takes a little bit of finesse. No Marshall. The Hive, I think, is a lot better for people who are like playing like range, ignite prolif, or like poison prolif kind of things. But Wintertide's not bad at it. What was I doing for my last points before we logged off last night? I don't know if I like Wicked Ward, by the way, but I'm gonna keep it for a little bit longer. But I don't know. Someone suggested it. I forgot who it was. I don't know if I like Wicked Ward. All right, I think we're just going for block, right? Because our block is low, and that's what we need to get up. Really help our defenses at. Obviously, our armor needs to be much higher, but we also need our block up. The block currently is pretty abysmal. So I think I need to make our way towards these nodes. This doesn't help me. Technically, you can grab here and grab more spell block, but attack blocks are big issue. So going here is really good. Do I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4? I think I do want to go here because eventually this will open me up to 3 clusters by being here instead of going through the middle. Also, more strength is always good because we need strength for termination, and this gives us armor eventually. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go this way. In the middle of here, for people who are pathing a little bit differently following this build, like if you want to stay on this side, there's a lot of good nodes early on, especially before you go CI. Like this is a strong node. This is a pretty good node. This is not bad. This is like a decent node. This is also a really good node. So there's a lot of good notables in here to pick up. I'm choosing not to do that, but if you want to go in here and grab those, there's a lot of good stuff here. Like these 4 notables are really strong. Obviously, there's AoE here if you want some AoE because of AoE goodness. So 5 potential good nodes here on your way to going down here for block. But I'm choosing to do outer pathing instead. Yellow black maps. I think I have one. I put for sale yesterday. I don't think it's sold. Let me go check on it. All right, I got this one. I'm taking these items out. These are my items now. Sorry, I'm coughing a little bit today. Oh, he just joined the area. Jared is our resident blight enjoyer, by the way. What are you doing in my home? Welcome, Sinner. Someone joined. Welcome to the Discord, Theo. Woo! All right, back to the maps. We gotta get more blood for the blood god, chat. What's our blood at anyway right now? We have 3,000 blood. We're rich, chat. That being said, obviously, as you scale up item level of your wombs, the cost of shit ton of blood. That being said, for those who want to use Ellie Focus, I honestly wouldn't use it until you get the Awakened version. The Awakened level 5 version gets +1 to spells, which is where a lot of the damage comes from for Ellie Focus. But if you gotta use it, you gotta use it. Like if you just add a chromes and your links aren't cooperating, you gotta do what you gotta do. Like, I get it. Perfect. Got a glacier map. Nice. Glacier map is a good spot for you to. Oh, I don't want to be able to not regenerate. Glacier map is a good spot for you to be able to farm your Chilling Wind, chat. So make sure your Chilling Wind is showing on your filters, because I think naturally some of the filters hide it for Filter Blade, like the Uber restrictions and stuff like that. And we're big Chilling Wind enjoyers in this chat. So, people, it's hidden on mine. I need to check it. We're on day 1 league start. Okay. A Chilling Wind. It's shown in, so it is on the this one. I'm gonna move it up a tier though. I'll move that bad boy up to A tier. Because that's where it belongs, chat. Chilling Wind belongs in the A tier. Alright. Export PoE. Save. And then let's do our next one as well. Yeah, the rares are pretty juicy. I'm gonna get my water. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube, Dharma Raj. I appreciate your support. It is /, or if need be, I think you can do it down here as well. Right here, see? Market panel. So you hit the little arrow right here, market panel, or just hit the / little thing, opens it up. I'll get my water because I keep coughing a little bit, so be right back. Let me get my water. Alright, check out a giant bucket of water. Were we talking about anything important before I walked away? Daylight breach stuff? Yeah, it's pretty good. What was I doing though? I think I was just doing stuff. Another vibrator. Oh yeah. Welcome to the vibrators. Hope you enjoy your stay at the toy box. Oh right, chilling. That's what we were doing. We were looking at chilling wind stuff. I already exported this one. I need to export my. This is strict, right? That one. This one's very strict. So let's load the very strict one real quick, and then we'll do the uber strict one. Chilling wind. Okay, nice. So I think it's only on the uber strict onward. It looks like it might be already automatically hidden, so that's good to know. That chilling wind's not being hidden. That being said, I will highlight it extra on mine just so I can, at worst case, like sell it for 1C to our friend Doze who play the build. If I'm not actually farming one myself. Alright, we'll refresh. That is showing roughly today's date. Cool. But Glacier right here is where you can farm a chilling wind if you end up needing your thing. Farm some Glacier. Get you a chilling wind. Get your level 2120 Vol Cold Snap. Live La Vida Loca. Love life. This is a very dense map right now. Jesus. Do your quest tracks. Smile. What am I? 87? Okay. Get him, hands. Oh, almost got a shotgun there. That's why you don't want to swap to CI too soon. Like defensively, I'm doing a little bit better, but like your maximum hit pool is important. So having a good amount of hit pool so you can recover from like a bunch of small hits or one big hit is very important. You swap to CI too soon, you're reducing your maximum hit pool a lot, thus making your max hit much lower. So far, no chilling wins, Sag. I'm also interested in the oh, and that's why we take the other Frost Blink. That action speed slowed there, I couldn't blink, but other Frost Blink will work. A 5 link, don't show me that on this league. Those things are worthless right now. Five links are in shambles this league. Blink arrow. Nothing super. Oh man, +1 maximum energy shield. That's gonna sell for millions, chat. Can divert for 2. I was probably buying a bunch of small stuff, to be honest. There we go. Get some booble gums. Make sure to touch all the dots. We love to touch dots. That way we get as much blood as possible, is my assumption. There are no dots here. I don't like it this way. Alright. Going back. I buy some arms that have % blood increase. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you probably can buy a lot of like really good grafts on the market for probably nothing, because I don't think a lot of people are necessarily targeting certain mods or anything right now. I'm okay. But yeah, I know there are a handful of good ones on there. But the blood tree will give me what I need, what the blood tree says I need. Smile. If I need more blood, it will give me more blood. Blessed be the blood tree. Yeah, he did. Fortunately, no chilling wind, chat. All hail the blood tree. Exactly. Speaking of which, I have a bunch of blood. Let's go hail the blood tree right now. If they turn this into a permanent mechanic, and it's on like the Atlas tree, I'm specking into the blood tree, chat. If they turn blood tree somewhere on here eventually for the new future leagues, I'm specking into blood tree.
Welcome back.
All right, what do I want to do? We can go. We have one currency, so we can just pop that off for funsies. You ever know if I get a stack of divines? That'd be really cool. All right, that one's done. Let's go through some uniques. See if we get something cool. Like your chaos damage can ignite. That's pretty sweet. Non-curse skills have increased duration. We got a lot of Fileborn stuff. My goodness. Malachi's Loop. Suppress power charge. Ooh. That'd be pretty good on the power charge stacking idea I have for Wintertide going on right side of the tree. Oh, true. Maybe we should do a graft. Ghazi just reminded me. But so last one we'll be able to do. All right, we got a summoning toll graft, we got a battering oil graft, and a draining ash graft, which are all disappointing to me, I think. Battering is actually fine because it's return. I don't care for these. It's like this, I don't use offering, so that doesn't help me. It would help summoner people, probably. This I have to command it. It saps, which is not the worst. But I do have to command it, which is lame. This I do not have to command. And it just slammer. Yeah, it's a big damage increase to the one I already have. Text cause bleeding, that doesn't matter to us. Chances of finding ancient wound grafts, okay. Area effect, stun duration, all sounds fine. I wish it was more blood, but it'd be okay. $24 versus $26. Yeah, I'm gonna keep freezing Telegraph either way. Oh, do I already have a Consuming Dark? Oh, it's a dagger, isn't it? And then we will do this. Attack speed. I probably should keep that for dust. I probably need to bring a dust tab. Let's just stay here. Dust it real good. Dust it. All right. I have a divine I can also spend. I probably should think about what I want to do with that and use it instead of just jorking it, but we're just going to jork it a little longer. I'll start upgrading stuff whenever things start feeling really bad. That's my usual go-to. When I start dying like a lot in every map, then I'll start changing things. Till then, we vibe. Oh no! Run out of bodies to kill. Hurry! There we go. We got the last little bit at the end. Who do we get? Do we get Marshall or do we get rare? We got rares. Soul Eater rare too. My favorite. I'm definitely gonna die to this guy. I'll help you in a second. I'll be in a second. Actually, wait. What you need, sweetie? Are you taking out? Okay. Come there. Okay. 1 second, chat. Butter stuff or not? It's like some kind of special thing you need help to make it jelly in. All right, we're back. Oh, I'm about to blow up. It's a perfect time to pause. One thing about Holy Relic, kind of lost on what to focus on for upgrades. All kind of expensive. Talked my 6 link, praised the league mechanic, 6 links, and fit in a low-level arcane surge, and realized I've been misplaying Wintertide Brand this entire time. Was recasting it way too often. Oh, were you just spamming it constantly? Yeah. So what I tell people, because I had a guy in the YouTube comments being like, "Hey, what was his exact verbiage?" So I can. He said, "Yeah." He said, "Hey, my first time playing the build, but loving it. How much do you spam brands, or do you cast like 6 and allow them to move around with recall setup?" And what I usually tell people is, if you're mapping generally and like clear feels fine, you can spam as much as you want. Like you can spam it constantly as long as you're clearing okay. If you realize your damage is lacking, it's because you're over spamming too much and like you're hitting a tougher opponent. It's like on bosses, on unique rares like that, I stop spamming to let my brands build up their power. so they can do the max damage. Because the way Wintertide Brand works, which I explained in the video a little bit, but I'll go over really briefly here, is brands build up stacks on themselves, not on the enemy or anything like that. And once they get to 20 stacks, they're doing the maximum amount of damage. And so you want to get them to 20 as fast as possible and have them sit on the enemy for as long as possible, kind of thing. That being said, when you pull the brand off or it bounces to another enemy, it still maintains its stacks. So like a 20 brand will always have 20 stacks on it until it finishes and whatnot. It was actually feeling pretty good against bosses up until now. That's why I didn't think a problem. 20 maps I was overcasting. Yeah, so you're probably overcasting it. If you have an issue with overcasting, especially in like dense areas, let's talk about that real quick too. You can always change this brand node right here. Instead of the brand attachment range, you can change it to cast 2 additional brands. So instead of 5 brands, you get 7 brands. That means that your attachment range will be obviously shorter, so it'll be a little bit closer for the brands to be able to attach to enemies. But you can make a brand attachment range later on, or even now if you want to invest into it through clusters. I believe medium clusters have brand damage. So like brand loyalty is really good, obviously, for just getting extra damage on people and whatnot. Grand design gives you 10% attachment range and also brand damage and duration. So like this is also a good one to get if you want to do that. So like you can go into brand clusters if you want to go ahead and like add 7 brands to help with the bigger density, which I might end up doing for a dense stuff. I usually don't farm heavily dense things like breach hives on Wintertide Brand, but it's not bad necessarily to use the two brands and then obviously go into brand clusters instead of going into like gold clusters, that kind of stuff. So consider that as an option too, using brand clusters and helping up make it some of that attachment range if you want to switch this mastery over to 2 additional brands so you have 7 instead of 5. But yeah, that's usually how I operate with when I play my builds. I just play until it starts to feel bad, and then once it feels bad, I'm like, oh, why does it feel bad? What can I do to solve that? And then I problem solve then. I was too slow. God damn. Oh well. At least this time I got to teleport to it. But you might be overcasting, which is why taking longer to kill things as well. But that goes into the whole, like I say, if you turn off automation when you're having the wave system, you can just put a brand at the beginning, a cast it at the beginning of the wave, like where it's coming from, and it'll bounce between those targets and goes kind of up the chain to kind of like build stacks and kill things. Oh, me too, Gazi. Immune to chaos? Yes. All right, so this is what. What are the chances that this person? So this is what I was talking about. This person was sold for 6. This exact same one with the exact same stats, selling for 3 divine. So someone bought this and probably to flip it. Literally, like 2 minutes later. You're ruining the fun of others. You're a bad person, and I'm going to ignore player. Like Wintertide Brand's not, it is like 0.5% of the player base right now. It is not a major skill. There's no reason that that thing should cost 3 divines. People are just doing it because it's a pseudo good league starter, and they can think they can make a quick buck out of it. I hope that never sells for that person. People are the worst. That being said, once again, you don't need to spend 3 divines on that. I wouldn't spend more than 100C on it. Unless you're just like having to be a big Giga Juice farmer and have a ton of money and you don't want to wait for it to go down in price. Or don't want to craft a rare. / buy a crafted rare. Because Ashes of Stars is the real end game for this build. Especially if you go into golem stacking. I think my first divines I get, I'm probably going to go into an Aegis Aurora. Aegis Aurora is such a huge bump in defense for the armor block version of this build. Not only do you get recovery, but it just has like a lot of armor and stuff on it already. I have connected all the nodes, chat. Now I just gotta get these last 4. And then after that, I can decide if I want to go into another mechanic. Which honestly is probably going to be Delve, as my usual. Delve also helps with like mapping, especially if you pick up the Pact with the Energy node. You get a little bit of extra like damage and stuff like that, movement speed and whatnot while you're mapping. So if you enjoy Delve, good for mapping. All right. Looking for non-complete maps. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's good enough for a run for now. Need to make one of these magic. Or one of these rare, sorry. I need both of them technically. I didn't check the picture. I didn't have anything I want on here. Honestly, the only thing I don't care about, or the only thing I care about right now is Reflect. We don't have our 4th Ascendancy node yet. We haven't seen a trial yet. Oh, that's actually true. Before I go into Delve, I might just take a little peeksy over here and grab these nodes. I am a little tempted to do some lab running once I get my Atlas pretty much done. I'm able to comfortably farm like T16s. Also, if you don't want to press all your curses, like your curse, your Frostbomb, all that kind of stuff, Frostbomb, if you want to press just like 1 extra button for damage, Frostbomb is stronger than your curse as an Elementalist because of the extra exposure you have, especially if you have the Tollborn Wand. So if you're a lazier person and you don't want to press extra buttons until you can automate your exposure via Glove Implicit, just press Frostbomb. You also technically get Profane Proxy and Skitterbots your Frostbite if you really want to, but obviously that takes changing your auras around a little bit, but just another way to be lazy. But as a reminder to that, you cannot Skitterbots with the Dark Monarch helmet. So don't bet on it in the long run. Also, actually, Merc, do you have the leveled up Ball Cold Snap? You don't. Look to buy your Chilling Wind too. This is your POB, I'm pretty sure. So, for instance, if you get this to 21, all right, sorry. So right now, you are at 187k, 187k. You get this to 21, and then this to 20. You gain a good bit of DPS. That's like 70k DPS, just by getting this 2120. Which you can get from the Chilling Wind divination cards, which I mentioned in the guide. These right here, you can get 4 of them. You can trade it in for a level 21, 20 quality Vol Cold Snap. You can farm them yourself in Glacier or Frozen Cabins if you want to farm it yourself. But what I usually do is I go on the currency exchange and I put 4 for 4 Chaos. They're a little bit. Some people are trying to sell them more expensive right now, but I got mine for 4 for 4 Chaos. I just wait a little bit longer than I usually do. But if you're a little more impatient, you can always buy the more expensive versions if you want to as well. But it is a big DPS increase. That also helps me with my Hive clear, because when I see a big pack coming, I'll essentially just Vol Cold Snap and run into them like this. And like they just like get deleted. Early on, Vol Cold Snap, we use it for a big DPS increase for like just like helping us with like clearing packs. Later on, it's mostly for like debuffing. It still has good damage on it, but it's mostly for like debuffing with the unbound ailments and whatnot. And Bone Chill. Oh man, I don't want to do Gravetop Prison again. Wait, not Gravetop. I don't want to do Basilica Prison again. This league. I'm gonna have to see where div cards are at. Hopefully they got shuffled around a little bit. The worst part about asynchronous trading is that the hideout warriors who are going to have a level up on items that are in high demand, because you have to be inside of your hideout or like a city to teleport to somebody. So like for instance, if I see an item that I want, I have to portal back to my hideout and then go get it. Whereas if they're sitting in their hideout ready to go, waiting for their sales to come in and stuff like that, they'll get there most likely before I will. I died. That happens, chat. But honestly, that negative of asynchronous trading, I'll take over the negative of not asynchronous trading. So, because having to whisper 20,000 people for an item for no one to respond and to jack up prices casually is way worse than that. This guy does primarily chaos damage. Not for me. Open the wrong screen. Smile. Hey, Superior Inspiration. That's pretty garbage for me, unless it's 20 already by itself. It's not. I'll have to sell it later for gem cutters. Do we get a hive? We do get a fortress. Nice. All right, well, we're gonna try fortress merc. Hopefully, mine goes well, and then I can show how I usually play it. Watch me be the one of the ones that we lose, and be like, well, let's just live sometimes. I will be full clearing the hive. For those who are like, why is he doing so much stuff? I like to. Also, for those who are worried about dying in the hive, if you die like before you activate the thing, you can come back in here just fine. I think once the flame thing's activated, though, you can't come back in if you die. But like, if I die right here before I activate the center, you just walk back in. It's okay. It's okay, chat. Alright, circle done. Or out of circle done. Inner circle time. Fireball. I wish all breach monsters just gave you blood. Like, I feel like full clearing this should give me blood. Someone get in touch with GG and tell them to make it so. Mr. Streamer has demanded more blood. That's gonna hurt. Okay. We're fine, chat. We're fine. Alright, should be nothing in these areas, but I'm gonna reveal them real quick, and then we're gonna get this party started. That being said, she has a whole monastery full of monks. Why are they not here helping with this? Hmm? Why are they not here helping? Let's see if I turn off automation. Oh, actually, automation is already off. I haven't had automation on for a while, but like, see, you can put it down, and it just bounces through that whole pack as it runs through. See how they're dying off screen kind of thing? Put one there, put one here. Let them just have fun. But yeah, so you can turn automation off if you want to and not brand recall. And just have it bounce through the oncoming slot of enemies. See how the packs are all dying back there now? Get panicky, you can always hit your Vol Cold Snap, run into him a little bit, like this. Don't forget to use your power-ups. You don't have to spam them or anything like that, but like you do get more. I think like 2 waves give additional ones. I forgot which waves numbers they are though. Ah! If you can save like a shield or a freeze, like the level 22 and like kind of stuff, do so. Because you can like just not give a shit about what's happening later if you have freeze. Well, she hits like 23. I'm probably gonna hit the shield. Oh, she already hit it. All right, there we go. Shield. She should be good. Freeze. We're good. And now I just gotta find my way out as soon as it triggers. All right, no arms here, so we can go this way. You can kind of see little gray arms when you get close by if you revealed the map already. So that's how we're able to... Oh, got stuck a little bit there. So we're able to figure out which way to head out. Hacker. True. And there you go. Obviously, it's not a red tier, but like I think 76 is like... This might be a tier 10 map, so like close to low reds. I'll turn my automation back on. I had it off for a while, smile. XDD chat. I really need to probably turn on my other filter. Wait, no, week 1 very strict, and then onwards next. That's better. Cool. Ah! Give me the thing! Okay. I didn't even get it. Started to panic there, chat. When the panic started to set in. Is this the Wolfman? Oh. It is Wolfman, isn't it? Yeah. I don't have all Cold Snap, so hopefully we can kill him before he goes AU. We didn't. He went out. Oh, he didn't AU. He just... Oh, he's back? No. I could have regular Cold Snap, but I don't use it. Once I have Vol Cold Snap, I no longer use regular Cold Snap. Oh, did I pass him up? Hello, Billy? That's not him. Did he go back to middle without me knowing? What's happened? Where the heck? Oh, is he over here? Alright. Ignore how long it took me to find that guy. I'm gonna clear a little bit more just so I can get some more maps. No maps. Ooh, also 450 subscribers on YouTube. Hell yeah. You can close chat.
Greetings. Journey well.
All these bloom gifts I got. Listen to that sound, chat. Can we imitate it? I'm not going to. Maybe we get Chilling Wind here. Smile. Frozen Cabins is one of the ones I think, right? That's what I said earlier. There's Glacier and something. I think it's Frozen Cabins. Give me a chilly wind, please. I have to support the other 5 Wintertide players. Oh, I was a guy on YouTube thinking about going Chaos Bloodline. Oh, hell yeah. I was talking about it last night with someone, I believe, about trying to get permanent uptime on Vol Cold stuff and choosing that as like your main thing. We're talking about the Chaos Bloodline. I'm probably going to try the for Rules Bloodline first. But the Chaos one is interesting, and I wonder how close to like a full uptime on like Vol Cold stuff I can get with it. And honestly, Vol Cold Snap's really fun. It's just literally cold RF. That doesn't hurt you. Don't know if we're gonna stabilize this one. Hopefully our pack density is okay, but the area is not okay. Our pack density is actually fine enough to stabilize. Looks like. I was mostly worried that we'd run out of people because of the weird shape of the area. But we stabilized. Do we get Marshall? Do we get rares? I think it's more often in the rares than Marshall, but we got Marshall. Yeah, did you see the new Wrathpith thing? I was talking about it last night for RF players, but now that I think about it, it's just damage over time, right? For the new mod. Oh. Not this one. There's one that does damage over time per life or something like that. Over time life. This? If you go life stacker. So funny thing, while we're talking about this real quick. Funny thing while we're talking about this real super quick, okay? One of the other ways I was thinking to scale the build was doing a strength stacker. Because you can get Iron Will, and then your strength will apply to spell damage, which increases like obviously Wintertide's damage. And then with that as well, it gives you life, which will then so you can do strength stacker like Wintertide. So like that's why I keep saying like people are talking about they're like Wintertide just doesn't have any ways to scale. I was like, man, the amount of ways they've added to scale this build right now is pretty crazy. Especially with the Fireborn uniques. So like obviously Wrathpith makes it even better. Even before like last league, I was talking about the Strength Stacker one for Iron Will. So like I was already talking about doing a life stacker thing. So like that was already a thing I was considering. I just didn't get the chance to do it. It makes it better now with Wrathpith having the Fireborn mod, obviously. You can do power charge stacking with the new Tollfall mod. I talked about it in the video a little bit. There's a Tollfall mod that gives you right here cold out multi per power charge, so you can do power charge stacking and whatnot. So it's just like there's so much, and then obviously there's like the generic one like golem stacking and whatnot. That golem stacking is probably gonna be expensive. I imagine the helmet is not super cheap right now due to everyone and their mom playing an Elementalist. $13 divines already. So like there's a lot of cool ways to do it. And I don't think grasping males are still in the game, unfortunately, but grasping male was a different way to do it before. I don't think because briefings aren't there, so I guess you can't get grasping males anymore. But before you could do the I want to say it was like the toll mod, where you get dexterity, or so you get evasion based on your overcap cold res, and obviously you get the mastery where you get damage for overcap cold res, and then you just do a cold res stacker. That was the idea I had last league as well. Not a thing for this league. So lots of cool things to like kind of like mess with and ways to stack this. If you really enjoy the playstyle, that being said, I am heavy lagging right now. We're about to lose some frames in a little bit. Barbarian Everlasting is insane on life stacking. Oh yeah, from the Bloodline. Yeah. But there's a lot of like really cool ways to scale it if you like I just like min-maxing league starters. Yeah, that's fair. I used to like only play really one character a league, and then I would maybe like respec that character to different ascendancy and try a different build. But I don't like leveling through campaign again, even on like twink gear typically. Like still just annoying to level. So min-maxing league charters is pretty fun. Like I said, I say in the video, it's like it's not the best scaler. Like you're not gonna be like doing billions of bajillions of DPS, like XYZ secondary builds kind of thing. But if you enjoy the playstyle, you can probably scale this pretty high. Potentially maybe even get it to dot cap, depending on how you can stack like your life and stuff like that. But it scales at a similar pace of like Righteous Fire. So like that's not everyone's cup of tea, but people have scaled Righteous Fire up to that up to cap. Like so it's not like impossible. But for those who really like the build and like the playstyle and like the chill vibes of it, you can take it further if you want to. It just has a lower return on your divine spent to invest than some people are comfortable with. And then obviously some people like brand playstyle. Can you make it zoomy? I have 50 chaos. That's within my realm of what I would pay. But he's probably got spammed by a bunch of people trying to flip it to sell. Sorry, I'll answer the zoomy question in a second. A live search popped up. I had to click it. Alright, he's not responding. So he got spammed, he's probably gonna change it. Or he just sold it the first one. Can you make it zoomy? Wintertide Brand, I mean, you're not gonna be as zoomy as far as like, Flicker Strike or like a bow player or anything like that. Like you're not gonna gain stuff like that. But I mean you can eventually get to the point to where you use like Mage Blood and get like onslaught and shit ton of movement speed and that kind of stuff. Especially for zoominess, going what Merc is talking about in Twitch and using like the Trial Master Bloodline. Now 100. I don't have 100. I don't want to change this out, so he can just keep raising the price himself. But yeah, going the Trial Master Bloodline and going more into the Vol thing where you can have higher uptime on your Vol Cold Snap. You can hit Vol Cold Snap and run through like 1,000 packs and like just instantly delete things as far as like mapping goes, and use like your brand for better single target kind of thing. So if you want to make this build zoomy, you can make it faster, but like I said, you're never going to compete with like Deadeyes, who are like bowing across the map at like Mach speeds or something like that. But you can make it fast once you get like Mage Blood and stuff. Oh, we're still in this map. I jumped out for the potential sale, but unfortunately he did the whisper thing. Oh wait, are we still in this map? Oh yeah, we're in a boss now. Also, what's up, Ivan? We'll do red soon. Stop showing me red maps. I'm trying to finish all my lower tier maps first. Stop showing me the red maps. And obviously I can progress faster and actually start just doing highest tier map possible I can do, but I like to really try to complete as much as I can without having to buy maps, because I don't like buying maps from people. Like I'll once I finish like whatever yellows I have available, I'll go to Kirik and I'll see if he has anything to purchase, and if he doesn't have anything to purchase, I'll do a Kirik mission kind of vibe. But I don't want to have to buy maps ever. Ever. But yeah, if you guys ever have like questions or even ideas of like what you think could be cool, I make a list of like suggestions for either build guide or just like things to try out. That being said, where is my list? Oh, this is empty right now because I've actually tried out the things that people have suggested for this league. So if you have ideas of things, I'm always taking constructive feedback, or even just like whiteboarding ideas. For those who don't understand the term whiteboarding ideas, it's where you just throw random bullshit at a whiteboard, kind of like Dr. House, and see what sticks and what sounds cool. So me and my community that hangs out with me very frequently, we do throw ideas at each other and whatnot and see if anything cool comes from it. And I will try cool things out as long as it's within the realm of possibility and not annoying. Like, don't be like, hey, can you buy this 100 divine item and test it out? No, I don't have that money. Also put it on the list, though. Maybe one day I'll have the money and I'll be able to do it. As long as it sounds cool. Annihilation. How much blood do I have, by the way? Up to 4,000? Okay, so upper yellows seem to give a good amount of blood, which is really nice. Obviously, blood costs get expensive. Eventually, you probably start costing like thousands of blood for like just grafting or for birthing stuff. How much can I expect a Megalo Primordial Bond duels to go for like 3 weeks? I can't honestly answer that question for you. By the time that people were starting to stack the Primordial Megalos, I moved off into a second build for that league. And I never looked at the price because I had no interest in doing that. So I can't give you an honest answer on how much they would cost. If anyone in the chat was looking at the Megalomaniacs or Primordials when they were popular last league and have an idea, feel free to share that information. But myself, I wasn't looking at that. I was playing budget KB Trickster back then. But from my understanding, I don't know numbers, but people were talking about it got really pricey. They had a guy on one of the Reddit posts talking about people were like, "Oh, why didn't you go to the Megalomaniac stacking?" And he was like, "It was just too pricey. I didn't want to invest the currency into it." He didn't give a number. He just said it was too pricey. As a recent example, but I've heard from other people that it was also very pricey. I just don't have numbers on it. See, I can hit like Vol Cold Snap and like I can run around like this. Imagine that this speed buff is actually just me running around with a Mage Blood, and then you can clap clear like that, Ivan. Obviously, I was using a Shrine, not a Mage Blood, but like, I don't have a Mage Blood to show you right now. Just similar vibes of hitting Cold Snap. With the Trial Master thing, you should have higher uptime on your Vol Cold Snap to where you can use it pretty much more often. You can also scale more skill effect duration by like obviously going into like things like this. Be able to make your Vol Cold Snap last like even longer. I'm not doing the Blight. I do one Blight, and then I don't touch it again usually, because I do not enjoy the mechanic. And I just pay the heavy fee for all the gold and silver and prismatic oils, and so the Blighters charge me. Like I said, how much other Megalos are going for now? Do we know? $16 divine already for just a Megalomaniac. Ooh, it comes with Vow Rejuvenation though, which is actually pretty good for us. Because Vow Rejuvenation damage over time, and then Energy Shield, as well as Regenerate Energy Shield per people killed kind of thing. But obviously, I don't have 16 divine. I imagine those prices go up though, as more people get currency to actually purchase those things. Because, like I said, a lot of people are playing Elementalists. I can't think of a single Elementalist that doesn't want to stack Golem or like go into Golems. And golem stacking is one of the easiest ways to just add quality of life, but also like huge amounts of damage defense and whatnot. And Primordial Bind is a big part of that. What are we waiting on for this? What is this? Grace? Oh, okay. I don't need to be leveling Grace then. I'm not going to be getting a lot of extra dexterity. Hypothermia is the one that we need the most dex for, I think. Everything else we're going to be using is like armor based, so we don't need a crazy amount more dexterity. I do not want to carry this anymore. So change how invitations work. I thought they went through Keurig. Which invitations? Like the ones where you like if it's your story-based ones, I don't think the story-based ones go through Keurig. But I think the other ones do, right? Like the Doing Feared and that kind of stuff. Those go through Keurig, or maybe they changed it. I haven't gotten to the red maps yet to do that stuff, so I don't know. I don't remember it standing out to me in the patch notes, but to be fair, I don't look at a lot of that small stuff unless it's like advertised quality of life things. I look at that kind of thing. But like if they don't advertise it, I usually don't stare too hard at like small details like that. Also, you could just be crazy. Both of those could be true. It doesn't have to be one or the other. You could be crazy and they could have changed it. But for people interested in the Vol Cold Snap as your main damage skill, or even just like your main clearing skill, you can look at the Phyrexia League that Captain Lance did, where he had permanent time on Vol Cold Snap. The Bloodline doesn't make a perfect replica of that, but it does show you kind of like what is potentially possible, and then what you could maybe scale into, depending on how much like duration and souls and whatnot you can get into. But Captain Lance 9's Phyrexia Vol Cold Snap is kind of like the vibe of what you would assume. Cryonic Ring. And you don't have to play Wintertide forever, right? Like, for instance, let's say you like the vibe, but you don't want to scale it to the late game kind of thing. You can get your 2-stone, get your 4-stone, or whatever you want to do, and then you can just switch off to another Elementalist build. There are like 1,000 Elementalist builds. There's also a bunch of Occultist builds, and then there's a handful of Necromancer builds that pop up this league. So you can easily switch into those without having to level another character, and just have like enjoy the smooth early progression of Wintertide. Enjoy the smooth jazz. Wintertide Brand Elementalist. Smoother than last league with VFOS, at least. I remember the last being so tilted to afford comms primacy. Well, to be fair, so that's like an affordable thing. I think VFOS was obviously still a great like league starter, but you were competing with like I think like the numbers for week one was like what like 30% of the player base was playing it. So you're competing with a large market. The uniques are going to be very pricey early on and whatnot. That was the bigger issue with VFOS. It's just you're competing with such a large amount of people. VFOS, and I also remember that. The thing about Wintertide is not a lot of people play it, and it just feels comfy. Like obviously getting some uniques like Rhyme Gaze is great, but you could literally play this build on rares and feel just fine. And obviously Tollful is good too, but you could people are using rare scepters and doing just fine as well with that. Yeah, we love a comfy under the radar. Yeah, I like to be under the radar as much as possible. Like so, I mentioned I played KB Trickster last week, which obviously at some point was not under the radar. But when I started it at like week 2, it was before like Fubgun and all the bigger streamers got into it, and like I was buying things for like way cheaper. Like I bought the Forbidden Flesh and Flame for the Saboteur node for like a total of 10 divine. A week later, they were worth like a mirror because of like Fubgun and like the bigger streamers using it. I was like, so I was playing under the radar at first, and then no longer playing under the radar. Things started to get more pricey, but at that point, I was already good enough to where I was happy with what was happening. And I was able to show people you can do stuff on an extreme budget because I made like builds off of like 10 div for it. I did like a 50 div budget even after like the expansion of stuff people playing. We play great value versions of builds. We're slow gamers. We don't make a lot of money. We do the best with what we got. If you need a pinch a penny, you can come hang out over here. I'm not buying reds. All right, let's see what our boy has. Any unique maps first? No, he doesn't. Okay. I wish it would a blight map. I don't. Blight map means I have to. It doesn't give me wasteland completion, right? Because there's no boss to kill. So I don't want to do that. I play slow due to IRL, but long. I love PoE, so I can make anything go for a month and feel pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I typically do. I can play a lot because of my current situation, but I'm an older person. A lot of people that hang out here have families, have like full-time jobs, so I attract like a bit of a slower paced audience who just doesn't have a lot of time to spend in here, and that's totally cool. Like I said, the game is meant to be played fun, or like meant to be fun to play. Like if you can't, finish campaign in 5 hours and get like Giga Juice and all this kinds of stuff, like okay, as long as you're still having fun with the game, you don't have to chase meta. You can find a build that you really enjoy off meta, and like clear T16s with it. Like have a good time, You don't have to be try to chase the top 1% of people, content creators, or like racers out there who are like making multiple mirrors per day kind of thing, right? You could just have a good vibe time. Yeah. Also, yeah, what Marshall's saying, that's people ask like, oh, what farming strategy do you do? Like, how do you make the most money or whatever? And I was like, the way I make money is not going to be the way you want to make money. Probably, like, I enjoy certain mechanics that aren't very popular, like Beast and Delve. But my biggest advice I tell people constantly for like wanting to make currency and trade: find a mechanic you enjoy and that you can stand to do a lot. Because most of the time for making money, it's just about doing like one thing a bunch of times and selling in bulk, or like getting lucky and getting like a very rare drop kind of thing, right? Don't switch to like the top tier farming mechanic of like Abyssal Hordes if you hate Abyssal Hordes, because if you stop yourself after like 10 maps because you're not making enough money, that's because the people who make money on those strats farm hundreds of maps to make like their currency and stuff back, right? So do something, find something you enjoy doing a lot, and just do that. You might not make the most amount of divines per hour, but you'll make more that way than just forcing yourself to play something that you hate. If you're having fun, you'll play more. If you hate the strategy, you'll sing along. Yeah. It's the same thing with like builds. If you play like a meta build and you end up hating it, and you hit like a wall and you're stuck and you don't know how to progress and you run out of currency, you'll stop playing and you just won't have fun, right? Like that happened to me a lot before Crucible League. And honestly, I ended a lot of leagues early just because I hit a wall. And like back then, streamers weren't very friendly as far as like newcomers coming asking for advice. There wasn't very in-depth guides when I first started playing and that kind of stuff. Like Pox RF didn't exist in its current format when I first started playing. So you just gotta find something that works for you. Well, I never touch scarabs and just sell them to farmers. I find it's if you want to just like map and sell scarabs, that's not a bad strategy. You can just get all the scarab nodes and make a bunch of scarabs like that and just sell them, especially the big juicy ones. And I never use a strategy that use like the ones that use those really fancy like the horn scarabs. I never use a strategy that uses like the divine plus scarabs. That's too much. I feel like the fun of the mechanics is all about the build synergizes well with it as well. Like I enjoy any mechanics on my build. It feels good with it. Yeah, that's another thing that's important too. Legion feels bad without damage protection. Yeah, I wouldn't play Wintertide on Legion. I mean, you probably could force your way to do it, but I wouldn't. Like, I don't really enjoy Legion as the other issue, but I don't think Wintertide's great at Legion. You want like usually a prolift build or something that shoots a shit ton of projectiles off screen kind of thing. Like chaining, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I like to farm Delve and I like to farm Beast. Those are my two main things I enjoy really farming a lot. I don't do it the most efficient way. I do it just a way that is fun for me. I make enough money for me to be happy with. We don't make a lot, but we make a little. Wintertide is shit for Legion. Yeah, I wouldn't play it. I don't want to play Legion in the first place, but yeah, I would never advertise this build as a good for Legion build. Harvest might be nice. Yeah, Harvest is pretty good. You can do Harvest pretty well. Like the pack's really dense, so your Brand's gonna bounce around a lot, which means your AoE buff is like doing a fuck ton of damage, obviously. And your single target isn't the worst. Like it's steady enough to handle the uniques and like the tough rares and stuff like that. Plus, like the chill and freeze aspect makes the action speed of those guys a lot better, or better to handle. So Harvest is pretty good. I don't think it's good enough for. I mean, it's decent for Expedition, but it's not as good as a Prolift or Explosion based build, to where you can like one shot the entire like thing. But Harvest is really good. I like to do Harbinger's also really nice. You like Harbinger's pretty decent, especially once you get your defenses up. You can kind of just stand still and let your brands do their work. And then like all the strategies that don't require specific builds, like Alpha strategy, you can just like go make temples. You can do that really easily with Wintertide Brand. You can do shallow delving with Wintertide Brand as well, which is what I usually do. I don't deep delve. I'm not like Connor or Steve or anything like that. I don't want to go to 6 million depth. Oh, I used to league start with Wintertide Brand back in the day. Like I would do Winter's Harvest and Betrayal when Betrayal still had like the Veil Crafts in it that you would want to get anyway. I never learned to do Betrayal where you do like the grab farming and stuff. I only would just spam out like Katarinas and like get a bunch of crafts. But I used to do Harvest a lot with that start as well. Back before I moved most of the power into like the Scarabs. I was never really good at crop rotation. I still fully don't understand it. I'm sure I could watch a video and maybe learn it, but meh. Also, we got a trial thing, so we can go attempt to do our Uber lab. Soon TM. Probably for this map. But it does okay with Breach. Even Old Breach, I used to farm Old Breach for grasping males because while it's slow and painful, I like the concept of grasping males. You can always get lucky and hit like a really big one. Like I sold a handful for like 40, 50 plus divines when hitting like the armor stacking mods and stuff like that. So it's always like a cool little thing just to have every once in a while. You can bulk sell off like the Breach stones back then. Oh, and then it does fine with like I keep forgetting Settlers is a mechanic because I don't really spec into it since they added it into the tree very often. But I mean, most people can do fine with Settlers, just like farming like the stones and stuff or whatever. The ore, sorry. That I tried ages ago. Yeah, it's been a minute. I even do some destructo play and stuff, especially if you're a person who likes to destructo play on like conquer rotations and you just run their maps as like white maps. I mean, easily can do that. I just run my maps rare typically anyway, but you can obviously make it easier on yourself and not run them rare. Yeah, if you do like regular blight, obviously not like blight ravage is probably a little bit tougher because you want like prolif builds probably for that I would assume, or builds that just have extremely high amounts of DPS. Like Blight Ravage, but like regular Blight maps and like Blights in actual maps are like super easy for pretty much any build that just, hey, throw up these towers, anoint these on your amulet, and just hang out. Or your rings and just hang out kind of vibe. Like I said, I don't like Blight because I don't like tower defense. Which is why I pay people to do it for me. If you get some Blight Ravage maps, Jared will buy it from you. That's the other thing I like about the community I'm working on building, and I slowly getting there is that like some of us do weird niche things, and instead of putting it on trade, we'll still sell for trade value and stuff like that, but like we'll sell to each other, instead of having to go through like a whole weird thing with strangers and stuff. You think Blight would be good for Wintertide? What about Blight Ravage though? Isn't Blight Ravage really hard? I don't do Blight enough to have an opinion on it. I know like the regular lanes is probably fine. You throw, especially if you don't use brand recall, you do the same thing we were talking about with the hive. You just throw down your brand and watch it just go down the lane kind of a vibe. Yeah, normal towers and just throwing down a brand every once in a while is probably fine. Ravage I think is a little more troublesome. But you can still make like I think decent currency, especially early on in regular Blight, right? You don't need to do Blight Ravage right away. All right. Let's go do some Blood for the Blood God, and let's go do our lab afterwards. Blood for the Blood God. Good, just have use of oils, yeah.
Welcome back.
How much blood do I want to give to this tree? Hey, we're almost there, actually. I have like 5,000-ish, right?
She will soon.
Garbage. I'll sell those for fusings, or for jewelers, though. Honestly, not a bad fracture. They're saying lowest turn modifier might be bad. I mean, I don't have the points for it right now anyway, so I can just do this instead to give me additional equipment. We can go with that.
She will soon.
Light radius stacking, chat. It's real.
Good to see you.
It's real, chat. I'm selling it. What are the chances someone's actually doing light radius stacking? I would love accuracy plus light radius. Nobody? There's none in the market. That's how popular it is, chat. I'll put it up for like 5C and see what happens. Tier 3 mod? That's not bad. It's a 5 link though, so that's the issue. But it's on a second tier base. Not the worst. That's 100% base right there. Probably listen for like 5 chaos, maybe sell it.
Beware of the enemy. The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
He's in flat. Ooh, much clutter. I wish I had what's his face here, so that I could. If I was this, I wish he was here, so I could just like sell stuff, add stuff to the sell real quick. Tier 3. Yeah, we'll sell this for like 4 or 5 chaos, and just if it sells, great. If not, no big deal. That's big money. Let's go.
She is pleased.
Oh, I'm rich. All right, we're broke. Oh, we're out of raft stuff. Okay, we're broke. Oh, we can do one of these. I don't know why I would want to do one of these. I'm gonna do it anyway. Aegis.
Good to see you here. Drive them back.
All right, so let's stuff, and then we're gonna go do our Uber lab. Oh, hey, buddy. And shop. Sells great. If not, it's okay. Oh wait, before we go in here, we should probably buy I guess let's look to see what I already have both my transgems I need. What transgem would sell for the most just as a base, like not quality or not level, kind of like what are people looking for? I guess I should probably get just in case. Actually, no, I'm probably just gonna do quality on my thing, to be honest. Hmm. Thinking. Level 1. Quality 0. Corrupt? No. Transfigure gem. Bladefall of Trappist is selling for the most. Ground Slam of Earthshaking is selling for second most. Kinetic Blast of Clustering is the third best, along with Peaconka Bouncing. Oh, right. Faj needs Peaconka Bouncing, right? Yeah, Trappist is the highest. Yeah, I was just listening to what was a thing. But yeah, Trappist is a highest thing. Right, let's buy a Peaconka Bouncing just in case, or a Peaconk just in case we end up getting it. Ground Slam. We'll buy one of each. Fuck it. And Kinetic. Blast. Summon Carrying Golem of Hordes. Minion players must be eating pretty good, I guess. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick before we get into our thing. Holy Relic is only selling for 10. Lame. Alright. Let's cook this Zaro or get one shot randomly because we haven't worked on our defenses in a while. Woo, let's do it. We're still wearing beta breath.
Hello.
I didn't even look to see. Well, it doesn't matter. I never look anyway. I never looked to see if it was a good time to run lab. I honestly never looked to see if it's a good time to run lab. I don't know how to read the layout thing for like PoE lab or whatever. I just go off vibes, chat. Golden door, excellent. That means we probably have to go top first.
When I'm ready, unlock the door.
That's a silver key. So that means the golden key is off of the side. All right, so we don't need to go through the silver key then. Back to the other one. It's not too bad today. Oh, did you do yours already, Ghazi, or did you just look it up for me? Just about a second ago? Alright, bet. Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door. Am I right, chat? Am I right? Was there a secret third path from the first area to this area? I hate it here. It doesn't matter. If the light switch goes off now, I'm not leaving my thing for it, so. The fields must be a map. Like a Valdo's map. Yeah, you should be more careful and definitely pay attention to what traps are around. I'm just gonna hope for the best and prage. And so far, paying off. Make sure you get your cool crafting recipe. Zara, go to sleep. Zara, go to sleep. You're phased. I remember early on in my career where he got phased, and then I was like really happy about it, and then I died to him attacking me anyway, and I was like, well, that's a feels bad. Never again. A lot of lessons learned in PoE. Like, don't run across hot floors. Unless you're really confident or don't care. Or if you're playing RF, because then you honestly don't care. Your regeneration and your fire resistance is so high, who gives a shit about the floor? Nope. If I need Chrome's ACP, do you think Heist would be the best, or specking into Expedition? I mean, Heist gives you a good amount for if you're doing like obviously stuff, so it's not bad. I haven't done personally Expedition and Tuyen in quite a while though, so I don't remember how much Expedition gives. But Heist is not bad. Heist is pretty decent at it. If Expedition is pretty decent though, and you like Expedition more, just do Expedition. But for instance, if you want to farm like some blueprints while you're looking for chromes, make a little bit of money or find something cool, not a bad idea. Ashen, okay. Actually, wait, I can pause. I can do this. Plus free level of skills used by this craft. Nice. So you, yeah. So go. I think you can get up to 40. That being said, isn't that skill unfortunately really bad for our builds? That's the one that purges elements off of you to make you do physical as extra or whatever, right? Nope. You don't need roll blueprints either. Running them white is the most ideal. Unless it's changed this patch for some reason, and I don't know. There are no good modifiers on like that affect the loot you care about. The modifiers only affect like alert levels, which I mean you can roll if you want to like loot more side chests, I guess. And like enemy dropped stuff as well as making enemies more difficult. But for instance, blueprints, most people are just running it straight for the curios. They don't care about the alert level stuff, and then making enemies tougher is just gonna make you die more. So running them white is fine for the big money items, which is the curios. But usually, okay, as you level, well, your rogues are max leveled already now. But as you gear up your rogues, and you use the proper ones, like Karst, I love using Karst. Anytime you can use Karst in a blueprint, use Karst in a blueprint. He reduces the amount of alert given whenever you open a chest, so you can loot a lot of little side chests and whatnot. Alright, I drink water. Huck's also pretty decent for heist because he allows you to open smaller chests on the way out. And if you are able to use the same rogue multiple times for like the same like room or whatever on blueprints, it'll reduce the overall cost of you running that blueprint. For instance, if I could run 3 cars, it'll be cheaper to run the blueprint. It'll also let me use cars. So yay. What do you need chromes for? Are you trying to off color that Dialis? I'm gonna go right. I have 4 sockets? Do you have a lot of jewelers? Do the jeweler thing. 4 sockets are really easy to hit with jewelers on even off colors and stuff. I spent all my jewelers trying. Oh my goodness, oh no. The worst luck. Check guild. There you go. Big King Cock over there. Picking up some trash chromes, I guess. Trash chromes comment is because when him and Tyler were playing last night, I was like, leaving all this loot behind. He was like, I don't pick up that trash gear. Tyler's like, I pick up the trash gear. And then later on, like 30 minutes later, he was one of them was out of chromes. The other one had to give them chromes. Sup, nerds? What up, quick? Only a few, only raw chrome drops. I still stand by it. That is true. You do be standing by it, chat. Ellie Reflect doesn't matter to us anymore, chat. Woo! Fuck Ellie Reflect. Until we end up getting our bloodline, then we're back to caring about Ellie Reflect. But for now, fuck Ellie Reflect. Same color? I don't care about that. I'm going to quality up my Wintertide. Yeah. Same color? I'm going to quality up my Wintertide. Boom! 18 quality. Quality adds extra more damage per stage. So, obviously, more damage is great, and it's per stage, which makes it very, very good. So if I get 2 more, I'll get my 5%. Which I probably have 2 jewel colors just laying around. That's why I say whenever you're using like Replica Telepathy, once you start being able to get 6 socket and quality on your Wintertide, Replica Telepathy is a joke. Okay, let me buy a blueprint real quick. I'll do one. Hopefully there's a cheap one. I want insta buyout. I don't want to talk to people. Whispering for a blueprint? Are you mad? Are you mad? Here, I'll do this one. Oh, wait, how many wings do we have? Let's look at wing reveals. Jesus, selling blueprint wing reveals are pretty good right now, huh? This is another reason farm heist. If you don't want to farm it yourself, you can sell the blueprints that come with the wings revealed automatically for a good amount of money. And that's a notable on the tree, on the passive tree. It has a chance for blueprints to drop already fully revealed. Those sell for a decent chunk of change. The ones that I was looking at, like right here, these are selling like 50C for 4 wings. $15 for 2 wings? Okay, no, I'm just gonna buy 1 wing then. I thought 2 wings would be at least a little bit cheaper. I'll just buy something that's like level 76. This right here sounds good. I'll do a 1 winger, or I'll pick it up myself. All right. It's a little complicated, honestly, and they probably should make it a little bit easier to understand to do this. So I don't blame you for not fully understanding it. But essentially, what you need to do is you go to this guy over here, the guy you buy contracts from. Sorry, I got to clear this off real quick. This guy. You come here, reveal blueprint details. It lets you be able to reveal more rooms, so I can pay stuff to reveal this. If you have Gianna, and I forgot the other guy's name, reveals, there's a little icon right here you can click. Gianna gives you like a 40% discount on your reveals, so obviously really good for doing Gianna contracts to get that stuff built up. But I don't have that. I'm just going to pay the extra money for this guy. But I only have 5 reveals, so I have to like do any kind of contracts that give me reveals to be able to do this in general. You can reveal the whole wing. If you click this button right here, you can reveal the entire wing, which is like all the side rooms as well. As you can see, there's side rooms right here that are not revealed that I can pay extra coins to reveal if I want to. But generally, I don't think those are super worth it. I usually just reveal the big room, like one of them. And if I'm feeling really juicy, I have a lot of money, I'll reveal 2 if I really feel it's spicy. Actually, I don't know how much money I have now, so I'm just going to do 2 anyway if I get swag. So reveal the room, all 3 of 3. How much coins do I have left? I have enough to probably run it. Then you have to go into this room, the planning room. You go to planning table. You put your blueprint in here. You pick people. Karst is great. So as you can notice, he says 40% less raising alert from opening reward chests. She's okay. She's less reduced rate as well, but Karst is probably my favorite one if you're looting a lot of the side chests. I'll do Karst again. If I can do Karst as much as I can. I can't do her. I only can do him, but he increases time for lockdown, so not bad. Karst again. I love Karst. You don't have a... Oh, I don't have a common third so I can't even do this one yet. But anyway, so you fill out all the people you want in each one. And once you have Karst in every single spot, and you have... So I don't have a last spot person right here to do it, but you hit confirm plans down here. You have to be able to pay the total fee. So my total fee is 1,400. I have 4,000, so I can pay it. So you hit confirm plans, and then once you hit confirm plans here, it's locked in. You go out here, you talk to the portal lady right here, and you'll hit prepare for grand heist, and then you'll hit begin heist. I haven't confirmed it yet, so I can't do it because I don't have a counter thermaturgist. But yeah, that's how you essentially do it, Ghazi. Let me know if you need any other explanations of that, or I need to slow down, or anything. While I'm here, I'm just gonna run these things. Sick, dude. That helped a lot. No problem. But yeah, just you can read what people do. They all offer different things. Some people don't really help Blueprint. Some people do. Like I'm missing pretty much everyone right now. I don't even have Gianna, or I think her name is Gianna. But like playing contracts will eventually unlock more people. I don't know what's the secret behind it. Okay. I should probably learn what the actual secret is to unlocking more people. Yeah, there's sort of special things. So, like for instance, to get Gianna, you have to run a contract with Vindery. So you have to run contracts with certain rogues to do it. Okay, so I need to figure out who all I'm missing and who needs to run one because I don't have Vindery either. So I was need Vindery. So I have Karst. I don't need him. I have Tibbs. I have Tuliana. I have Isla. So the top four were good. Here, I'll post this for you if you want to look at it, by the way, and I'll share a screen real quick. Here's what I'm using. You have the top four of the rogues default. So you don't have Huck, you don't have Niles, you don't have Nanette, you don't have Vindery or whatever, you don't have Gianna. So for Huck, right here, to get Huck, run a contract with Karst. So I need to find a contract that I can do with Karst. And I'll unlock Huck. Niles, run a thing with Huck, and then you'll unlock Niles. It's like that. So like run a thing with Tuliana. You'll unlock the net. So on and so forth. So you have to run with certain rogues to unlock the other things. Like I said, do the quest contracts count? We'll find out. So Karst is not one of the ones to unlock, right? Niles, Vindery, Tuliana. So I'm gonna run with Tuliana and see if it works. Maybe I can get in the net. That's how you unlock your rogues. I usually just play until they just randomly unlock from me just playing a lot, but obviously you can target farm them a little bit to get your guys, especially now that you don't have to level people up. Because before I had to level people up anyway, so I was already having to play a lot to get them leveled. Now it's probably just a little bit better to just target farm who you need. Ooh, a chaos chest though. We're gonna be rich, chat. I will leave for that one chaos, but he's nobody that's selling it to me. Chaos chest. We're rich. That's a Harbinger symbol, so I don't really like to open the Harbinger ones because, I mean, you're just getting a little bit of shards, so I'm probably not going to worry about going there. Maybe you can get, like, a mirror shard from there. I've never gotten one, but once again, I don't know if that's possible or if it's just a thing. This is also a Harbinger one, so we'll also not do that one. All right, so let's see if I think this is supposed to unlock the net. Also, if like I said, if you're tanky enough, you can totally run through these things. If you're tanky and your recovery is good enough. Usually when I was playing like Juggernaut and I have like a lot of life regeneration and whatnot, I would just run through a lot of the traps and not give a shit. So eventually, you don't give a shit about trap rooms if you build tanky enough for this game. All right, let's see if I unlocked anybody when I go to town. I don't see the net, so you might have to do not the story ones and do actual regular contracts for it, which is fine. So I need to do. Let's just grab random stuff that we can do, and then I'll start running random contracts with people. All right, good enough. All right, bear heist. I'm not reading. Tuliana is one we just said. I wonder if there's a level requirement for this. Watch it be outdated because they changed how rogues work this season, and that's no longer how you unlock things too. Be funny. Chows. We're in heist jail. I don't want to care about that. I think that is the talisman marker, if I remember correctly. And it looks like the one below it is the Legion marker, so I just won't get a special room this time, and I'll just open a bunch of boxes like this. Because I don't give a shit about Legion either. At best, you get like an incubator that might give you like a 6 link, but like, once again, we're swimming in 6 links right now, so is that even worth it? Yeah. You locked the lady, I see her. Oh yeah, she's there now. Okay. So yeah, now the quest ones don't work apparently, but like regular contracts do. And she joined you, see? Here she is. Thank you, Quick, for pointing out. So it still works. The wiki's not wrong, chat. I should escape with her probably. Or does it say run one or does it say complete one? Because those are two different things. That being said, those mines, this trap room, those hurt like a really bad. I think Juggernaut can still do it. I think they're physical based. So like armor stacking is fine, but whew, those boys do some good damage. All right, so we got Nanette. We don't need Nanette anymore, which gives us I don't think Nanette's a counter thaumaturgist though, right? Nanette is perception. Oh, she is counter thaumaturgist. So technically, you just run the blueprint now if I want to. Sure. Let's do that. Nothing I need. Nothing I need. Cast speed cold spells isn't bad. Damage over time is not bad. We'll put it here for potential. Attack speed, area damage, chaos damage. Okay. All right, so I should be able to run within the net. There we go. And now I can get confirmed plans that I have everyone selected on all the rooms that are available. It marks it with a little red stamp to say that the plans have been confirmed. Okay. Let me find this person's stash. Oh wait, we're in the town. I know you can do it the other way. I am doing it very archaically, and I'm so sorry. Wintertide Brand. We did a chat. He kept raising the price over and over again, which is a little annoying. As you can see, we messaged him, I think, 2 or 3 times. Here's one for 1C. He went to 8C, and then he went to 20C, and I just offered 50C, which is what I would ideally pay for this in the first place. Our search is over, chat. We did it. Woo! Obviously, the Ellie res and the reservation could be higher, but I'm not too worried about it. And we'll probably put it on afterwards. I don't want to put it on now, and things get a little wonky. So, while I'm about to run a contract. All right, let's go back to our rogue place. I'm glad we also got it right before I went into a blueprint. Smile. Should I be buying one now? Like I said, if you can get one for like 50C or less, I would I grab it. 50C or less. Honestly, 100C or less is where I expect them to be. So if you can grab one for 100C or less, go ahead and get it. It might go down lower than that, but it's a good beneficial thing for right now. But I would not pay like the 2, 3 divines or 4 divines that people are trying to sell them for at this point. You can obviously wait longer. No big deal. Darkness Enthroned, minimum to settle. I don't play a lot of Darkness Enthroned stuff, so I would go with probably O says, but what is Jared? Jared says. Yes, yes. Do not try to to divine this because it divines the skill as well. So what you get or what you buy is what you get. So stick with that. You can obviously bless orb the top part, the 6. So I can make 16 attributes if I want to. Oh, I had 16 and I run over it. That's so fucking funny, by the way. All right. But do not try to divine the reservation or the Ellie res. And the only stat, like the only catalyst that's decent here, I mean, you can go for the res if you want to, obviously, or you can just go for the attributes, or just don't catalyst at all. Also fine. It's something like plus levels to Vigilant Strike. Yeah. Just win XD smile. They don't even play in Vigilant Strike right now. But the only item we're really like looking for to chase right now, we got for TC, so not bad. Obviously, Aegis Aurora would be great if I can get 50C, but I don't think that's ever going to happen, so I'm not going to bother searching for that. All right, Ghazi, 4 blueprints, which is what we're doing right here. Very similar to contracts, except that you do wings. Each wing, once you finish a wing, like you have those items. You don't have to finish the whole blueprint to own those items. But for the 4 blueprints, I like to aim for the bigger rooms. So like this is the essence room. There's a chaos room over there. I'll come over here. I'll hover one. Oh, okay. So I'm probably hitting multiples here. See how like it's not a lot of alert level. Thank you, Karst. Blessed be Karst chat. Which probably means I'll backtrack a little bit and get a handful of those boxes. But I always like to see how much alert I'll lose on my first one and prioritize whatever room I like the most. Like I love the chaos rooms. Obviously, there's a lot of currency in there, so I'll prioritize those over most rooms. The delve ones aren't bad either. And the green things, you can sell these for rogue markers. I usually pick them up because they take up a lot of space. And I don't want to leave the heist or the blueprint too much. Because I get nervous every time I exit the portal because I feel like it's going to close and I won't get it because that's happened to me before. So see, now I'll go back here. I'll loot a couple of these. I'm probably going to go all the way back to the other ones, and even if it'll give me one more chest, I'm not going to go up here to get those because it's just out of the way. Actual heisters don't do any of this. They just run straight for the curios, by the way. Yeah, if you get a 2120 Wintertide Brand, hell yeah. Okay, they just go Twitch with the curios, so where the real money's at. Nothing. Well, this is not worse. At least you didn't get like a downgraded like quality to like 17 or something like that. Why just curios? Isn't it just more markers? No, curios are these things. This is where you get like your cool replicas. This is where you get like the heist unique stuff. You can get like divines from here and stuff like that, or like tempering orbs, tailoring orbs. These are the curios. You get pick one of these. Unfortunately, I didn't hit anything that is probably worthwhile. I do occasionally check the items because sometimes you'll get like +2 spells on these things. Yeah, it's different than the contract areas. So nothing here stands out. I'm probably gonna get the void fangs because it's at least unique to here. Binding and kindling. Actually, kindling might not be bad because I'm really early on and I could use my kindling orbs. I'm gonna go with kindling orbs. Wait, people just rush those curios to get the really juicy items, and they don't actually do the side rooms a lot. For actual people who are doing like speedrunning heists with like their ZTPS Queen of the Forest builds, they're just running to the end to get like look for replica Alberons, that kind of stuff. Look for the simplexes and so on and so forth. But so if I escape here, if I escape this wing, all the items that were in this wing belong to me. I can go into the other wings and die if I want to. I still will have these items. Whoopsies. 20s are now 5C. Okay, you just buy it straight out then. If you don't, yeah, that's even better. I say I got mine for 4C with my cards because I did 4 for 4. But people are being a little ridiculous with the card prices right now. I think is the bigger issue. So if you want to buy immediately, go ahead. If you want to wait, you can always wait. But see, like now these items belong to me right here. They don't have the little contraband thing on them. You can exit. Like I said, it's a little more questionable. Sometimes it doesn't work properly and it closes the full thing, so I don't like to do that. Is this a gold chest? This is new. That's a new marker. Does this jump up a shit ton of gold? And we got Karsten here, so we're pretty. Also, the Karst buffs don't stack, so using Karst 3 times doesn't give you 3 times Karst effect. It just makes it to where your contract's cheaper. You only get the effect once, I'm pretty sure. How much gold am I gonna get? Oh, that's actually pretty good gold. Heist buff! Like killing that pirate guy. Fair point, though. In my future guides, I will tell people to check the price of 2120 versus the cost of the 4 cards and make a call on which one to prioritize. For when weirdos are deciding that the card is more expensive than the gym itself. Unlock when I run Karst and it didn't get Huck. I wonder if it has something to do with item level. What item level did you run? There's also a good way to get like 5 links and 6 links in leagues where they're not printing from a tree early on. Font of Thunder's not bad. I think I'm gonna get Tempering Orb. That's obviously usually the better play. These replicas are not good for the most part. I won't get those. 72 or something? Weird. Tempering Orb, that's the big money one of those items, at least. Tempering Orb's value really changes depending on what the enchantments are allowed on weapons this league. So, for instance, in Settlers, people were doing rune enchantments, so Tempering Orbs were like nothing. But on leagues, they don't offer their own weapon enchantments. It's just competing with whatever harvest enchantments are offering. So usually Tempering goes up a little bit on those kinds of leagues where there's not another mechanic influencing it. Also, I realized I'm on the wrong screen. Here we go. Also, Huck is the one you would love to have. If you end up running Heist on here, you can have Huck accompany you in your maps. Which gives you increased like XP gain and stuff like that when he's around. He gives you like little buffs and stuff. Alright, you said you were trying to aim for Huck. To unlock Huck, run a contract with Karst the Lockpick.
Let's keep it clandestine, everyone. Even better.
What if it's random? Maybe it's not like you have to run one. Maybe it randomly join you. So you just keep running like Karst stuff until Huck unlocks. What if it's random like that? No, Huck doesn't do counter thom. If you go scroll down on him, Huck does lockpicking, brute force, demolition, engineering. Nanette does counter thom. So does Niles. And I think Gianna does it as well. Yeah, Niles, Gianna, and Nanette are the counter thaumaturgists. We'll only go for the next few days. 45 chaos for a temple? Nice, that's not bad. For day 2.5, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, Huck's he's not the best at anything because he only goes to level 3 and like the ones he goes into. Like he never goes to level 5 or level 4 on any stat. But he is a really cool guy. He's mostly just there to help you out. He gives you like buffs, makes you stronger, gives you experience, that kind of stuff. Huck's just a cool dude. Having said, I would honestly use Huck over Vendiri. Vendiri is my least favorite one. I hate Vendiri so much, mostly because he raises the amount of alert you get at the cost of that. Sometimes he'll duplicate drops of stuff. So, fuck you, Vendiri. Also, you can run blueprints and unlock other people. So, like, if I actually probably should plan that better when I was planning out my blueprints, because I could have run like blueprints to unlock the other people as well, because they count as like part of contracts and everything. So, the more you know. That's blinking red, so next one will... Oh, I didn't even see it. Oh, there's gym ones over there. Oh, okay. So I need to plan ahead a little bit for this, because I do want to open at least one of those gym ones. If not both, because I think that's where you get the Trathis gems if adds a chance. So what I want to do here is I want to open the curio area, make sure there's no pathway between me and the curio area. I want to pick out what I want from curios, and I want to run back over here to the gym one, open these, trigger the alarm, speed run to grab my curio, and then get out. And then get out if I can. Or if there's nothing good in the curio, I just will avoid the curio altogether. Alpha Howl, Apex Cleaver, Lion's Paw, Ambu Charge, Spiky Mace. None of these are super good. This one's kind of okay, but I don't think anyone really uses it. Alpha's Howl, Herald might be okay, actually, so maybe I'll get this just in case people want to do Herald stacking stuff. Because plus 4 levels to Herald gems is pretty juicy. Alright. We're going to open us up at least one of these over here. A big noise happened back there, but I gotta hurry. Alright. I need a second to plan out what I'm dropping, because I have to drop some stuff. I have too much small currency items in my inventory. So I need to start picking and choosing what I don't want. I don't need this. We don't need this stuff. I need to make at least 4 spots, but probably 5 slots to get some of those gems, obviously. Let's start dropping things. Okay. Ancient Shard. Maybe this can go. Portals go. Yeah, if I say portals aren't really needed. These aren't also needed. This can get out of here. Wisdoms go bye-bye. Yeah. Do I have more somewhere? I don't think so. Blessed Orb, you can get out of here. I mean, they're cool, but I don't necessarily need it. That gives me enough for Alpha Howl, at least, and I can go see what I want to pick up from the other area. But one of them made a pretty noise. So I'm assuming a Trathis gem is in one of the drops that I didn't see. See that red one down there? Hey, Spectral Throw Trathis! Make sure I kill the enemies. Also level 20 stuff, so those are probably worth at least the Jeweler's Orbs. Glass Blowers. I don't need Binding Orb. Give me the Trathis. I would love Herd, actually, because I'm a Beast Farmer. But what would I drop for Herd? Probably the Null Shard. Yeah, buy Null Shards. Ancient Charger also out. Superior Cold Snap, Smile. Did I hear Trathis? Yeah, Spectral Throw Trathis, though, unfortunately. I didn't get the one you like, buddy. Like we said, I am interested in a build around this. It's not selling for a lot or anything, which you can't see, but I looked it up. It's like 2 chaos. We don't need this. So I pick up some more of these. Oh, wait. Superior Automation. I can use that myself. Give me that. Anything else I can use myself? I mean, 2 Cold Snaps is wild. Spirit Spark is not bad. I could probably get that. Honestly, yeah, Scarabs or Cartography Chisels, get out of here. Chance Orb, get out of here. 14, 15, 14, 18. I think it's good. I think I'm going with this. And then hopefully I just don't die. But if you hit Bladefall Trathis, it sells for the most right now, as far as no quality, no corruption, no levels. I don't know if that changes with like corruptions, because I didn't bother looking into it. But that is an argument for like making sure you empty your stuff between wings. Like I said, I'm always a little nervous to leave the blueprint area because sometimes shit gets a little wonky and I disconnect and lose my wings. There we go. We escape, chat. Just selling for anything right now? Oh, 5 to 10 chaos, not bad. I'm gonna keep it though. Remember if I want to do a herald thing later. As always, I like to hoard my wealth. Touring orbs are going for 20 chaos right now. So that, like I said, I like to hold on to them because they usually go up in things. Like I said, if I need the money right now, I'll sell some. But if I don't worry about it. I could sell this for like 20 chaos apparently, so I might do that. I'm gonna keep this one. This is for me. This is for me. But that's kind of blueprints for those interested in doing blueprint stuff. Automation, where you at? So for probably 10. Oh, I put that other thing up, didn't I? I didn't even. There we go. Hey, Nanette. Wish I could sell if I was just here. I'm at the hay. I'm seeing double right now. All right, bye, Smug. Thank you for hanging out, bud. Glad you have to play a little bit though, at least. This I'm gonna list for 5 chaos. This we'll list for. I'll also list for 5 chaos. I don't care. Solid rolls too. All right, corrupt it. Let's see it. Bye, chat. Smug says bye, chat in the from YouTube. We'll finish these quest contracts at least. All right. Neither of these unlock anybody, but kind of decided that quest contracts might not do it. Bye, whoever said bye. It was Smug. The good old heavy strike of Trathis Enjoyer. In the YouTube chatters. Opening these, like the little jeweler ones, aren't bad either. Like I like them a lot because you usually get a fracture. And you never know, you might hit something cool with a fracture, you know? You also can get like synth jewels and stuff like that too, which is pretty neat. Bye, fellow heavy strike enjoyer. Yeah. All right, automation needs to turn back on. But if you're trying to make the most profit per hour, following all those tips about like side rims and stuff isn't the best. Like I said, you just want to finish contracts as fast as possible, and then finish, and then run to the curios. That's like they make the most amount of money per hour in heist. That being said, stopping by the gym rooms might not be bad, considering that's where Trathis gyms come from now. Synthesized. Oh, Virgin. Lame. But if you want to have a little cozy time and do a little side stuff, all my little tips are tips. If people like to take it a little slower. Give a little bit. Yeah, we'll spec into heist instead of delve early on. And delve would also give me the opportunity to. Hey, I saw my elemental thing for 5 chaos. It's nice. Delve will give me opportunities to get the golem gems or jewels. Sorry. But heist does give me the chance to get a simplex, which is probably the true end game of after Ashes of Stars. Oh, I need to change over to my other. I bought the replica and just did not use it. That's a smile chat. They should make it to where he can sell stuff. Luther Train's not bad, but not great either, so we should get rid of it. Cold multi, fire multi, fizz damage over time. This is like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Hey, replica. Damage of spells. That's honestly pretty good for like spark probably. If the tree is character locked, I haven't been a second character and I haven't heard anyone talk about it. But I haven't watched a lot of other content, so I don't know. So I don't know. But if someone else does, please share. I'll be back, chat. I gotta go change the laundry over real quick. Give me like 5 minutes. You guys like honey mustard pretzels? Pretty good. Wildwood and Hive in the same map. Yikes.
So, see you.
Actions Nightmare? I'm pretty sure I need that. That's Vault. What level is it?
That would just make life complicated.
I don't see it on my thing though. Is it a higher map? Huh. Got that one. Chat. I feel like I'm crazy. Why don't I see it? Oh wait. Maybe Nightmare? Oh, I already have it. Oh, I do too. XD, I'm a liar. I didn't see it because actions needs an apostrophe. And I'm just an idiot. That one's on me, chat. Alright, so I need so I need to run with Karst. Okay, let's unlock some people first. Let's just run random contracts and try to unlock people. I don't need that one. I'm gonna cleat it. Alright, here you have Isla and Tuliana. Neither of these unlock anybody, so I don't want to do this one. So no trap ones, please. Nanette, I think Nanette unlocks somebody, right? Or am I just completely wrong? Alright, I lied. I'm completely wrong. So no counter thaumaturgy. No counter thaumaturgy. Karst is one though. Karst unlocks Huck. Gazi, are you doing it correctly?
Bringing this lug with us on this job.
By Muck.
He's an absolute nutter. Ain't ya, Huck?
Not really. I suppose the bag of training did leave me a bit rough.
Absolute nutter.
Not to be rude about it or anything, but it shouldn't be. Either your luck is just absolutely abysmal, or you're fishing for like 4 off color or something, or something's been done wrong.
You get this one, yeah?
You want to link the item and tell me what colors you're currently needing on it, and just so I can like see. Percent mana. Probably some mana stackers would want that.
The spoils of war.
So you need it to be 1 red, 1 green, blue, blue. Yeah, so it'd be easier to go 2 socket, then transmute to 2 blue, then go 3 socket, get a red or a green, then go 4 socket and get the other one that you didn't get. But starting with 2 blue and going from there is probably your easiest way to do it, instead of fishing for 4th blue on the last socket. I mean, obviously, at this point you can still keep going, but usually you want to start with like 2 sockets and go your off colors, because you can guarantee those for like 25 chaos or 25 chrome, sorry, and then go from there. But you want to start with as many off colors as you can on the craft to make it the easiest possible way for you to do the jeweler method. Yeah, start off with off color always. Yeah. That'll save you a lot more jewelers and stuff. Hey, we got Hook. How's the trick work on body armor? The same. Obviously, it just takes more once you get to like 5 and 6 sockets. Like it just takes more jewelers at that point, but it works the same. You start with 2 sockets. You go 2 off colors if you need off colors. You try to do your off colors first. So if you need like 3 off colors, you go make sure your 3rd one is an off color. If you need 4 off colors, make sure your 4th one is also an off color. It's just way more expensive, right? It depends on what you're looking for. If you're going for like 5, 6 off colors, you're gonna probably spend more on jewelers than you, or like omens of blanching than you would on. Like you probably spend more on chromes or omens of blanching than you would on jewelers, because jewelers are very, very cheap. So it just depends on what you're looking for. It's gonna be more expensive if you start off with a 6th link, but if you start off with just an armor that is unlinked, you can just 6th link it at the end, and it'll be fine. But I wouldn't buy like a 6th link armor then try to off color it, kind of thing. I would buy an armor I want that is like unlinked or 4 link or whatever kind of thing, and then go from there. But paying extra for a 6th link just to destroy it, that'd be a little counterintuitive. But for instance, like this guy right here with Cloak of Flame, if he bought like a 3 socket Cloak of Flame and worked his way up to off colors from 3 sockets, and then linked it at the end for 6 link with like Black Morgan or Omen of Connections, it wouldn't cost like that much more than buying the off colors, especially for popular builds. So this is another way, by the way, for people using Arcane Surge. This is the boots I was talking about. You gain Arcane Surge if you use movement skill, so when you Frost Blink, you'll gain it. It also improves your movement speed, obviously, that kind of stuff. But obviously these boots are very weak defensively. But for those who don't want to put like Arcane Surge in like something like this, you can get Arcane Surge just by using any movement skill to benefit from the Arcane Surge here. That's what I was talking about earlier with the Arcane Surge stuff. Damage with time multiplier, damage with stabs, and damage with bleeding. If you're a bleeding staff user, not bad. What you're saying is I need to chrome it until I get blue. Nope. In your crafting bench, if you type in the word blue, I'll show it real quick. You can automatically guarantee 2 blue. So right here, you type in blue, at least 2 sockets blue, 25 chromes. So essentially what you do is you go down to 2 sockets, so sockets, 2 sockets, and then you turn it to 2 blue. That way you start off with 2 blue automatically, and then you're fishing for just whatever the colors you need otherwise. So if it's an armor evasion piece like your gloves, I think is what it was, and you need a red and green, it's a lot easier to hit a 3rd red and green and a 4th red and green than it is to hit a 3rd blue and a 4th blue. It's better to start off with your off colors that you can guarantee, with just like the blue craft right here. In fact, if you want to give it the stuff here, I can, and like you're a little confused, I can do it for you and kind of showcase it as like a learning thing. But if you understood that and that was a fine explanation, pop off. I'm rich. Oh, right. We did talk about how I need to switch over to this. Does this break anything? Hey, it doesn't. Okay, cool. So that didn't break anything. Nice. All right. So we obviously have to re-anoint it. But without the anointment, currently we're doing 11,593. We'll go up to 12,372. So just getting the anointment would obviously increase it more. My defense goes down a little bit because I'm missing the maximum energy shield, but my damage goes up a good bit, and I have more reservation, which is nice. But this is not a bad amulet, so I might try to sell it as is. That's off like 10. That's my earnings. Then I need to buy 2 more crimsons, I think. It went up right as I did it. I'm gonna wait. Oh, did Gazi respond? Gazi, did that work? Or did you understand that? Okay, I was about to say, like, I guess I'll do it. It's taking forever. So impatient. Alright. Everything broke. I'll fix it in a second. It's fine. And we'll put on a better ornament later. But for now, we're just going to put on Ashes, Frost, and Storm. Make sure to turn our stuff on. Literally everything turned off. Golem. Yeah, I did. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Wait for a golem to cool down. Issue with doing 2 stone golems is they share the same cooldown, so it takes a while for it to refresh for me to be able to do this. There we go. So we'll have 200 less energy shield, but we are doing bigger damage. Like our Wintertide currently is at level 27, with plus 8 to levels from this and that. Pretty much, I can quality this up, finish it up, boom, boom. Even bigger damage, chat. Cool. Let's go back and finish Rogue Harbor stuff. We are Rogue Harbor. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Okay, so they need to put like Faustus in here. Like this Faustus needs to have the async trading eventually. That way, if I'm a heister, I never actually have to leave this area. I can do all my trading here. I don't have to like whisper people to do stuff. I can literally just do stuff here. And live in Rogue Harbor forever. I never have to move ever again. Ever again. Alright, so we don't need counter thaumaturgy or traps. Brute force we might need. Demolition we might need. Let's start with those 2. I don't remember who does what, so Tibbs and Huck. So I already have Huck. Don't need to unlock Huck anymore. Doing Huck unlocks Niles, so let's see if this works. Yeah, you always, if you're doing the jeweler method, always try to hit your off colors first, no matter how many it is, because that's obviously gonna be your most expensive part. The further you go up in jewelers, the more expensive jewelers you're using, which is why you want to hit your off colors first, because it's just cheaper that way. So same thing with 6 links, or like when you're trying to make a 6 link like a chess piece or something like that. These are low level areas. I'm not picking up any of the rares unless it like happens to like make a really pretty noise. Most of this is for currency. Bubblegum currency. Honestly, jewels aren't bad though, I guess, because you can roll good stats on no matter pretty much what item level is. Tier 16? I'm not going to do anything red maps right now, so good luck. Jared is just fucking cruising though. As per Jared usual. Switch to chains of command and just start blasting maps like wide open. I'll do seeing if it hits one of the rare ones. Like if you end up hitting like a Poor Joy's Asylum or like a Twilight Temple kind of vibe, I'll do it in. All right, Niles is unlocked. All we got left is Vindery, which I need to run Niles, and then Gianna, which I think I need to run Vindery. So it's just go in order. So run Niles, get Vindery, run Vindery, get Gianna, and then all my rogues are unlocked. What does Niles do? I don't remember, and I guess I can look at it. Niles does counter thaumaturgy, so I can run counter thaumaturgy now, or deception. Decepticon. I have a counter thaumaturgy over here, though, right? Yeah. Get in here, Niles. There you go. He already spawns, by the way. So yeah, as soon as you run one, it's good. I'll just stay here so I don't die instantly. Smirt. I wonder if this is going to be a trap this gym. Because it's gym room, so contracts should still count. It shouldn't be just blueprints. Doesn't mean it will, it just mean it should have the chance to, right? Hey, Spectral Throw again. I got a Spectral Throw again, chat. Woo! Anybody want one? I already have one. If anybody wants a Spectral Throw of Trathis, let me know. It's not worth a lot. It's also like 1 chaos, so I don't mind just tossing it into the guild stash. If you plan on using it, maybe potentially one day later. No one wants it. I'll probably do. Yes, please. Okay, I'll put it in like Dumpy 3 when I get out of here, Marshall. Also, Merc, have you been able to do hives since the changes and stuff? Yeah, easily? Okay, cool. I say, like, I feel like sometimes you obviously get a little bit overwhelmed. It gets a little shaky sometimes, but it shouldn't be too difficult for the build. Especially if you're not brand recalling, you're letting it trickle down. Use my brands and cold snap like turrets. That's true. You can throw the regular non-vocal snap just on the ground in their pathway, and it'll get a lot of damage out that way. All right, Vidry does demolition, which I think I have a demolition contract as brute force. Trap. Oh, I have a trap one right here. This should unlock Gianna, and then I'm done unlocking my dudes. So any future blueprints I happen to stumble across, I can just run no matter what. Woo! But after this, we're gonna go back to maps. Hey, Gianna. The weapon ones, like the weapon room up here, you can do too. You can get like fractured weapons and stuff, but meh. Cursed Trove. I would like to go, but I'm in the middle of a contract, so if you don't want to wait, it's no big deal. I'll do it later. And if you don't have room, don't wait for me, obviously. You good? We can wait? Alright. What's that? I'm a coming. I just gotta run out of here. You showed me to finish what rap that I was running? Jared, he must be like spamming through this Keurig mission or something. Or he's just really lucky with dropping unique maps. Or is he just buying unique maps to complete? I guess asynchronous trading makes buying maps a lot easier at least. You spam scouting reports? Yeah, that's usually how I end up what I end up doing once I finish like red maps and stuff. Like, alright, time to spam scouting reports to see what uniques I can try to get. Alright, can I teleport from here? I made it. Meow. The sound of the chains of command thing, pretty. Wait, no, that's the chains of command. That's Marshall spamming concoction. The automation concoction makes so much noise. Next floor is open. A vol scouting report for computation. Am I explaining how it works? I'm not good at that. I've tried learning a little bit, but not super hard. Anyone who knows crop rotation and wants to explain how it works, Merc is asking in chat, or if you have a link to like a good video that you use to learn it, I guess it also probably suffice. The one with the middle part. Middle has people in it. Oh, there's a guy right here too. Two guys right here. There we go. Oh shit, I leveled. No one still went in the middle? Alright. There he is. Hey, buddies. Yeah, there we go. Most people are in this map right now running, so they might respond in a little bit, Merc. But I think the thing I don't like about crop rotation the most is that you have to, it's a lot of like checking back over and over again to see if like where it chose to go. Oh god! Also, Betrayal has scarabs. Don't forget your crafting recipe at the door. Don't forget your crafting recipe right here. If anyone knows crop rotation or a good video to educate people on it, feel free to let Merc know in chat. Thank you for the maps. Oh, right. Well, I guess I can just sell here, right? It doesn't sell that way. Fastest? That's fine. I don't care. Not going back. Oh, right. Tab 3, Marshall 4, Special Throw Trappist, Dumpy 3, right in the center. For any Dumpy 3 enjoyers. What are we getting? Random Scarabs? Guardian map? Aldo's map. I don't care about these until later anyway. I'll just grab them later. Rogue's unlocked. Don't need to have this window open anymore. Close this off. I need to close this windows. I have so many windows open. As is tradition when I play PoE, just 1,000 Chrome tabs. I guess none of us are crop rotation enjoyers, Merc. Alright, tabs are finally closed. I cleaned up my tabs chat and my POBs. I had a bunch of POBs open as well. Like six. Like six of them. It was a good number. Y'all look into it. I know it prints, and the finickiness is what keeps it a nice shot. Yeah. The whole, like, because I know it's something about, like, oh, if you click, like, the blue, that means the purple or the yellow is going to be upgraded, but, like, it might upgrade a plot that's not the one you want to aim for, so you have to figure out how to, like, kind of make it work the way you want more frequently. And the finicky of it is what the reason I don't do it, which is why it prints good money for, like, not a lot of investment. Hey, how much blood do I have? Have I used it recently? Oh, I did. I used it. I haven't been going heist, so I haven't got any blood recently. Smile. Well, this is like a white tier map, so I'm not gonna get a lot of blood here, but we'll do it anyway. Heal yourself. Alright, shield should last long enough for us to finish that, so. Okay, didn't last the entire time, but good enough. It's so bright all of a sudden. Recipe. Oh shit, touch of God. You're dead, bud. Bring in your alternate form. Hell yeah, bud. Glad to help. Yeah, off color and 4 links is not that bad. 5 and 6 links obviously get a little more painful because it costs more jewelers, but four links shouldn't be that bad unless you're going for like pure 4 off colors. Still doable and probably better than Spowman Crams. Spowman Crams. Spamming Chromes. But not the worst. Are you ready to still charge pressure? No. Mostly just because it gives me an easy way to Arcane Surge. So I switched from my movement thing to Frost Blinks. 2 Frost Blinks in this. It's pretty much the same. And if you're doing the evasion-based build instead of the armor-based build, it allows you to not care too much about strength because your biggest strength requirement is going to be like your golems on the evasion base. Obviously, we're going strength. I'm going strength base. I think you're going strength base as well. So it's not as big of a hindrance there for attribute thing because you want the strength anyway. But for the evasion based, it puts less requirement onto your thing, but also allows you to use Arcane Surge. But if I, for instance, if I didn't use Arcane Surge here and I wanted to do, and I got a second green link, because when I was chroming this, I was looking for 2 green and a red, and the rest blue, and I didn't have a lot of chromes, and I obviously have more now. I could probably change if I wanted to, but I'm probably just gonna save that. But I ended up just with this, because getting the 2 green was a little bit painful as off colors when on a 6 link that already existed, kind of thing. So it was just easier for me to do this. A lot of the things, times that I play builds, and a lot of just things in general whenever I'm playing video games, I make up stuff based on what I currently have. Not necessarily always what's best, but it's just kind of what I'm willing to pay for or willing to do. And so it was just easier for me to switch over to the Frostlink setup instead of the Shield Charge setup due to mostly chrome issues. The one issue that I'm noticing, and that I assumed before I started doing it, with the Armor ES version instead of the Suppress Evasion version, is that you want more green sockets typically than red sockets, so getting your colors is a little bit harder. You still want primarily blue sockets, so it's not like impossible, especially if you're starting from like 0. Like for instance, if I were making an armor myself and it wasn't linked yet, I would obviously just start with 2 green, do what we just talked about a little bit ago. But like early progression wise, it's definitely easier to get the colors you need on the evasion gear, but it's only early progression based, so not like a big hindrance. And the biggest benefit for early progression based is you have faster recovery right here from Soul Thief, which I mean, technically I could still get here. Obviously I wouldn't benefit from the evasion, but you get like energy shield on kill here, whereas your block stuff is mostly about you taking hits first. So like we do get cool things like this mastery here where you recover energy shield when you take phys damage, which helps out pretty well. And eventually we get a much better recovery in the form of like Aegis or a rare crafted shield that recovers energy shield on block. I assume both playstyles are viable and equally as powerful. I think it comes down just to preference. Fortress. We got a Valborn Tomahawk. It was really pretty, the purple color. Also, okay, I'm a lower tier area, obviously, but adding that 3 extra levels from Replica just like really shoot my DPS crazy amount, because it feels kind of like really good, but I have been rolling lower tier content to do completions, so it might just be that. We'll have to see when I go back to tier 10s and what it looks like. Yes, ma'am. Hello. Do you need something? What do you want, Abby? I have to say, for those, I'm not being mean to my wife. It's just she does like a little weird like walk whenever she wants something. So like her body language definitely gives away that she's coming in here to try to sweet talk me into something that probably I don't want to do or like won't approve of, kind of thing. Um. So what is it, Abby? Yeah, unrelated. What is it? Uh huh.
It might be fun if I like went to Books a Million and got a book or something.
You just bought 2 books.
Yes, but they're not here.
So-
Go to Books a Million.
and you just spent like $100 rent for yesterday. Yeah, I don't think so. No. You have. All right. Well, real quick, Abby. We want to show the collection of books Abby has real quick. So Abby's here's all our bookcases. Starts there. Goes all the way that way. Goes up and down. There's books everywhere.
Okay.
She also has 2 books that she just ordered the other day. They're coming in. Also, she probably read maybe 100 of these books. There's like 300 something.
So I read this one and this one.
Just show him boobs, and you'll probably get a yes from him. Joke's on you. I'm a butt man.
Let me pants myself.
Yeah, pants yourself. Yeah. She's doing it, chat. Here you go. You want to see?
Not funny. So these 2, and then there's a third one that just came out,
Okay.
and I would like to read it.
Did you read them already?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Nice. So why didn't you buy that with your original books you bought the other day?
Because I did. So I was looking at Books a Million to plan this conversation.
All right. What do I get out of this deal?
Love and adoration.
I don't know if I need love.
What do you want? Also, let's
$1 billion. Go
if I had $1 billion. I would.
get it, boo. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just was there something you wanted to buy on Friday when you get paid again? So you have to consider that. That probably won't happen then. Because all eats into the budget, sweetie. I can. I'm giving you an alternative. No.
Bored. I don't know. That's okay.
Play video games, read one of your hundreds of books, color, knit, do your clay stuff, do your crochet. Also, Abby, my wife, has like 1,000 hobbies that she barely starts, buys a bunch of stuff for, and never goes back to. The closets next to me are filled with like craft supplies. We have like 2 pottery wheels that I've never been opened, which is partly my fault, but at the same time, she still doesn't touch them. My wife has a voice, she does a baby voice. Yeah. Hey, guys. Building armor moves utility? I think the moves utility only applies to pretty much every armor, right? Yeah, pretty much every moves body armor has move speed penalty. There's only some that don't have it, like Assassin's Guard, Glorious Plate, that kind of stuff. But most things have it. I don't know if Necrotic does. Let me click on it real quick. Yeah, Necrotic still gets like a -2. Okay, sorry, I'm looking at this. So Necrotic still, which is what we use for the armor for the evasion ES, still gets -3. It's obviously not the same as like the -5, but it's not like a huge difference. This is why also why Abby doesn't take time off of work. She has 4 days off of this because she took off Friday and Monday, but she just like doesn't know what to do with her time. Abby's a workaholic. Why don't you see if Bree or someone wants to play a game, or talk to Colleen, or talk to other Bree. See if they want to read some books. You have like you're like 3 book clubs. Could be me. Love my free time. Chat said. Yeah, I eat up free time. Anytime plans get canceled, I love it. Play Dragon Age Inquisition. Your favorite. Yeah, but you said you want to play it now and then play it again in the new year, is what you said. Play Exhibition 33, smile.
It's so sad. It's literally so depressing. I'm not playing it.
It is very sad. Maybe it depends what time I get off. I tried to enter last night to play, but you at EP. You walked a bunch of miles. You spent about less time pretty much than we spend going walking 3 miles. Yeah, so EP. That's the appeal? Yeah, the big sadness. That's true. Huh? Yeah, but I could be sad for other reasons. And that's the fun.
Books. Also, I didn't like the Pokemon style of combat.
Tyler's favorite comment. Tyler said, what the fuck did you just say? Okay.
Ugh, I want chit chat.
I'm streaming right now.
So hard. Yeah.
You want to come on camera and you can just talk about your problems? Alright. Chat does want to hear about your problems. Chat loves you. Stop giving me all freezing ones. I don't want freezing ones. Give me good stuff. I already do enough cold stuff. I don't need more. There you go. Been like $7 on that. Lots of laughs. Good vibes all around. Yeah.
Videos of people sobbing.
You literally just said you don't want to be sad. Got it. Chat, we gotta escape. No hands this way? Let's go. Hands are down there. Let's go up. First memory map? Yeah, I got mine in like tier 3. Yours looks like it's yellow, it looks like from the little tiny picture. Plus you could run into one sooner. Alright, big money. Where's my mirror? What do you need? For what? Why can't you talk to her on Discord? I don't have it. Ooh, that's what you do today. Call support and ask them about your phone. Reverse the ticket number.
This week because you're doing the phone stuff.
You took the phone stuff.
I don't know.
Hey, boy. Yeah, hope you're quicker. Come on. Wait, boy. Just make sure you go back to be charged. It's fully charged right now.
Yes, my lord.
I don't want a 20% phone battery.
Yes, my lord.
Abby's really bad at charging phones.
God.
Actually, in general, Abby's really bad at electronics. Chat, how many Chrome tabs is like an acceptable number to have on your phone open like at once, or just like internet browser tabs in general. Give me a number, 1 to 3. Tyler says. Anyone else have an opinion? And then how many would you guess would be like a lot of phone tabs or a lot of Chrome tabs? More than 5. It's unfair because Tyler already knows the answer of what's gonna come, or has at least a good estimate because what's gonna come. But my wife, when I updated her phone and stuff, 'cause she doesn't do updates on her phone either. She had like, was it like 200 plus or was it 300 plus? It was triple digit amount of Chrome tabs. Either way, yeah, it was an obscene amount of Chrome tabs open on her phone that has not been updated because she does not hit the update button on anything. Her phone's fighting for its life. You're a hater. Also, Abby's had her credit card stolen like 4 or 5 times so far. Her accounts be taken all the time because like she just puts her passwords into random places. Yes, she works in a corporate like office, like remote work and stuff like that. And she had to do like the phishing training like in 2 different jobs because she falls for the phishing emails. Like she's like 90 years old. I love my wife and she is an amazing person, but she's really bad at technology.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
No, they don't know. So like she failed it and they targeted her specifically, said, you failed the phishing attempt. You have to do this training before blah 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 stuff. That being said, when you first start a job, they make you do it. I also did a corporate job. We worked the same job. I reported the email, which is what they want you to do. She did not report the email, and she clicked on it and was clicking the links like a damn psychopath. It's not like the general one that most places let you make you do. It is the one that like, hey, we caught you doing something bad. You have to do additional training now. It was that. Big node. I've got like 20 plus another 40 of mega pages that I need to go back to and move over to my mega reader app. Alright, these are done for me, so I'm gonna put my tier 1s in there. Actually, I'll just do all white maps at the same time. Have I finished all white maps already? I need a toxic sewer, so I will take this. Looks like I can see if he has a toxic sewer first. Or sorry. There you are, buddy. I'll purchase that. What are these? The fuck? Breach encounter in an area will have a breach lord. Oh, is it like kind of like a scarab? So like it guarantees a hive. That's what I imagine. Can we use a personal map device? Yeah, so it's kind of like a scarab that just forces the hive. Looks like from the way I'm reading it. I haven't seen one of those yet. It must be dropping like tier 14 plus, I imagine. Very cool. I heckin' love this mechanic, chat. This League of mechanic is so fun. I heckin' love it. Like I said, I need to start farming some beast. I need to get Ferrule Williams. So that's probably what I'll do next. I'll probably, once I finish this node, might just spec into beast just to start seeing them pop up every once in a while. Not like farming them for like other stuff, just farming them just to farm them. Actually, that's a terrible idea. I need to focus next on my Atlas tree to go into Maven stuff. Insert, I'm so happy for you. Oh, quick, I forgot you can't play, bud. I was about to ask how Bleed Slams are going. I tuned in for like 10 seconds onto Steel Mage's stream, last night to kind of see what how every streamer's enjoying their builds and stuff. Steel Mage seemed like he was having a good time with Bleed Slams. I'm not sure if you're a Steel Mage enjoyer, but he played in Bleed Slams, which I think is what you want to do. I hope your work stuff is going well. I think is what was happening. Also, Marshall, hope your wife's recovery is going well. I assume so since you're playing video games. But I want to follow up on that, and I forgot about it until just now. My bad. Hope it's all going well, though, buddy. Take a break. Thanks for the help today. No problem, Merc. I stream a lot, as you can see, so feel free to always stop by. Thank you for the donations earlier, or sorry, the gifted subs earlier. And thank you for hanging out and vibing. Have a good rest of your day, night, evening. If you don't come back today, I'll probably stream for several more hours, though, either way. Probably should stand. Oh, actually, no, maybe we should. After this map, let's do a standing. We're going to stand up in our standing desk. Have a good one, bud. Probably need to stretch my legs a little bit, chat. Yeah, I don't know what surgery she did, and obviously that's all impacts different things, but like whenever I had my surgery to get my gallbladder removed, like I felt mostly okay, but like my body was just like so I obviously I was on pain medicines for like recovery and stuff like that. So like I didn't feel like pain, but I just felt very tired very often. And just like drained constantly, probably because your body's using its resources to heal as fast as possible. So like I get it. At least in a small sense. Hopefully she has a speedy recovery with no complications though. Mine went pretty well. Took me like I can't remember now. It was like 2 or 3 weeks before I was able to like fully move around again. And the first like week was definitely just me laying in bed and at best sitting up. Did they do the surgery? So there's 2 ways to do gallbladder removal surgery. I think what they said when they were explaining mine, they did a thing where they cut like small, like 3 small incisions, and they kind of inflate your belly with like air or whatever, and they use like little bitty robots kind of thing to go in. But like I forgot what it's called. I think it's called laparoscopic or something like that. I can't remember. But essentially, like it inflates your belly, so you feel a lot of pressure in your chest for like several days afterwards because you have a bunch of air in your body. We met our insurance caps, or that's what we told at. That's what me and Abby said when we were after our surgery. Was like, hey, we're gonna definitely hit because without insurance, our total for the gallbladder surgery was gonna be like $90,000 or $100,000, something like that. We ended up paying like a lot less than that, obviously, because of like we hit the cap and like whatnot very quickly. But like we were like, if you need to get some surgery or anything knocked out this year, let's start getting. That's why we got our like a lot of our stuff done last year, like as far as like also dental stuff and everything. We just started knocking shit out. Yeah, wait to her. Yeah, that shit sucked. I also had like a little, I forgot what they call it, but it was like a little plastic breathing tube that I had to breathe in to try to, and you have to keep it between a certain level. Like you don't want to breathe too quickly, you don't want to breathe too low. You try to keep it like balanced to like go back to normal breathing. It was a weird little thing they gave me to bring home, and I used it in the hospital when I was there for the night as well. And that shit, I was like, my cardio is also already not gonna be great. Before the surgery, afterwards it was worse, and I'm better now. Oh, right, we said we're gonna do a standing desk. All right, chat. Earthquake about to happen. For those unfamiliar with the earthquake, speaking of our old ass surgery and all kinds of stuff, we also had hip issues earlier this year, like we're 90. So it's probably from sitting still a lot. So we bought a standing desk. It's manual crank. You're about to see me disappear slowly, or at least like go down, and it's gonna shake a good bit. So here comes the earthquake. Could always turn the camera off, but I think the earthquake's pretty fun. Get a hand and arm workout while I'm at it. We're gonna do a little bit of standing for a little while. Just because we've been sitting for a while. How long have we been streaming for? For like 5 hours almost. And obviously we streamed for quite a bit for the last few days as well. And I didn't stand at all for my for those. So if you're older, honestly, even if you're younger, I recommend at least moving around a little bit. All right, quick crank now. All right, that's the high we can go. Chair back. Eat a fruit snack, which is totally healthy for me. I'm gonna put our camera up so you don't sit at my chest. That'll be weird, chat. Put our microphone up. Gummies are good for me, chat. Shut up. Honestly, I need to get back into doing yoga, but when I was having hip issues, we started doing yoga daily for a little while, and I started feeling a lot better. Not sure I'm gonna play Bleed Sims anymore. Oh, what are you looking for now? Or what interests you now? Wintertide Elementalist, maybe? Hmm? Hmm? All right. Also, I feel like Quick probably has like a really cool job. Quick is like always traveling to go to places. Obviously, living in on an island, you have to fly a lot of places. But like, I've only flown once in my life when I was like 15 years old. So I just imagine Quick's like a really cool businessman. See where the vibes take me? That's fair enough. Oh, Tyler, I don't know if you sold your alpha farming or not yet. Marshall sold a double corrupt simple thing earlier for like 45 chaos, which is pretty good for day two. My double corrupt, I mean, I had the gem corrupt and the regular corrupt. Yeah, big gains this early? Yeah. Marshall said, with like how easy people are getting six links, we might see people double corrupting a lot sooner than we do in other leagues. So you might make more money quicker. But pretty decent. Not a businessman. Salesman. Are you personal trainer. Professional chef. Didn't sell one. Was checking the price. Oh, okay. Oh, are you hoarding it just to sell it later? Just like me for real. Like I said, it's better for things like that. Like so, if you're farming heists or if you're farming like Alpha Tipples, some things gain money, especially like week between week 1 and 2 or week 2 onward. Like they gain value. So if you don't need the currency right away, it's usually better to just hold on to it until you do need it. I would consider that a businessman. That's fair. Salesman would be one. Personal trainer, professional chef, or personal chef. How do you unlock second hand? You have to kill Marshall when you start stabilizing breaches. Like not this breach, but the other one where you like have to kill monsters and has a little bar down here. Once you stabilize breaches, you have a chance for the unique monster Marshall to appear, and your first time killing a Marshall, he'll drop a head, and the head will unlock the second hand once you give it to the lady. Is Faj lit here? Actually, am I talking to nobody? Oh, I just explained. In stream. I don't think you're here. Stabilize breaches. Once stable, you have a chance for marshals to appear. Once you kill your first unique marshal, they drop a head. Turn Turn the head into Tree Lady and get second harm slot. There we go. I kill myself all the time. Shut it in a lock. Yeah, Rip Marshall. Where's my loot? That being said, I have, I think, enough blood to unlock the next part of the tree, so maybe we'll go do a blood sacrifice after this map. Also, we started standing at around 140. Okay. I'm saying it out loud because I need to remember when it is, so I'm not like in 5 minutes being like, I've been standing for like 30 minutes. I need to make sure I stand for at least a little bit. They should really rework ball side areas. I wonder if they're thinking about reworking ball side areas, actually. With them removing Adziri from the Feared, do you think they're just rethinking the Vol stuff a little bit? Be on a ship for the week? Buy a new laptop and then return it when you're... Buy a new one and just return it afterwards. It's fine. I'm really sad they changed this node, by the way, and nerfed the shit out of it. I'm sad, but also happy, but mostly sad because it nerfs me a little bit, but it also buffs me in a different sense. So, a little annoying, but also fine. Not the current unpredictability of paychecks. Oh, is your career heavily affected by? Wait, are you a Fed? Are you a Fed? All right, moving on. What else I want to grab? Don't want to grab anything. I can always just save points and unspec this, and then figure stuff out afterwards. Yeah, nothing I can think of that I want right now. Do. Blood for the blood god.
I welcome you.
Alright, we only need 400 more blood sacrifice, so pretty easy to hit. Slowly trying to dox quick. Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out.
She will soon
The bringer of rain. Alright, what we get?
your heart. Fight for rain last.
Give me them points. Oh, I got 2 points here. Do you have a loot filter I can use? I mean, you can exclamation point profile, and you can see my filters on if you want to. That being said, like I'm using currently week 1 very strict. I customize my filters for my own personal use. So if you want to, if you like them, you want to use them, that's great. But if you're like, oh, this is hidden on there, that's okay for me. I don't okay with that. But exclamation point profile should give you my profile, and then you can go on here and kind of like follow my filters that I have. So on here, sorry, I think it's overview. You hit overview, and then there should be a filter thing, item filters right here. And then you can see what filters I have, and you can hit, mine says edit, obviously because it's me, but there should be a follow button instead of an edit button. You can follow which ones you want to follow. This day 1 league start is a non-strict version of a filter blade with slight changes. Very strict is a very strict version with slight changes. This honored is like uber strict with some changes, and then this is uber strict plus, and so on and so forth. So, actually, some people are following it too. Pretty interesting. Oh, I think it's from when I was playing Trickster. People will get asking about it a lot then. All right, what do I want from here? These are my first points in this area. What does this give me? Maybe birth other womb gifts. So I'm targeting a certain womb gift. Like if I want a bunch of like that's kind of cool. What does this give? Infrequently found items. That sounds more interesting. I want that. 1 point for over here. I don't really have an opinion on what kind of uniques I'm looking for at the current moment. I think I'll target them obviously later more when I decide what I want to hunt for. This could be potentially cool. Get a bunch of corrupted items. Birth an additional item. Chance before born. There we go. Additional items. That sounds good. And then over here, I would honestly just need to remake this for whatever I want at the time. Random quality sounds fine. First 6 link? Hell yeah. Less life is what I have on. Oh, wait, I can get less life, I guess. Because I don't want life on pretty much anything. So we'll go here, grab life. Let's throw one in there, see what happens. We have just enough to do this. 6 link and a fracture, chat. You got Marshall, and Marshall. Jeez. Gee whiz. Here, one armor fracture is not bad, actually. Not bad. 200 chaos someone listed for? I don't think that's worth it, but that's not bad. Juicy. I'll put it for like 100 chaos and see if it sells. If it doesn't, that's no big deal. How much are divines going for right now, by the way? Anyone know? Let's change this down to 3. Let's change this down to 3. Change this down to 3. Change this down to 3. Change this down to 5. Change this down to 5. And let's move on to life. It's real crazy if Marshall goes Marshall and kills Marshall. Marshall is playing a Marshall, or was playing a Marshall before they played Peaconk. So Marshall was a Marshall who would kill Marshall originally. Chance to shock is probably not a good thing. +3 fire skill gems. Man, that would have been cool if that had been hit, fracture hit. But it wasn't, so. He told you. Alright. How are white maps looking? Are we finished with these yet? Calendar arc. Perfect. We have 2 left, but let's just go ahead and go through yellows. Alright. Let's go check Keurig again. See how our boy's looking. Alright. Keurig missions it is. Potentially a unique map coming if nothing pops out for me that I want to do. Alright, some popped out that I want to do, so eat a dick. Open the Delirium area. Even if you don't want to run Delirium, this is most of the tip for like SSF, but even if you don't want to run Delirium at your time or your build can't handle it, it is always worth to just hit the mirror and then just turn it off. If you don't want to run it, at least you might get like a quick drop out of it. I obviously didn't get anything because I filters turned on and it's filtering out, but sometimes you get like clusters and stuff that way. So, if you're not already running it, at least you might get something. What's this do with all this gold I have? I guess I can gamble belts, right? I mean, it could be a mage blood through Faustus. Smile. Shout out to Lundy. The fraud. I don't know if Lundy's here, but that'd be funny as hell if they were. It is a little disorienting to play from a different angle. I will admit that at least. Hey, my automation sold for 3. I'm rich, chat. I guess I could also just put on strong boxes and just farm strong boxes without like the extra stuff, like no scarabs. It's not like the worst idea for just like a no scarab farm that doesn't add like a crazy amount of time to the map or anything. Madcap weapon effect. Pyrrhic loot. Oh, like you bought the Kyric's Vault Pass thing or whatever, and you got like that's your mystery stuff, your mystery chest. Oh, that's pretty. That's kind of pretty. Eh. Scientist cloak. Me when I do a science chat. Oh no, this spider's gonna definitely do chaos damage to me. Anyway. That hit the part of the league where I have to spam like 1,000 alterations, or sorry, 10,000 alterations on an item. Ellie reflect. We don't care about that anymore. We're immortal. Three divines currently. Death and taxes? I think I need death and taxes actually. So maybe +1 if it's not full already. Yes. Let me know when we're ready. I'll join up once everyone's ready to go. And I finish this breach at least. Actually, I'll just come right after this breach, actually. We'll do that. Hopefully I'll beat up Marshall before I get to go there. Are we gonna get Marshall or are we gonna get Rare Pack? Rare Pack. That's what I did. I'm doing my part. I'm here. I'm a cat. Meow. Got nothing but rare packs. Rip. That's one we gotta carry through the whole level, right? Let us go. Marshall's so fast, chat. Tell that Pathfinder to slow down. He's running the walls though, chat. Pathfinder has a little bit of brain damage. I came out ahead. I'm winning. I'm winning, chat. Carry him on. Don't go too fast. Who's got him? Me and Gazi just slow walking it? Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, gamer. Get him up here. Walk him in. Give him that burst. Hell yeah. Keep it walking. This is a reference to the old World of the Warcraft, chat. Is it following somebody? Okay, it's following Gazi. One more, chat. One more. Alright, she's on me. I got her. Salami. 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 There you go. Burst her down. Don't get flame burst. We're rich, chat. Let's see how much money I have. Thank you for the run, Gaz. The Gazinator. Gazi 3000. Item no longer available. No. How could this happen to me? Alright, maybe I'll farm Ritual and farm some Spectres. For my Evasion ES buddies who are playing Wintertide Brand, if you're planning on following me into the Spectre area for your Bloodline, there is a Spectre that gives Grace. There's also one that gives Haste, and both of those would probably be potentially okay for you, but you need to obviously invest a little more in their Spectre defense. I'm going for the one that probably gives me Determination, which makes me remove Determination from my thing, so I can put Pure Developments back on. Or, use another defensive aura. Oh, channel map? Give me that. I zoned out for a second and just kept on moving. Alright, what do we get? Just regular old running around, stabilize the breach. Oh, this one's bugged? Great. I love not being able to see where the thing's at, and also where my bar is at. I got another bugged breach today, chat. Is it stabilized? No one knows. It looked like it was. Nice. What's up, Marshall? Ew, Marshall, stop hitting me. Marshall got what he deserved. I'm just keeping all these little rings. I never know if I want to try something weird with them. Weird with them. All right, these are all done. I think I already bought from him, right? Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and see what he got. I already did Hollow Ground and for everybody else. Smile. All right, port map it is. Yeah, for people who like to follow stuff from streamers, this is what my tree looks like. It's pretty easy to like you get shrines for a little bit of buff to help you run through maps a little bit quicker. You have a bunch of the added connected maps thing, or additional connected maps drops, some upgrade of the map things here and here. You take this, obviously get you easy points. You take all the shrine nodes except for this one. This is what I usually run for progression. And then at this point, once I get everything, I also pick this up right here. This is just for me thing. It's a little bit extra money whenever you see an upgrade thing there. Or an improved thing there. But this is how it looks. And then I just, at this point, save 20 points. So I can unspec this whenever I have 20 points. And then I don't have to worry about, regretting a bunch of stuff or unmaking whatever the crap is. That being said, I don't take this big node because I don't care about operative reports because they only give you things that have like implicit modifiers, which I don't give a shit about. I do take this one over here because it gives comprehensive scouting reports, which gives you additional missions that have like new outcomes. So you can get cool things like the Doriani's Machination or whatever it is that sometimes is part of challenges. Can be included in those, as well as like you see Untainted Paradise, stuff like that a little bit more often. So these are pretty nice to have. Progress tree. So like right here, this is an example. When you walk up to this, see how it says awards and offering of the goddess? That means it is not going to be an improved one. It'll shimmer kind of a little gold color. And then it'll say offer an improved offering of the goddess if it ends up being the thing from this node, which is 20% chance. So you don't have to run it if you don't want to run the regular offerings of the goddess. I don't know how much the regular ones are selling for right now. Probably not worth it for me to run unless it's an improved one, so I'm not going to bother with it. Since I already have my Uber lab, I'll just skip it. That's money. Minion 8 passive. Yeah, that you can fish for Primordial Bond. That's pretty good. Make that bank, bud. Sell it while it's hot. Those will drop down quick. It's like not a lot of people doing minion or doing simulacrums enough to produce a ton of clusters. So the really important ones will make you a good bit of money early on. The people who are playing like golem build and stuff start to try to juice themselves up. So sell that shit ASAP if you can. I would even put it down to like 150 to sell it quick if you really want to make quick money on it. But like that's all personal call stuff. We did not get our breach. We didn't stabilize, unfortunately. The first time we haven't done a stabilize in a while. But it was in a weird spot. There wasn't a lot of monsters there. Half the map, or half the breach was inside of water. So, wah, wah. Wah, wah. And once we regret those things, we're gonna start transforming this tree into our destructive play tree, because that's our next step that I like to go into. Pretty much on every character. I mean, you can obviously skip destructive play if you don't. If you're gonna buy your Maven kill, or if you just want to buy the writs and not farm it yourself. But I like to farm destructive play, farm my own little writs until I'm able to beat it. If I fail the first couple times, I will buy more. Also gives you shots at just seeing some awakened gems, which is really nice early on. And whatnot. Sold instantly. Yeah, I'm gonna say Elementalist is a large part of the player base. Primordial gems, or sorry, the gems probably expensive as shit too. The unique gems, but the minion clusters to get primordial stuff is gonna be a lot of money. I imagine the Megalomaniacs are expensive. I think earlier we looked into Megalomaniacs for just primordial bond. We're already like the cheapest one was like 16 div. Which is why I'm looking for alternative ways to scale the build. And I think this league, they actually give us a lot of options for alternative scaling. Because I don't think I'm going to go into golem stacking because of that. Ever this rich this early? If you didn't upgrade your stuff from yesterday, but you should definitely upgrade your gear. About to level on I will. Nice. As soon as you hit 84, I mean, you can start doing it. You can probably switch to CI pretty soon, or if you want to if you have enough money and you want to jump straight into the low life version, you can always do that. You can also see how much the golem stacking helm costs if you want to. Dark Monarch. Well, we clear stuff because it doesn't clear things. Dark Monarch. Squiggly line, golem, double. How much is he going for now? 8 divine is the cheapest one right now, unfortunately. So once again, golem stacking is getting more and more pricey. But you can go into low life for more damage or CI for more tank, depending on what you want. If you're planning on taking the build much further, like past Maven and stuff, low life will give you a bunch of damage there. And it's still decently tanky. It's just that you're not immune to chaos. Like, obviously, you have to manage chaos with like Core Scaling Elixir and stuff. Or you can use the Shavs. That's probably pretty cheap. You can buy this in 6-link it. He's about the same amount of ES as you would from a necrotic armor. But not obviously the evasion part of it. But you don't have to do the whole weird shenanigans with like, Balboa and Core Scaling Elixir and pressing a button to not die. So there's upsides and downsides to it. I'm a CI? Yeah, well. Oh, yeah. You see how much Azir's reflection costs, I wonder. Up to 12. Alright, never mind. Remember last league when those were 2 chat? Those were like 2 divine or like 1 divine when I was playing Trickster? To be fair, they go down in price pretty quickly. I think is the issue. Like I did that obviously in week 2. Week 1, they're pretty expensive because not a lot of people farming Aziri for it. Especially now that Aziri is no longer in the feared. Probably farm even less. If we're not going into golem stacking, that means we could also go into brand clusters instead. Brand clusters actually offer a good solid quality of life, especially when you're dealing with like things like this breach, where there's like hordes of enemies. With the hordes of enemies, you can end up speccing into the extra 2 brand mastery instead of the attachment range one, and you can make up attachment stuff with the brand clusters instead. That way you can have 7 brands attacking multiple waves of enemies at the same time. So if you ever feel like you're struggling with that, it's always an option to do stuff as well. Or if you don't give a shit about attachment range, just stand next to people. And then even in hives, if you're playing solo hives, you can turn off your automation and just don't brand recall, which I apparently didn't turn my mic on. Smile. And don't brand recall, and you just put like your brands in front of the waves, and they'll just like go down the line of enemies running at you. Reroll is strong. What are you thinking reroll into, bud? Marshall, last league, did you make it as red maps at all? One of your characters? I feel like I remember you being at yellow maps, and then you just kind of rerolled 1,000 times. You gotta set up the next sub goal. Honestly, I don't even know what the sub goal is now. I think that was an old one from when before I started having streaming issues. Mr. Toxic Complete. If you refresh now, or if it might have done it by itself, do you see it updated now, Ghazi? I would love to add some stuff to actually be like beneficial, like sub goals for XYZ goal. So I need to think about stuff that I want to do, like, oh, we get to this amount, we'll do this kind of thing. So if you guys have ideas of things you would like to see, let me know. Eight more subs to go. I don't want to hear myself talk. Stop talking to me. Okay. All right, we're gonna move back down. You deserve all the subs. I appreciate it. I want to sit down. That was like 40 minutes ish of standing. That's good enough for now. Earthquake. Yeah, we're also like only 50 YouTube subscribers away from me being able to like earn money from my YouTube content. So that's really cool. At the beginning of the league, I think we were like over 100 away, like 110 away or something like that. So we've gained like 60 subs since the start of the league. Or at least since I posted my league start video the Friday after the league patch notes. So that'll be nice. Like I said, obviously, getting really popular it would be cool because like money, and I could like help out like friends and family and stuff like that. If I ever got like super into it, and whatnot. But I really like being like more of a medium at best. It allows me like to engage people and live like comfortably without any kind of extravagance. I don't need extravagance. But I appreciate all the kind words and stuff though. All right, got another one. Cripping maps are the worst. For like doing reds, if it completely changes the map to like one that you already have completed. Subbed. Appreciate your helpful chat messages yesterday. Hope you do well, mate. What's up, Brad? Honestly, you didn't notify me, but thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. How you doing today, bud? And no problem. One of my favorite things to do is always just like help people out. I have a lot of useless knowledge in my brain, or like useless to a lot of people, but like so I'm always willing to share it if I have something that's useful for somebody else. I love to learn information. So if like for instance, if you're playing a build that I'm not even playing, I don't mind helping people out like with the issues they're stuck on and stuff like that. So if you ever have issues with like being stuck on your POB, you hit a wall in like red maps and you don't know what to change, always feel free to pop in. Which one is I go for first on the tree? Charisma or Innervate? Depends. If you want, I would probably go for Innervate first though. If you're not 100% spell suppress capped, I would probably go for this. At least be 100% spell suppress capped with Lucky, and then you can go for Charisma. But getting suppress capped on the evasion port of the tree is really important. Join the build on Xbox on smaller community PC up to... Yeah, I talked about it I think a week or so ago. I don't remember when it was, but it'd be really cool if they made it to where the console and the PC markets were like more of crossplay, so that y'all could just trade with PC. Every time I see someone coming here talk about it, they play on PC or sorry, on Xbox or like PlayStation. They talk about how like the market's just so different. I'm like, oh yeah, this costs like a divine. It's like, no, it costs like 20 divine on PS4. And I'm like, oh, okay. So hopefully you guys get some love eventually and get some crossplay. Because I know not everyone can afford a PC or wants to like maintain it. And it's just for casual gamers, it's definitely a lot easier to just like buy an Xbox, like a console, and play when they can, kind of thing. And ain't nothing wrong with being a casual gamer, chat. Some of us have lives and things to do. Lay and lounge. True. I mean, to be fair, if you get a PC, you could just hook up to your the same way. Still play on controller. Like I can play this on controller if I wanted to. I have actually my wife's PC hooked up to our TV in our bedroom, and she has like an HDMI switch that I had. She presses the button and it switches her monitor over to the TV, so she can play games from her computer. She also has like a Switch and a Steam Deck and stuff like that too now, though, so it's not used as often. But she also doesn't like having to sit at a desk to play games, so I had set up an HDMI switch to move it over to the TV for her. And she mostly plays games that have controller support, so don't run into too many issues there. I'm glad you're enjoying the build, bud. You said 98 of 115. You were ahead of me then, huh? Yeah, I'm definitely behind. That's like red maps, I think. I'm at 92. All right, we're close. Glad you're enjoying the build, though. I've gotten a lot of subscribers on YouTube, and I got a couple new followers on Twitch and some gifted subs. I always do this spiel at the end of the stream, but like, just thank everybody for hanging out, vibing. Like I said, you don't have to like gift subs or anything like that or whatever. Just hanging out and engaging with the chat. It really helps to grow the stream. So I appreciate all of you. really. That's my end of my spiel for now. I don't want to get too sappy. Also, I need to trim my beard / mustache. It's getting too long, chat. At least my mustache. I don't need my mustache going into my mouth. I did mine the other day. Yeah, I need to do it. I've just been getting off streaming so late that I feel a little tired and I don't want to take the 5 minutes to do it. I'd rather just sit here and watch my friends play games and just relax for a bit. Cut my hair short again? Yeah, I haven't cut my hair in probably 4 years at this point. 3-4 years? I don't know, it's been a while. No cuts, no trims. This is just, my hair's just growing. Taste that face hair? Yeah, my favorite. It really bothers me when I mean something with a sauce like pizza or that kind of stuff and you get food in it. It bothers me so much. That's the big reason I want to remove it. You look at my character and give me feedback. That would be awesome. I'm torn and progressing with Wintertide or switching to Fizzdot. My count is this. All right, let's see if I can enter that real quick into POP. I like Brad. I'm enjoying your build. Very chill stream. Subscribed. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for all the positive feedback. Let me see if I can import you from here. You said Xbox? I'm looking for his messages. Xbox. I assume it's this one and not the level 2 ranger. All right. Look at the tree first. It looks like you're doing a mix between me and Lazy Exile, which I think you're the one who talked to me about Lazy Exile, so that makes sense. So I will do my best to advise you on what I experience and know. Obviously, what Exile does a little bit different stuff a little bit differently, so it'll be a little bit changed. What is your major concern right now? Are you concerned with damage? Are you concerned with survivability, or both? You already got the 4 sentences. Survivability, okay. CI will be your survivability swap. Just for people who are playing the build for the first time. I know I don't have a level 85 transition and whatnot in the guide. I'm gonna clean the guide up even more for next season, that kind of stuff. I don't want to put stuff down and be play this without actually testing it. So, but I'll have better transitions later on. But the CI swap is your first big defensive swap, which you can't do until you have. Well, I mean, you can do it whenever you want, technically, but I don't recommend doing it until you are able to get 5,000 energy shield or more. So let's talk about that then for a little bit. So for CI, there's obviously some nodes you wouldn't need. You wouldn't need these points right here. You wouldn't need these points right here. You technically could take off these small nodes. I'd still probably keep the big ones because they still give a good amount of ES, but you can technically drop them as well. Especially if you're going into something else better. Same thing over here. You can drop these, but again, chunk of ES. So let's ignore the tree for a little bit and let's look at your gear. You have a Rhyme Gaze, great. We love Rhyme's Gaze. Good early progression stuff. Your wand has cold spells and some dot multi, some cold damage, spell damage. It's not bad. Is Tollborn's wand cheap on? Here, I'll look at mine. Is Tollborn's wand cheap on Xbox? This wand with the +4 cold spells. So for people on PC, this thing cost 1C for trade softcore. We don't care about most of the mods, but there's 2 mods on here we care about. +4 cold skills is obviously really important, and then the cold exposure you inflict applies an extra 12%. +4 multiple div. Okay, so this is not. Don't do that then. But moving on. But for people who are on PC, this is super cheap and an easy way to gain a lot of power for not a lot of investment. You can craft a better rare than this, or if you look into a better rare, it still works. But if you are coming from campaign. Super cheap thing to get on PC. Obviously not on Xbox because multiple div is insane. I would not be multiple div for this. That being said, with this, and I've got my replica today, you can see I have +7 level or +8 levels with my Wintertide brand, so feeling pretty juicy with it. All right, so this is acceptable then. Dang, that's surprising. I just got one doing ancient births. Yeah, I also got some from doing like the hives. Like one dropped from the womb chests, and then ancient births are usually a good thing. But literally, Xbox and like console market, from what I understand, is really really bad. Ooh, but you have +1s here or plus spells here. This is not bad. But defensively, a poor shield, right? 47 is not a great amount of energy shield. Are you pure ES on everything? You are pure ES on everything. Okay. Pure ES is a little hard to do. It doesn't show you fire cap, by the way. Am I missing something? Is there something not on? It shows your fire resistance is only 63. Purity's on. It'd be even less without purity. Purity only makes you down 19. So you might want to check in game, make sure that you're actually capped, because it's showing you're not capped right here. Unless like this is old gear and like it hasn't updated properly with your new gear or something like that. Shows A3 for you. Okay. Yeah, if it's if you just changed gear, like sometimes it takes like POB time to update to be able to pull that information. So you might have to wait like 5-10 minutes kind of thing for it to actually import properly. So it might be if you just update a gear, it might be that's what the issue is. But ignoring that, obviously you understand to fix your res if you had low res, but you're saying you're over res, so you're fine there. Going pure ES is not super good because we're not hit based, we are dot based, so we can't do like ES leech, that kind of stuff. So recovery is mostly based on what side you choose. So if you're choosing evasion, being able to ghost dance, and obviously you can't ghost dance with no evasion rating because you need your evasion rating to be over your energy shield. Otherwise, you're handicapping your energy shield. If you're armor based, you need to make sure your armor's over your energy shield. Similar concept, but you kind of want to be a hybrid either way. So switching this gear off to like these gears off to like hybrid stuff would improve your stuff a lot. ES Vision chest, yeah. So like once you hit 84, you can equip the best chest. And I just want to like showcase a little bit. So right now, if you look at this chest that you currently have, obviously it's a 6 link. So buying a 6 link is going to make things harder. But like let's compare these slink gloves right here, or these boots right here, sorcerer boots kind of thing. Okay, so sorcerer boots right here. If you look at sorcerer boots, you move on to you can stay pure ES on that one. That's probably fine, honestly, because some gear I do say pure ES, especially your helmet. But just as an example to run through it, if you're going for evasion and like the tier 1 boots is phantom, you already have 56 as a base. So like with no modifiers, this item has 56, which is above what you have on this one, which doesn't have any crafted additional on it. So like that's kind of a thing, but yeah. So getting the tier 1 bases upgrades your power. It also adds obviously, so it starts the same as sorcerer boots, but it also gives you evasion on it. So just keep that in mind. Upgrading yourself to tier 1 bases. Slink gloves could probably be similar. These actually have, this is pure evasion. So that's 275 on pure evasion. How much does it look like on gloves? Real quick. Gloves that are hybrid, which are phantom mitts, 283. So 283 without any crafts on there whatsoever. We're dropping some frames. I'm sorry if it gets buffery. My bad. Internet's questionable sometimes. But 283 versus 275. Just breaking it. So we'll get 2 1 bases. Yeah, so just upgrading this stuff will be your defensive boost. And then obviously switching over to like I said, just getting the bases are fine. Same thing here. Like this is obviously +1's really great. But if you're looking for defenses and your damage is fine, you want to make this into a more defensive shield. Pure ES is fine if you want to do pure ES. Totally viable. We're losing so many frames actually, and I don't have my phone because my wife has it. My wife said something. Okay, apparently my wife just got a message on my phone from our internet service provider saying they finally got to the last customer that's causing issues and they're working on it now. So maybe that's why we're dropping some frames, because they're currently causing a little static on our line. Hopefully, you're able to still watch and everything. It's fine. But yeah, so just upgrading your bases is going to be good. In general, even like for this right here, a pure ES base like this gives you the same amount as a necrotic armor would of energy shield. So necrotic armor, see, it gives you 200, which is not like the same exact amount, right? But like you do have a little bit of increase here, and it is a 22 quality. So just upgrading to tier 1 bases is going to be your defensive boost. On top of that, let's look at your stuff. Malevolence, Period of Elements, and you're not running Discipline, right? Oh, you have a bunch of unreserved mana, so you're not running Discipline right now. So all that will add up a bunch to the thing. What is this here for? Mana. So yeah, get evasion, so you can click Ghost Dance. Ghost Dance is super important. Honestly, just upgrading your bases will get you a lot, probably more ES in general. You'll be able to do CI. Like you should be able to, at 85 is when I usually transition to CI around that time. So you should have plenty of resources to be able to do that on PC, obviously. And then your gems are a little bit strange for the most part. Obviously, this is fine. You can get a 2120 chilling wind. I'm not sure how much it is on console market, but if you can buy a 4 set of this div card, you can get a 2120 for relatively cheap on PC, or you can just buy the gem if it's cheaper. Check to see how much the gem costs, because earlier the gem was actually a little bit cheaper than the cards were. Not yet struggling with mana reserve. You have 32. You should be able to clip Discipline. Yeah, so you still have 8%. Also, you don't have minion damage on here. This isn't worth it. You spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points for like 50% increased damage. Usually if you want to do this, you want to craft minion damage on your like wand, scepter, or whatever as well, or pick up more minion damage nodes, like this kind of stuff. I don't think this is worth it unless you're going more into the minion damage stuff. But those points could be spent on other things, like cleaning up the tree a little bit. Because you want to be up here probably. Actually, you don't have to, but you're spending. So you spent 1, 2, 1, 2. It's the same amount of points, but you wanted this, I guess, the extra dexterity, which you needed a little bit. Okay. Oh, because you didn't go over here to grab acrimony. Got it. Now I see. Additional cast speed. New wand last night was using my wand for. Okay, yeah, I did the same thing in Mercenaries because my first wand was mostly a minion based wand, so I did this in Mercenaries early on as well. This is probably fine. You shouldn't need the extra cast speed. In fact, this doesn't do anything unless we have to change something in the whatchamacallit. So we cast 5 because we got 5 brands. It adds 4 activations, adds about 12k DPS. Okay, that's fine. If you like it, you like it. That's fine with me. But yeah, your biggest issue right now is you're running into is that you have no. So you have a decent hit pool, like you have 3.5k energy shield, and you have 2.7k life, but you have no mitigation. You have only 46% spell suppress, very little block, which you probably shouldn't be going to block anyway because you're going evasion based, and you have like no evasion. So you're taking every hit that you have, but you don't have the recovery right now. And you don't have like the dodge to not take more hits. So with evasion and armor are your mitigations, so are suppress and block. You have to have like some kind of mitigation on top of having the big hit pool of your ES/life. So your big issue right now is you have a decent hit pool, but you don't have mitigation. So focus on getting that mitigation. If you want to go the ES route, evasion route, get evasion, get your suppress in, because suppress is pretty useless unless you can get 100%. Especially in this nerf state. So make sure you get the 100 suppress as fast as you can. You can start getting suppress on some of those evasion ES pieces as needed to help you with that. Or like I tell people to do, you can technically travel all the way down here, grab this, it picks up a good amount. Like you went from like 40 to like 88. There's other notes here you can grab if you need to. Like for instance, if you're still life based, you can grab Blood Drinker. Other than that, you can also grab Charisma if you're going into more auras. But this is a temporary fix until you can fix your gear. Once you fix your gear, you no longer need this. So if your gear is good enough and you have enough suppress from your actual gear, you do not need that. That's just a temporary fix to a kind of a big issue. Because suppress definitely wants to be capped. You don't want to have like 90% suppress. You want to have 100%. You don't want to have 46%. You want to have 100%. So on and so forth. But yeah, so fix your gear, get evasion, and get suppress, and then you should feel a lot tankier, and you'll be probably closer to be able to allow yourself to do CI. Once you hit CI, life will feel really good. We're still dropping a bunch of frames. I imagine pretty soon we'll be like where people are minutes behind me wise for time. All right, one last thing. I'm gonna look at your Wintertide brand real quick. Okay. We talked about this earlier when someone asked me earlier. You do not want to use Arcane Surge in your main link if you are not supplementing 80 raw suppress plus lucky is 96 effective suppress. Yeah. And so ideally you don't use lucky at all. But I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do to help out early. But we talked about this earlier, and we'll mention it now. You don't want to use Arcane Surge in your main link if you're not getting Arcane Surge from somewhere else. So if you look at Arcane Surge right here, the very top red line that you see, it says gain Arcane Surge after spending 400 mana on this skill, kind of on supported skill. You're currently spending 77 mana, so you have to spend, I don't know, math chat. 7 times 7 is what? 49? 7 times 6. So you gotta cast 6 brands before you see this buff that lasts for 4 seconds, which goes up a little bit with skill effect duration. But you have to spam your brands constantly. And if you are overcasting your brands, you're clearing off your oldest brands, which usually have your highest amount of stacks on them and doing the most damage. So like you're essentially losing DPS because you're trying to spam this to keep up the buff. The alternative to this is, like I said, if you get Arcane Surge buff from somewhere else, it's still good. Like it's a very strong thing, But like I said, if you don't have the Arcane Surge buff, you're losing like 50, like a bunch of your DPS. Like that's 54k DPS. So if you're not overspending your DPS, your brands, you don't have this buff and you lose a big chunk of your DPS. The way I solve it is I switch over to an Arcane Surge support like level 1 or 2, and I use like Frostblink, Wintry Blast, and Frostblink. So instead of using Shield Charge and faster attacks, this is my 3 movement skills. Because what happens is I lag a bunch. Okay. I don't have Arcane Surge. Oh, I have it on right now. Let's let it fall off first. Because Arcane Surge is off right now. I don't have it on anymore. If you look at my sheet DPS for total DPS, you see it deals 13,581 cold dot damage per second, or cold damage per second. Great. If I Frostblink though, I get the buff. You can see it right here. I can Frostblink one time to keep the buff up constantly. And you see it goes up to 18,206. And you can see when it falls off, that 18,206 will drop back down to 13. But if because I only, with the level 2 one, I only need to spend 16 mana to get the buff. So, and when I have the buff, I get the extra damage on the support, which is the very bottom line of Arcane Surge. But for instance, yours is level 20, mine's level 19 because I haven't leveled up yet. But like, I'd have to cast a shit ton of times. So mine's 47 mana right now. I'm using intensity or inspiration support to help with mana stuff. So I have to cast mine a crazy amount of times to be able to get this buff from here. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have to cast 7 times see before it pops up. And if I keep having to cast that every like 6 seconds or whatever it was before, then you're essentially overriding your brands and starting them back down at 0 charges. So I wouldn't recommend using Arcane Surge unless you are supplementing it by getting Arcane Surge buff from something else. Cool. If anyone has questions on that, feel free to ask the questions. I talk about it constantly. It's actually in the video, I think, as well, when I talk about it. Other than that, this is also not a great damage support here. I mean, it's okay if you're like, that's the best you can do for sockets, but Bone Chill is better on your Cold Snap, which you already have here. And you can put something else here for damage, because like if you look at like for instance here, and we can look at non-awakened match character level, you can see Arcane Surge is on top. Like I said, it is a big damage support, but you have to be able to maintain that buff without overspending your brands. So like you can do what I just showcased a little bit ago. Elemental Focus is next, but then you won't be able to chill on your Wintertide. So you have to make sure that you don't care about the chill. For instance, if you're using the freezing toll graph that requires chill to shoot projectiles at enemies, you don't want to LA Focus. That being said, Awakened LA Focus eventually is really, really strong because it gives +1 levels. So it might be worth it later on. Hypothermia, you don't have Hypothermia on, so that one you definitely want on. You should definitely have Hypothermia here. So that one I would replace with Bone Chill. Get you Hypothermia. And see, Bone Chill is down here even below Inspiration. So Inspiration would add 38k, whereas Bone Chill only adds 21k. And Inspiration will also reduce your mana cost by 12. So if you see your mana spend over here is 59 per second. Or sorry, 59 cost, and your per second is 150. If you put on Inspiration support right here, you get a 47 and 120, which makes it a lot more manageable for you to upkeep because you're regenerating 168 or 163, sorry. And then even if you don't want Inspiration, Empower support's also pretty decent for a red. Or like I said, you can always do Arcane Surge or ML Focused, but they come with caveats of how you have to interact with them and all that. That being said, don't use Bone Chill. You should definitely use Hypothermia. Much bigger damage support. Really good. Cool. Aside of that, like I said, you could technically replace this right here, this faster casting you have on your Wintry Blast, with Arcane Surge level like 1 or 2, and you're just fine with using Arcane Surge in your 6th link. Also, just adding your Discipline made you go from like, it added like 1,000 energy shield. You went from 2,500 to 3,500. So you're a lot closer to CI than you think once you upgrade your armor a little bit. Are you running only Wintry Blast and not anything else? Looks like it, right? Yeah. You should be also flipping your supports over. So how you have all these level 20 supports? If you have I don't have a level 20 support to showcase, but I'll show what it would kind of look like. So if you have a level 20 support, I'm close to getting some of mine. But if let's say this is level 20, if you go sell it to a merchant, this would actually make it a level 1 quality 20 thing for only 1 prism. You obviously have to level it back up, but you essentially save yourself 19 gem cutters doing that. And getting quality on all of your supports, especially in your 6th link, stuff like that, very, very strong, adds a bunch of damage. So definitely start flipping those supports over if you don't want to spend all the extra gem cutters to do so. I don't have an example to show right now because, like I said, I'm close to level 20 stuff, but not there yet. But like just to show, you're at 190 right now, with the new supports and stuff I added in. If I make this, so 190 is where we're at. If I make this stuff all 20 quality, yeah, actually like 10k DPS there per brand, and then also per debuff. What the fuck? I didn't know. Yeah, you can't do it to skill gems, but support gems work that way. So skill gems you can't flip. Skill gems you have to quality up one at a time. You used to be able to do it that way, but they changed it several patches ago. But support gems you can still flip and save yourself like 19 gem cutters. It's up to you. Like I say, if you want to keep Arcane Surge, like I said, it's fine. I would just change your change this faster casting to Arcane Surge level 1 or 2, and then that way you proc your Arcane Surge buff off of Frost Blinking, which means you will have to like Frost Blink every like 6 seconds to keep the uptime of it on there, but it'll be fine. So if you want to use Arcane Surge, it's okay. Like I said, I ran it when I was making the 6th link. I ran out of I don't have a bunch now, obviously, but I ran out of chromes. I had like only 5 of them when I got the 6th link. So I was like, okay, well, I didn't get 2 green, so I guess I'll put Arcane Surge in and change myself over to the Arcane Surge setup instead. Because originally I would have just done this and not Arcane Surge and have Swift Affliction here. Like I said, just took it early on. You just kind of do what you can. And like I said, if you have to use Arcane Surge, it's definitely a good damage increase. You just need the caveat of you should be using something else. Level 1, or you could, however much it costs. So like say like mine right here costs 44 mana. You can use whatever level you want to be able to proc your Arcane Surge buff in one go. So how it says like gain Arcane Surge for spending 16 mana, I don't want that 16 mana number to be over my cost of Wintry Blast. That being said, leveling up Arcane Surge, I'm pretty sure only changes the damage number. So unless you're dealing, I mean, you technically are doing damage with your Wintry Blast. So you can technically just level it up as high as you want, but like I said, just make sure the number is not over your spend for your spend for this, because you want to be able to proc Arcane Surge in one cast for better uptime on your Arcane Surge support. So don't do level 20, because if you do level 20, you have to spend 400 points or 400 mana again to do it. But like I said, you can go to like, let's go down to 1 real quick. So right now it's spend 15 mana at level 1. At level 2, it's 16 mana. So like you can see, you can go up a little bit. 22, 51. So I said 44 on mine, so I need to go lower. So I can go up to level 8 and still be able to be just fine. But like I said, the only thing it changes the more spell damage thing. So I guess it adds a little bit of damage to your build by leveling it up more.
but just make sure your what it takes to get the buff isn't more than what your one cast of this would be. And yeah, you won't have as much cast speed as here, but Arcane Surge itself does give you cast speed, so it gives you 20%. So you're losing about 18% cast speed from this. And the reason that for people who are wondering why I use 2 Frostblinks in my setup, because I have regular Frostblink, and then I have Arcane Surge level 2, then I have Frostblink Winry Blast. Frostblink Winry Blast is a cast speed, so like for instance, like I have to actually physically cast it, like I see me doing here. Whereas the regular Frostblink is an instant spell, so it just happens. See how I kind of just go? So if you're affected by an action speed slow, such as like, Temp Chains, Enfeeble, whatever kind of crap, or Drowning Orbs, that kind of stuff, you might not be able to, or like getting petrified, you might not be able to actually cast because your cast speed is going to be so low from your action speed being slowed. But you can regular Frostblink out of that because it is instant and does not get affected by action speed slows. So it's a good panic button for if you're in a bad situation and you feel like you can't move, you can still do your other Frostblink. You can also do both at the same time. Like, for instance, I can just blink around. See, I can like instant like go backwards kind of thing. So that's why I use the double Frostblink setup, one Winry Blast, one regular with an Arcane Surge. For the evasion ES people, it also means that you don't need to run Shield Charge and lowers your need for strength on the build, because your strength need is going to be mostly your golems, and then if you're using inspiration. So your need for strength on the evasion side is a lot less if you do the non-shield charge setup. Yeah. Other than that, you're fine. Eventually, you switch off of Period of Elements and go into Grace, but you obviously have to fix your stuff that way. But you don't necessarily have to. If you craft your gear good enough and you don't care about the extra evasion that Grace offers, you can stay with Period of Elements. But eventually, you can solve a lot of Period of Element stuff through other means. Like, for instance, you can solve being frozen here with the upgraded Soul of Brine King, that kind of stuff. You have to you have to solve shock other ways, and the same thing with like ignite, that kind of thing. But yeah, so all kinds of different little things you can change. All these little minute details that I'm sharing with you will add up to make you feel more tanky. So you can easily change this character into being stronger defensively and offensively. But if you want to reroll into something else, that's totally viable. You can definitely do it if you want to. But if you're enjoying the playstyle and you just feel a little stuck, all these small little things we talked about will get you to where you want to go. Once you start making some changes, and if you maybe forgot some advice and you don't want to look up the VOD, feel free to pop back in, ask for more advice. I don't mind helping out, stopping. This is one of the reasons that I'm really slow at playing the game, because I actually really like helping people out with their builds, even if it's not my own build. Like if you're playing Cyclone Slayer, I'll still like look at it and do my best to assist you. My advice might be as in depth because I might be a little bit not as knowledgeable about it, but I will do my best to help. Sorry about the long spiel, chat. Hopefully that was entertaining for you to watch. Smile. Also, Ghazi, I'm pretty sure I told you that in our private league. Okay, tip, no problem. Yeah, Discipline add you 1,000 energy shield, which should add you a good chunk. But once you start getting some getting that evasion and your suppress up, that's when you start feeling really tanky. Once you equip a Ghost Dance, that'll also make you recover faster. Because your big issue with dot-based builds is you can't use leech, you can't do on hit mechanics because you're not providing a hit. You're not able to do either of those. So your only thing really to do is to like be able to recover through like this, or be able to regenerate through like Zealot's Oath, or like ES on kill kind of stuff. Yeah, Grace does let you Ghost Dance sooner, but you have to solve your where's he at? Right here, my friend Jake, he's playing the build as well. He's doing the version. He switched to CI last night. He switched off of Purity of Elements and into Grace, which allowed him to switch at like 85 to go Ghost Dance CI and everything. And now he's like at 90, so doing pretty well. And I think Tyler's another one of my friends who's also playing the build, and he's just now talking about, I think, switching off to it a little bit ago. Yeah, it's catch my chat. Also, this isn't for Xbox players, unfortunately, right now. But if you are on PC, I don't think Xbox players can join. We do have a global channel, 51335, which you can join. You can share stuff with it, like information you like talking, hanging out with the group. That's what we're all doing. There's also a guild that we have where people share like items and map completions and stuff like that. Those are the channels and a way to get to it if you want to get there. Just don't be an asshole. That's the biggest thing. But everyone so far has been really chill and helpful to each other. I myself only do unique maps with players, but I don't take handouts otherwise. But I do occasionally drop like cheap progression items into the guild stash for people to be able to use. And some of the guildies do a little bit of party play where they kind of hang out together and like just like do a couple maps or here, there, and whatnot. So if you like the vibe, you want to hang out with us, join the global channel. Feel free to ask for join the to join the global channel and the guild, and then you can also I know no one wants to join, and everyone wants to join every streamer's Discord. You can also join the Discord where, if I'm not streaming, I'm always happy to help out with your builds, or the community is there as well. We also talk about other video games and stuff like that. Cool. All right, Marshall said unique stuff for lunch chest. Yeah, that was really sweet. That's why I like to loot them. Consuming Dark, I had that one earlier. That's really nice. This was really good, but I want the other one where the poison spread. I would like to get both of them though, because it's really cool. My build has terrible looking killing those fast enough. Oh, is your Holy Relic still suffering killing hives? I mean, that's pretty good. Sadist Garb, not a bad fracture. Someone will enjoy that. Good early progression. You can like slam an essence on it if you wanted to. Only other one on the market's like 33 Chaos 16 hours ago. So if you want to sell it, it's pretty good. Or if someone in the guild wants to buy it, or whatever you want to do with it, all options. Not bad for evasion energy shield, homies. Alright, chat, what was I doing? I went on too long of a spiel and I forgot where I was at. I think I was just buying maps from Keurig and running Keurig missions, right? And I could obviously progress faster if I just prioritize like pushing the highest tier map I have available. But I like to try to complete things, so I'm a completionist at heart. In regular RPGs, I like to do every side quest before I do anything else. No improved, so we leave it alone. Unless, does someone need still need their Uber stuff? I can leave a portal here, you can join my map and you can go run the trial yourself if you need it. If you need your Uber Lab tokens and stuff, let me know in the chat. I'll send you an invite. Or even if you don't need yours and you just want to run it and like sell it, hop off. Please get back to farming. We got lots to focus on? Yeah, no problem. But yeah, I'm gonna make a when I update the guide for like next patch, because I'll probably keep this guide going because I really like Wintertide. I'll make sure to make the transition for CI at 85 and kind of showcase what to look for and stuff. Like I said, last league was my first time making a guide, and then this time I refined it a little bit more with the knowledge gained from it, and then each time I play, it's gonna be a little bit more refined. Not guaranteeing I'm playing Wintertide every league, but I will at least support it because I love the skill a lot and love Cold Dot. I do need to solve bleeding eventually, but honestly, until it starts killing me a lot, I'm not gonna worry about it. That's one of the problems you should solve when you go CI. Make sure you figure out what you want to do for bleed, whether it's putting it on like a flask, which is usually how I solve it. I've just been really lazy and not doing my flasks. But make sure you solve bleed, because it will be a killer for you, especially if you cannot recover fast enough. I also use Ralakesh or whatever. Luxlatha, I forgot which one it is. It helps reduce bleeding while moving. We're not going to be able to stabilize this one, unfortunately, I think, because the area is a little wonky, chat. Hey, we got it in the end. And we got Marshall. Oh shit, Marshall's here, chat. Oh 07 Marshall, chat. Hey, got a final white map to do. Reading is for people who have attention spans. Do-do-do. We should crest into red maps at least today. I don't know how long we're streaming for. I've been streaming for already 6 hours, so like, we'll see. But we should at least be able to crest into red maps today. Unless we keep getting distracted, then who knows. Oh, my wife said something. I think I'm all swapped over. Oh yeah. I say, if you end up running into an issue and you don't know what to solve for it, like, let me know, Tyler. And nothing can go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong. Thanks, Dad. No problem, bud. Imagine running like a T-17 Fortress is gonna be a nightmare. Do we stabilize? What's happening here? There's no... It's bugged again. Chat? Okay. Oh shit, Marshall's back, chat! Alright, he's dead. Come on, somebody make us roar for like one divine. Come on. Why is everyone being stingy with other Aegis Auroras? In divines, that's not gonna be it. What was the other thing that I want to look out for? I can't remember what it was now. Oh, I'm moving on. A lot of stats. Jake, this is a good ring for you. If that ES roll was better, and obviously you don't need the leech, but like it has evasion rating, Jake, and strength and dex. The PDR's not bad, to be honest. I wanted the other one. Oh, the one that gives more crit chance and less crit multi? Ungles or whatever? Ugels? Ungoliant? Alright, bud, you got any more maps for me? I don't want to do reds yet. I want to finish up what I'm doing. I have lots of these to go through. Honestly, how many more do I even have that's not unique? That's a good question. We're finished here, finished here, finished here, finished here, finished here. Okay, we finished all white maps that aren't unique. Alright, we're going to dump all white maps into the guild stash. Oh, these strand type maps. Guild stash is a little messy right now for like dump tabs, but while people are progressing until the first like week or weekend kind of thing, we at least want to allow people to have space to get like those kind of good rares and stuff like that for mood speed boots and stuff. So it's a little ugly, but it'll be okay. Just like me for real. Right. Finished white maps, so all my extras are in guild stash. It in case anyone needs completions for white maps. All right, yellows. That one's done. That one's done. That one's done. Missing one here, Arid Lake. And I'm missing one here, cells. So that's what we're looking for. Yellows are uniques. Alright, both of these, unfortunately, so rip. Ramparts. That doesn't seem... That's not one, right? Yeah, it's a tier 11, so I wouldn't even complete. I hate that they do that sometimes. But they show a lower tier map that won't count as a completion. This won't count as completion, so don't be fooled, chat. Hey, I need that one. All right. I'm doing Kirak Olmex Sanctum. Any enjoyers need it? Good old T10. Give you a couple minutes and decide. I'll check my notifications while we wait. If no one needs it, no big deal. I runs it. Plus, got one. Plus, got two. Tyler's running the Curtis script right now. When Tyler gets here, we'll start it if no one else is saying they want to join or anything like that. So we'll wait on Tyler. Just 3 Wintertide Elementalists just rubbing brands together. I do really need to upgrade my gear though. Like I said, it's really hard for me to want to upgrade gear when I don't feel bad playing the game as is. So I'll wait till I start dying a lot and then I'll worry about it. I'll need to upgrade a wand eventually too, or a scepter technically. Scepters are technically better. Technically. I wonder if Tyler's just dying on repeat in that crypt over there. All right, here we go. Pick a side and go. Or go together. I don't give a shit. Doesn't really matter. Ow, I got frozen, chat. I'm not freeze immune. Also need to upgrade my Pantheons eventually. That'll be a good start. Alright, mine done. I'll wait. This should be good. I'll wait. Any second now, my friends are gonna show up, chat. They're real. They just go to a different school and you don't know them. The King Cock is done. Dunskies. Hit the gritty on him. Oh shit, King Cock has a little colorful orb as well. I see you're a colorful orb enjoyer myself. Imagine not having your fourth ascendancy yet. I don't think Tyler does, chat. Unless they did it together. Did y'all hold hands? Hey! We Orbin? Yeah. It's Orbin time. He ran away as soon as I hit Vocal Snap. No! Thanks, thanks, chat. Thank you. Totem damage. Blech. All right, buddy. Got any of the maps for sale that I need? No? All right, going again. No problem. What's up, Monkey Spit? Also, Arc Raiders Dance. We love Arc Raiders. I haven't been playing right now because obviously PoE started season, but I'm excited to play it once things die down a little bit. Alright. Alright. I have 3 that I don't have. Any Air Lad Wolfpack Den enjoyers? D10. You gotta howl with me though, for real. Not a stream surfing, playing BL4. BL4. Borderlands 4, got it. What's up, bud? Oh, thank you, buddy. How's the Borderlands going? We're gonna see if anyone else responds, and once it, like it's the one that's the rare one. I mean, these are obviously I need to do these too, but I think I haven't seen anyone say Care Blad yet, so figured I'd offer Care Blad instead of the other two. I gotta fix my flask. I think now you don't. I'm using 2 life flasks and 2 mana flasks. You don't need to fix flasks. Good, seeing as how I haven't beaten you yet. That's fair. You feel kind of squish? You can send me your stats or your POB. I'll help you look at it. After we do finish this, send me, or if you want to send it now while we're waiting to see if people want to care Vlad. Also, Jake, I didn't see an AU. Type in AU, Jake. AU. I'm the alpha. Get it because the Wolfpack's den chat. You have to AU for it. Yeah, send me your POB while we wait for 1 for Jake to show up, and then 2 to see if anyone else wants to care Vlad. Hey, AU, we got it. Right now I'm getting my Arc Raiders drops by watching another streamer on mute. Who's playing the game. Gotta get my drops. Yubi. Well, there's your problem. You don't have a wand. I'm just kidding. It doesn't show because the thing is broken. Usain Bolt's here. Oh shit. You gotta say "ow" though, or else. You don't have to say it. I'm mostly fucking around with chat. Oh, your Wintry Blast supporting it? Tyler said, hell yeah, Winter Blast. Funk yeah, concrete. Alright. Alright. We ride as a pack. XCD. Oh. Alright. Carblad. No, I said it's others have to do it. Oh. Oh god, it's KB. I remember this from last league, chat. It's bringing war flashbacks. I'm gonna hang back. Tyler says, I don't want to see what's happening. Yeah. I'm surprised Jake's actually able to see it because KPO clustering is known as the PC melter. So it's surprising that Jake's PC is actually lasting at all. Where's the squad at? Actually, where's the wolf at? Hello? Chat, did I miss the wolf? Oh, he's right there. Pray for Jake PC? Yeah. For real, pray for Jake PC. Oh god, it's a lot of explosions. I didn't trust my ability to survive that explosion, so I backed up. Ooh, underground C map. Oh, I think we just did that one. I'll put it in the guild chest for somebody to use then. Don't forget to get your crafting recipe before you go into the boss room. Cannon roll attack mods, pretty good. Oh my god. Get me the fuck out of here. Joke's on you. I opened another portal as soon as you close that one. Good AU, guys. I'm gonna do another roll in a second, probably. So if you want to wait a little bit to see what I get, feel free. Wa ka wa rua tua. Any enjoyers? T5. Here comes the fun part. We'll give people like a minute to respond. So we'll wait a little bit. Tyler's having survivability issues. He says 5k thing. He has an EHP of blah 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 blah. His evasion 6,000. Evades low. I'll look at it in a second more. Wait, wrong map. XDD. All right. Let's get that bread, chat. I love bread too. Nothing like a good old butter toast, chat. I guess Usain already had this. I think Tyler also has this as well. But you're free to come along, Tyler, anyway. Or if you want to leave and do your own thing, pop off, King. I think I saw you and Jake do this one last night, though, right? We're just gonna bum rush through it. I don't need the gold. I'm rich right now. I hit a wall there, buddy. 07, little buddy. Oh, yeah, it's this annoying guy. Yeah, I definitely did this last night. Tyler just has no memory. Oh, wait, didn't we try to do this earlier and we all died? Like a large group of us were doing this earlier. Like 6 of us were doing this earlier, I think. And Jake was the last one to survive or whatever, and then we all died, I think. All right, checking for a map real quick, and then probably gonna do another roll for another unique map. All right, roll for another unique map. It looks like we already did that one. Stop showing it to me. Death and taxes already did that one too. All right, now cook my POB. I said we're doing one more. I say we go again. Maelstrom of Chaos. Maelstrom of Chaos T10. Any enjoyers? Already here. Already an enjoyer, he says. Yeah, I have one more scouting report for the unique one after this, Tyler. So I'm probably gonna burn that one as well, and then we'll look into the thing. If you never leave, you don't have to ask for an invite. Yeah. It reminds me of that time that we used to play D&D and Tyler just never left my house. He just was like, I'm gonna sleep here now. And I was like, oh, okay. It's a joke. Funny as hell though. I'm here now. I'm not leaving. Alright. No one else seems interested. Much for chaos we go. Can come in 2 seconds? Okay, wait. We'll wait for Faj. Don't go in yet. Or if you go in, just sit there. This is why I like scouting reports, by the way. So when I was talking about how my tree goes on left side right here, I love scouting reports because you can spam out so much shit with scouting reports. It's really nice. Obviously, cure commissions are really cool too, so you can get some of those on the right side of that area, but you can technically do both if you really wanted to. All right, come on, Faj, get in here. Yeah, Jake has to load in first because it takes his PC like 4 hours to load the map. Pray for his PC, chat. Thank you so much for the advice. Fix the tree up, check the chest sockets, quality on gems feels so much smoother. Only getting better has re-level. Yeah, no problem. Like I said, always happy to help people out. The only time that I don't want to stop to really do like POB assistant things is on League launch day. But any day after that, I'm totally fine with helping people out, stopping for a second just to help people learn some things. I try to teach in a way that is informative. I want you to kind of like learn something along the way and not just tell you do this and not explain why. We say commonly here, we try to help each other learn and grow. Things here, by the way, chat. So glad it's working out for you and stuff. Hope should only get more improvement as things go on. So like I said, if you hit another wall, always feel free to come back in here, or just say if you're staying in here to hang out already, just say something once you hit another wall, and I'll feel free to help you out. Build's fun. It handles really well on a lot of stuff. Chat will be doing one more unique map most likely, so feel free to stay and hang out for a little bit while I check for maps. Let's see what he gets us. All right, last one. Malcoon already did that one. And none. Get out of my hideout. Get out of my swamp. All right. Last one was a bust, but it's okay. We'll do Tyler's POB cooking thing first, and then maybe I'll just spam some more scouting reports anyway. But let me deposit a bunch of stuff in here first. What if I just corrupt this real quick? Never happened, chat? What if I just corrupt this real quick? I almost have Divine instead. Hey, you get Purity of Ice and Purity of Elements, chat? Juiced? Rip? Is there a guy just standing in my hideout running in circles? Is that just Tyler back there? Rip. It literally, I see your name on the minimap, Tyler. So it's right there. All right. Switching over to freestyle. We're going to open up Tyler's thing. We're going to see Tyler is having issues with defense. Defense on the CI. All right, Tyler. First node issue you have here is you didn't click Ghost Wraith. So Ghost Wraith will allow you to recover a lot. So it's a big defensive measure. So you probably should take this node off. Click this. That'll allow you to recover a bunch of energy shield when you have Ghost Shroud and you like evade and stuff like that. So that's part of your big recovery on the side of the tree. Opposite side is Divine Shield for armor people. But you need this to help your recovery. So when you take a hit or like whatever, you're able to recover back afterwards. You are CI, so this mastery right here, gaining 30 but cast damage does not bypass the energy shield, is no longer needed, so you can take that off. That's out. So check everything else, make sure nothing else stands out as weird real quick. Lucky Suppress is good. That's fine. Overcapped, you are not showing as overcapped, so in fact, you're not capped lightning res, is that accurate? And your what aura is not on that you have? Are you using Flesh and Stone right now, or is that just leveling? Probably this, I imagine, right? Okay. You are capped? Okay, because it's showing your minus res here. Or not minus, but like not capped on these two. What's your cold res at? Is that node still worth it? What level was he before? 85? 94%? Weird, I wonder what's missing. But I have a flask? Okay, is your flask uptime 100% right now? Oh, you're saying you have this flask to use it to cap you for even more damage? That's fine, you can leave it. I think I took an extra point from somewhere over here, I think. So, I mean, technically you can put this point back wherever it was. Here, going towards Charisma. It's fine. You can always take that, but that's not necessarily needed. It's good. Alright, so we're 85. We're here. Ghost Wraith, or sorry, Ghost Wraith. Ghost Dance should help you a good bit. The other part is just getting your suppress up. So you need to improve your gear to get more suppress, and obviously your evasion is still very low. Even with Grace. You have safeguarding at least, so that's nice. Oh, yeah? Tyler, look. It's the bow bun thing I was talking about. Abby just made him. I'm going to eat one now and see how it is. Watch burn on the top of my mouth. Honestly, pretty good. I think it's like the barbecue one. Okay, sorry. Back to what I was focused on. Focus up. I mean, you can obviously not change this if you don't want to, but I probably wouldn't use Switch Affliction right now. You're only 23 activations per brand, so this hurts you a good bit. And since you are doing the Frostblink thing with the Arcane Surge, you can just put Arcane Surge here instead for, I think it's like pretty much the same damage. Yeah, lose a little bit. But it's whatever. That's not a big thing. That doesn't help with defenses. That's just saying words out loud. Yeah, I think it's just proving your gears was like what I can see that was wrong. Or not wrong, but like could be improved. If you get the evasion rings that I told Jake, like, so you have one that's an evasion ring right here, has evasion rating on it. If you get the evasion rating on this ring right here as well, it means you can take this mastery and gain 20% maximum energy shield. Just give you a bigger hit. But honestly, capping your suppress, getting more evasion are your biggest things, and then Ghost Dance alone should feel a lot better. So this should feel a lot better already by itself. Just taking this point off over here and putting it here, that should feel at least a little bit tankier. And then you can fix your flask like you said if you want to help with evasion, because obviously adding a Jade flask would be a big boost, which I'll show right here. Yeah, you need the recovery. That's what it adds. But see, like this adds like 4,000 evasion just by being able to have this uptime. So like you go from 42 evade chance to like 56, and this is a non-rolled one. You can obviously get increased evasion percent while active kind of thing, like 50% increased evasions for even more. So Complete Flask would work. But on your gear, Mana's here is a little bit weird, but I guess it's nothing else there. What? This is open suffix? Yes? You needed it. Couldn't cast Cold Snap. There's no error shown. You have 99 in reserve mana without it. $96 is how much Cold Snap cost. That's fair though. It's very close. But if it has an open suffix, you can craft on suppress for a little bit. I think it can craft for like 10% right here. Costs 105. Boots of suppress, nice. Gloves, I'm guessing you need the strength question mark. Yes. Shield also. Tyler just slap it on strength everywhere. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. But if we can fix, what do you need strength for? Let's see. It is summon stone golem. Okay. I need it, but you can cap suppress almost pretty much by doing just crafting, changing that over. And like I said, if you can change this ring. to add stats into it, or where is your amulet? What's your amulet look like? Probably get a new amulet, to be honest. You don't need the life anymore. The mana is not as good. The life with the tax isn't as good. Maybe upgrade the amulet to give yourself a lot more stats. Like, so focus on like, you know, your strength and stuff like that. Might be a good piece to upgrade, and that way you can change a lot of these crafts over to suppress, so that you can get up to here as well. That's probably what I would do. Or upgrade this. If we do like I'll like try to craft like a random thing real quick. If you do a Stygian, you can get like energy shield on it, obviously. Rest of these mods don't really matter. I mean, armor is obviously great for me, but there's no evasion mod that you can naturally fall in here. I think you might be able to get it with like essences and stuff, but that's not as important. So this one will probably be your craft on, and you can flask effect or whatever if you want to. Who cares? Suffixes, you can obviously go for strength because it's a belt. Belt's strength. You can get a bunch of these resistances, whatever one you need. We'll just go here. We're going to craft something. We're going to look at what we can craft for a prefix. You can go armor evasion if you want to, or you can go the good old classic energy shield regeneration right here. And then you have an open, like it'll give you also. So obviously it loses energy shield because you're losing a little bit, like using 400 there. But this will also open up for you to be able to do an Abyss Jewel. So it's just different ways to problem solve. You obviously do whatever it feels right for you. I forgot which one is actually the energy shield one. This worked out. Get 100 energy shield back. So you only lost like a little bit from there. So you got 5,000 still, or like close enough to 5,000. And then obviously quality up things would probably help out. Like quality up this would give you more, so on and so forth. So we're over 5,000 now. Heyo, what's up, Fipool? Going with you. Thanks, gamer. Yeah, if you need specific tips or anything, Tyler, like you want to send me screenshots on Discord, like, hey, is this good to buy or anything like that? Feel free to ask. But that's kind of generally what I would aim for. Is to change a lot of these crafts to like spell suppress, and eventually you move off of Rhyme Gaze once you have enough damage, and you want a more defensive helmet. You playing the build, Fip? I'm gonna eat some of my food, so this is a good time to talk about POVs or ideas. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah, I'm seeing how it was just taking those correct nodes. Oh yeah. I'm running this build. Took Zealot's Oath with 3k ES now. Oh yeah. You liking the build so far? Usually want about 5k ES to be safer, but honestly, I switched around 3k. Like I'm at 4k right now. Just know that switching with a lower amount of ES makes you more prone to one-shots, so you might die a little bit more. But if you're okay with dying occasionally, I haven't died a crazy amount or anything, but just know that the sooner you switch, or like the smaller amount of ES you have, the more chance you are getting like one shot kind of thing. So if you want to wait a little bit longer, get like 5k, be safer, go ahead. Took Power Charge 1 in advance. Yeah, I have mine sitting around for later when I decide to look at Power Charge and stuff. Just in case it ends up being really strong and people switch to it, I don't want it to be expensive later to pick it up. But once you get around 85 is when you can start transitioning over to CI. 85 is where I usually tell people to start going to CI. I need to update the guide eventually to showcase that a little bit better. But once you get 84, you can get the tier 1 bases. And then like you're able to get like a lot more defensive stats from your armor and stuff. With 2 Val stats. Oh, so it had like the power charge, game power charge when spending mana node as well. What bases do I want? It depends on what you're doing. So so typically I do the evasion ES one, which is what you just showed. I was doing with Tyler. That's it. He's following that build. So the guide showcases evasion ES. I personally, this league, am going the armor route. It's like I'm going with armor ES for stuff. But I don't have that in the guide yet. This is me testing it to see if I want to add an armor or an armor block route to the guide in the future. So if you want to follow it, I have like build updates that I post. I posted one yesterday. I'll post another one probably tomorrow for like a day 3 update. So you can go this route if you want to. But if you want to just follow the evasion suppress one that's in the actual guide, it works just fine. Yeah. So you want ES armor nodes. Because the important part is to make sure that your armor amount is above your amount of ES. Here's my tree today so far. I'm moving towards these block nodes right here. And I'm level 89 right now. So I think all I really changed so far is I went down here to grab this, but maybe did I grab everything up here? I can't remember. Oh, I got this too. I need to get a better shield though, to be honest. $3D 40C so far. That's more than me. I got like 1D so far. My 6 link. I think I bought this one for like very cheap. I think I bought it for like 10C. It's a grand ring mail though, so it's like low quality. I need to upgrade to like a saintly mail. Got this today. Picked it up today for 50C. I think most of them are selling for like around 2-3 divines, which I would not pay for. Yeah, I'm getting close to quality sports as well. Like this one right here is pretty close. About 40 mil too, yeah. Yeah, I didn't level them again. They level quicker the second time at least. I'm glad you're enjoying things. Thank you for the kind words about the build and stuff. Alright, ate a little bit. We're gonna play a little bit, and I'll probably eat a little bit more as I get hungry again. Don't want to eat too fast and whatnot, chat. But a replica for 50C? Yeah, I have... So right now it's not... I don't have it up right now, but I have a couple of live searches up. And earlier on stream and everything, they had a guy list one for 1C. And then he gets... But it was only whispers. It wasn't like the automatic trade, asynchronous trading. So I whispered him. No response. He raised it to 8C. No response. Then he raised it to 20C. And then I whispered him again, and I was like, I offer 50C, and he traded me for 50C. So it was some guy who was raising the price slowly. I just kind of offered, I guess, what it's more worth. That being said, I would not spend more than 100C on it. The people will try to charge like 4D and stuff. It's not gonna be worth that much. Give it a few days, that price is gonna start plummeting really hard. I would not have bought this for like 4D or even 1D to be honest. Actually, 1D is probably fine. I wouldn't buy it for more than 1D though. 1D is where I would stop. Yeah, take one for 1D. Yeah, 1D is where I would stop. So after that, I would just wait a couple days. Using a rare amulet is fine. Like I was using, this is what I had beforehand, and it worked pretty well. We already get a lot of plus levels from Foulborn, Tollborn. So the plus levels here wasn't like super as needed. Yeah, I'm up to 27. Once I get a 2120 Wintertide, it'll be 29. Alright, chat, I think we're pushing in the reds now, right? That's what we were talking about? Oh wait, we need to push all these into... I need to get one more of these still for an arid lake. And one of these for a cells. Cells. Arid lake. Sure, could probably just look to buy it. Seven C. How bad is 2123? It doesn't help. If you look at like what quality gives you, it's only every 4 that matters. So getting extra 3 doesn't really change what you get from quality. Unless you're getting like an extra like 1 from somewhere else. The one on the market right now. Yeah, I just bought 2120 Wintertide brand for like 7 chaos for 2120 Wintertide. Super cheap. Cheap. Bought for 7C right now. For any viewers who are hanging out. Sort of levels it up and probably cut it myself, so I'll put it somewhere for now. There we go. Now I have level 29. All right. Oh wait, where are these maps? This is what I was doing. Woo, occultist node. I cast so fast now. Do we have to use inspiration for 6-link? No, you don't have to if you don't want to. I use it because it helps manage mana so I can cast more frequently without having to worry about it. If you get minus cost on rings, you also don't need it there. So as long as if you're able to manage your mana fine, you don't need it. There are a variety of supports you can use for your 5th or 6th link. You just need to know which each of them do and what each of them require. So for instance, like you can use LE Focus, but that removes your ability to chill enemies with Wintertide Brand. So if you're using like, the Fallen Crystals Freezing Tollgraft, you won't be able to proc it as easily. You'll proc it on your other skills, obviously, but not on your Wintertide brand, which is where you're doing most of your chilling while mapping and stuff. You can use Arcane Surge, but you need to be able to proc Arcane Surge from somewhere else. You don't want to just have it on only your Wintertide brand, otherwise you won't proc the buff enough. You can use Empower, add some extra levels in there. But that doesn't have any special requirements. Swift Afflictions, obviously, are really good. I don't think, did I miss anything else? I don't think I missed anything else. I think that was it. Enhanced laying around? I mean, technically, I guess you could see if it would help. It might be okay. I haven't tested it personally, but it might be fine. I don't think it'll be better than the options I listed just now, but it might be like better than nothing, you know? I think even Inspiration technically does more damage than it. Yeah, getting 3G would be awful. Without spending an infinity amount of chromes or a lot of jewelers and whatnot. Not so bad for evasion ES homies. '19 suppress body. Yeah, I mean, if you can squeeze in suppress as well as armor, nothing wrong with adding more defenses. It's expensive to do both eventually. Ow! 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 Oh, I'm bleeding. I'm burning. I didn't have to leave, actually. I was healing up at the end there. But I did left anyway. Let's Icar for 5% more. Yeah, I need to... Well, obviously, as I progress the number of maps eventually, I'll be getting more of the Icars and stuff. And getting my implicits done. Need to fully embrace the armor block side. Yeah, the good thing about it, so if you end up making enough money and going into the golem stacking, you technically can go more hybrid bases and like because you get a lot of global defensive scaling from the stone golem, so you can kind of split your defenses between all three. But early on, it's definitely better to focus on just like two of the three instead of all three. And like getting your block is really important for the armor side. I wonder if Aurora Slow. What is it? Oh, like the shield? Yeah, Aurora Aegis Aurora is what we're aiming for. Fallen is also probably pretty good, but Aegis Aurora is very, very good. It's just out of my price range right now. Because I think it's like 3 or 4 divines at the current moment. But this is what you want to aim for because it gives you a good chunk of block, obviously. But the fact that you recover energy shield is pretty nice. So that's what you want to pick up if you can. Yeah, I wouldn't definitely don't aim for Svalin right now unless you happen to be just making a lot of bank. But it is a good defensive shield. But it misses the recovery, which is a little bummer. But it'll be all right. You still get a good bit of recovery from this mastery and this. Until you get a little bit from this, like 50% per block when you spell damage. This Fallen's probably fine. It's just definitely a lot more costly than the other option right now. Oh, tough guy there, huh? Tough guy, eh? Yep, that's another option. If you don't want to buy the unique shield, you can craft a rare shield with the Shaper recover 5% on block ES and make yourself a nice rare shield with that. But that usually comes a little bit later as well. Because it has life and it has an ES one. If I right, or am I crazy? Pretty sure it does. Let me go back to look at it real quick. Offhands. We'll just say we're doing a pure int base. There's ES version. So right here, yep, see? Recover energy shield on block, recover life on block, and recover mana. It has all three technically. So there's a recover energy shield version you can get crafted on a shield with Shaper influence. So yeah, crafting that's like the more end game-ish one, because crafting a tier 1 shield is going to take a little more time than just buying an Aegis Aurora. Aegis Aurora is a very early kind of a fix, or like mid-early kind of fix. Does bleed focus? A little bit, but you use there's multiple ways to solve it. You can run obviously Steel Skin if you want to. I plan on just putting it on I can remove bleeding on a flask effect once I have my flask automated and stuff. So that's how I'm going to solve it. And then eventually, obviously, if you go to like Mage Blood and stuff, if you take the build that far, you can solve it with Mage Bloods and stuff. You can also do avoid bleeding tattoos. Lots of little ways to solve it. If you're not the Chaos Inoculation build, you can definitely go over here early and grab like a bunch of a chance to avoid bleeding here. It's like 60% chance to avoid bleeding from these 3 nodes, and you can grab Quick Blood Immunity here as well. So roll Flask? Yeah. If you roll Flask, you have good time on your Flask, you'll be fine. Which is my plan. I'm, as always, very stubborn to do stuff until I start dying a lot. Once I start dying a lot, then I'm like, okay, time to upgrade some stuff. So I just play until I die a good bit, and then I upgrade when I need to. Our breach bar is glitched, but I'm assuming we're stabilized. I have no idea. Marshall's here, so yes. Got 4 automated? Yeah, I'm still using my campaign flasks. Conk round and rolling it pencil armor. That's not bad. It's yeah, Conk round's good. It gives you a good life regeneration, which you obviously can use with Zealot's Oath. And obviously the extra damage is not too bad, especially if you end up using Bottle of Faith later on. Is not bad either. Once you switch to like a later game setup. But I don't know which in-game version of the build I want to test out this time. There's a lot of different in-game versions of the build options now. So we'll have to kind of see where I lean towards once I finish progression. Because there's a power charge stacking version. Golem stacking we already kind of know about, but it's probably expensive as shit this league because the mom's playing Elementalists. We can go into like a life stacking build if we want to. So lots of little things we can try out. We can also just full swap to a different brand. Like if we want to swap to like Penance brand, it wouldn't be that hard. For people who don't want to play Wintertide forever. Beat armor, evasion, onslaught flasks. None of them rolled armor percent. Gotta re-roll it. Gots to re-roll it. Oh, wait, we already cleared this map and the breach. Get me out of here. Right, I think that's the last of our yellow maps, right? Yellows are done. All right, these are all on the guilty. I missed one. Last one is suppressed. Only have 40% armor increase. A mixed bag. And I'm mad at myself. I mean, the fun thing is, like I said, if the build feels fine and you're not struggling on anything, sometimes this weird shit like that happens where you just like have like a weird flask that you normally wouldn't have. That's usually how I just play anyway. Like I'll have random shit just everywhere. All my yellows going in Gilsa for people who may need completions. Focus Rival in tier 12? Well, I'll be there soon to test it out. CI definitely helps a lot. Like I'm in CI at the end of yellows. CI is definitely your first big defensive increase, and I definitely recommend hitting CI. And then obviously, if you're going the armor route, you need to cap your block. If you're going the evasion route, you need to cap your suppress. So like you need to make those big defensive things. Otherwise, it's gonna feel a little bad. Those chaos balls hurt. They don't. They don't do damage that. I'm immune. Obviously, slowly jump tiers. Yeah, like I said, you can jump tiers and stuff is fine, but just make sure you're hitting your defensive marks. Like you want to have cap block and suppress to feel really defensive. You need to have your ghost dance or your divine shield for your recovery. Have as much armor or evasion as you can because those are your forms of mitigation. Obviously, big ES number is cool, but that's a hit pool. It is not a form of mitigation. So if you're not mitigating any of your damage, you're just taking the full brunt of the hit. So you need like an even larger hit pool. I got T10, then got T12, and then T14 there. Yeah, I play in a play style where I like to complete things as best I can. So I try not to jump from like yellows to reds until I complete stuff. So I play a little bit slower, obviously. If you're a speedy zoomer, you'll probably just play the fastest or the biggest tier you can play. But I don't really play that way. Like as long as you're meeting your breakpoints, you're still fine to do that. Just invest in your character to have better defenses, and you should be fine. EHP is a known concept here. Like even like once you get 84, getting like a tier 1 base, like a necrotic armor for evasion ES people, is a lot better defensively than like whatever base you had before. So once you get 84, starting to buy those better bases and like doing a little crafting or whatever on them if you need to, is definitely a lot more beneficial for your defenses than just rolling with what you got. If you're feeling bad defensively, I haven't rolled mine yet because as you can, I'm currently still doing okay. Obviously, this is only a tier 11, but when I start feeling bad, I'll start changing things up. I feel fine mostly. But yeah, if you're happy and not getting frustrated, then keep doing what you're doing. one of my biggest things I tell people, especially newer players, as long as you're happy with what you're doing and you're not getting frustrated to the point of not enjoying the game, keep on living the life you're where you're living. It's all about your enjoyment. So I've completed majority of my fortresses, but obviously it's all in yellows and like mid whites and stuff like that. So I don't know how hard I'll be hit in reds. All right, let's make a couple of these instead of having to do one at a time. Let's just corrupt a couple of these at a time. All right. Very rare. Everything else is good, already rare. We don't care about mods anymore because we have our fourth ascendancy. Change to a marshes. Classic. I changed to a mud geyser and upgrade it. Classic. I mean, technically all these still work. Technically, chat. Yeah, I need to get better in the habit of using Helena. I use her sometimes just when I have a lot to identify, but if I usually have like one or two things, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna do it myself. Eventually, I turn them off from being collected once I get like closer to the cap of them. Once I get like a couple thousand, I'm like, all right, we no longer need to pick these up. I'll turn them off filter, or you switch the filter to the one that doesn't have it on. Because I am just a little loot goblin. I'll pick up things even if I like definitely don't need to be picking them up. I don't care about that. Nope, don't want to take any of those. Honestly, those mods suck. None of them give me ickers either, so I don't give a shit. $90. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Oh shit. Up here we go. Go in there. It's fine. Those orbs, scourings? I mean, I'll take scourings. I don't give about some projectiles. A road keys marker. Is that a soul eater? Look like it. Jewelers for extra lightning? Sure. It's only on the minions anyway. It's not for everything. But it's armor evasion based. Why? Why? Sometimes that's just the way life is. Yeah, I mean, you use life mastery before you switch over to CI. That's fair. Don't need the life mastery after you hit switch CI though. Ow! No, don't go under. Just die. Oh my god, he was so. And then he killed me after. That's so funny. Oh, hey! Actually, that's a cheat, chat. I get to skip the whole freaking other little zone thing now. Speed run it. Softcore speedrun strat, chat. And have to go into the other dimension. Just die. You're welcome for the pro tip. Yeah, sick portal defense. I'm an old man and a softcore player at heart. I'm using those portals. I keep thinking the giant hands, by the way, are like enemy things, and it spooks me every time. I keep like being like, "Oh, yeah, dodge that," but it's not enemy hands; it's my hands, or the hands that I still want back. All right, that should be good. Get in here. Enhance the flame. Ah. Fireball jutsu. Oh shit, about to die jutsu. Alright, we're covered. That's fine. Yes. I should probably hide forbidden tomes. No one wants those things. They are worth pennies. Oh! Saw core defense chat. Probably got to upgrade my armor soon. Haven't done it since like level 75. A bit of lag there. A lot of bit of lag now. Dropping frames, right? Meow. Wasn't that bad. I died, but softcore. What are you gonna do? That's a cool looking staff. What is this? Plus level, increased cost of skills, lightning damage per intelligence, blood magic. Minus level, plus cost. Reduced max life. Interesting item. Hey, we got 20 points, chat. Know what that means? We have 1 point now, chat. All over now. Maybe I should spec into Nico. Do a little Nico with Destructive Play. Take a little break, run some delve sometimes. Probably do that. Probably do that, chat. I really need to upgrade my graphs. They have not been touched in a while, so I probably should do that sometime soon. In fact, we have like a bunch of blood, right? So I should probably go back and do blood stuff. Frenzy charges. I frenzy the charge sometimes. You dead, Jet. Actually, while I'm thinking about stuff, let's look at some things. $25. 44. 70. Oh, wait on all that. 25 is not bad. But, yeah. Yeah, chat. We're getting the Nico things. I'd have it already. But I need to get the Nico chance next. Nico chance, Nico chance. I also need to go here, Nico chance. Lots of Nico stuff to pick up. Reflect Ellie damage. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Don't let him reflect me. Is New World getting canceled? So, really, I thought I saw an article about how Riot devs are being like, "Hey, any top tier talent from the New World area wants to go over here. We're always looking." What is StarCraft X? Yeah, next year. Oh, rough. Man, I played it when it first launched. It was fun for a little bit, but yeah, it did run out of steam pretty quickly. There wasn't like a lot there to do. And it was really repetitive, but like the concept was really interesting, and I thought that was really cool. But obviously, the execution did not go very well, which is the biggest part of it. Can I DM you in Game Smile? You can't. But you technically could DM me, I guess. But we have a global channel that we hang out in. It's only a handful of us there. It's not like I'm not a big streamer or anything. But you can always join the global channel, and you can just talk to me on there. Exclamation point disc or not Discord. Sorry, exclamation point global. Tell you how to get there. We also have a Discord though, where if I'm not streaming and you have questions, you can always feel free to ask questions there as long as I'm awake and not like actively doing something else. I usually am like on Discord, answering questions and help people out if they have any to ask. And then we also have a guild in game where we're helping each other out and stuff like that. Mostly start with me and my friends, and then as I started streaming, people started joining up and hanging out and help each other out and stuff. All kinds of goodies. If you want to DM me specifically and you don't want to talk in public, my name's right there. Feel free to message me. What kind of craft on top for CDI transition? Yeah, so everything. Any prefix is good. So honestly, I would probably just start the whole craft over again, because the chaos res is going to be worthless, right? With CI, because you're immune to chaos damage, so you don't need chaos res. So the only thing on here that's really good is the lightning res, but you have no prefixes. So I would just start the craft over again if you're trying to craft. Usually with like reforged defense, because the prefixes are the most important part early. So like to reforge defense on harvest, or like use dense fossils for delve. Those will get you like good prefixes usually for like the defense part. And then you can just craft on whatever res you're missing or whatever usually in the suffix area. So try to get your prefixes fixed first, and then go for your suffix like craft. I would do the opposite of this. That being said, this is a good one if you were doing like a low life setup. But I don't recommend going low life before CI, and definitely not without a little bit of currency behind yourself. But yeah, CI, once your prefix is your most important thing for CI. Because you want that extra ES, you want that extra armor for mitigation. And then obviously you can craft on. It's easier to craft on like 35 lightning res than it is to craft on like 99 increased armor and ES, right? So that's why you want to aim that way instead. Oh, is that a person? Oh, I killed somebody. We got another oboes? Classic. Yeah. If you haven't played CI before, once you go CI, it is hard to not do CI. I will say that it is one hell of a drug. Being immune to a full type of damage, especially one as prevalent as and annoying as chaos damage, which also includes like poison and stuff like that, is just so comfy. It's one of my biggest things about playing Jug. Like I play Jug every once in a while, stuff like that, but I was like, man, you're so far from CI. Like, I have to travel so far to get it. Which you can't tell people do it, but obviously it's really out of the way. But I like to play topside a lot. So like I play a lot of witches. I play a good bit of shadows mostly. So I usually end up touching CI at some point. But I have played a little bit down here in Duelist and stuff like that. I played the least amount of Ranger and the least amount of Templar. And Scion, sorry. I put Scion in the middle, my bad. But like these two I play a lot of, and then these two I play a little bit of. I'm a big spellcaster fantasy gamer. So like witches are just kind of my vibe naturally. And then I also like rogue archetypes, so shadow is really fun for me. Even though they don't necessarily fit the fantasy in this game of like the rogue archetype I want to do. Totems are a vibe. I actually don't like totems, which is why I don't really play Templar a lot, because I don't like mana stacking or totems that much. If I were to play a Templar, Guardian is the one I'm most interested in. That being said, I'm not saying totems are bad. I think it's just a playstyle choice that I don't really enjoy. I want to go Unleash Elite. The Unleash thing with the new bloodline that gives you more seals or whatever looks really good. So you can use this build and just transition into that later. There's a guy who does like BV Elementalist. And he's like doing Herald stacking. I think his name's Chronic Painless or whatever. I haven't looked at the update to see how he's doing this league or like that, but I always liked BV back then, so. Back in the olden days. And Herald stacking's really good, but also the Seal Node's really good too, so. Good thing about Elementalists for anyone interested in playing an Elementalist, not necessarily this build, but Elementalist is very front-loaded in its damage. So, like, obviously, the strongest node in the game is Legion Primordial. And then your next best bet is usually Mastermind of Discord, unless you're doing like a wide clear thing. These are like, pretty good. But you can technically go without your fort node. This is like just a defensive thing. It's not necessarily needed. It's a quality of life defensive kind of a measure. So this node, I can take this off to go into Bloodline pretty easily. And I could take this off to go into Bloodline pretty easily if I need to as well. We'll do Firestorm Meteors, 2x5 link and a 16 link setup. Sounds juicy. And expensive. But I love the concept of when I would play Diablo 2 back in the day, I loved like playing a Meteor Sorceress. So like I always I love the Meteor skill. I just haven't really played with it a lot in PoE 2. Okay, 6 link setup. Got it. I was like 16 links. I was like maybe Squire with or something like that with like a multi-crafted wand that has a bunch of links on it, kind of thing. That's what I was thinking in my head. 6 links makes it a lot more. It's probably easier to do, a lot more safe of a pick compared to 16 links. I already have an oboe in there, so I'll just leave this one with me. Honestly, let's say swag. I'm not gonna read that. Let's just go with it, and we're gonna die a lot. Watch. Yeah. People did that with Cold Dot for a while. You do like Vortex and like Creeping Frost in the same like 2x5 kind of thing setup. Like I understand the tech. I didn't enjoy that playstyle as much as just having two different things. I know Captain Lance did a was like EB Inquisitor, where he just scaled like obviously EB, and he one of the things he used was Meteor for a while. But you can use pretty much any spell you want. I think was the whole selling point of the build. I myself never played it though. And then I think I'm Exile leveled as a Meteor Source or Meteor Elementalist until he switched over to his Xang thing. Is what his plan was. I'm not sure what he actually ended up doing. How about Golden Scale? You get faster seals. Just shooting at meteors. Do you use like any of the trans meteors, or do you only use the default one? I feel like pelting would be really fun, which is tiny meteors just like slamming down. Unless there's a limit on how many pelting storms you can have, I guess would be the other issue. I think it's 12 max, so 6 link setup. So you don't, yeah, okay. I wish they would stop putting maxes on everything. I have some really fun skills, and I'm like, oh, this would be so cool. And then I realized it has like a max setting, and I'm like I was really excited for the thunderstorm skill they really teased. And that's also a max of 3 storms, and then also it's kind of wonky to play. And I was like, man, come on. Just let me do cool stuff. GGG. Let me have my cool thunderstorm skill. I don't know what I'm going to do for my second build, though. Who knows? It could be thunderstorm. Maybe it'll be meteors. Lightning Unleash. It's a good unleash lightning skill. I haven't messed with lightning that much, to be honest. I mostly play like cold, poison, bleed. I play a lot of dots, and there's no lightning dots, I guess is the issue. I love damage over time abilities. I played some non-dots, like I played like Molten Strike with Zenith, whatnot, recently, but I really prefer dot playstyle for the most part. If it's not a dot, I want it to be like cold crit. Is that like lightning conduit? Is that what that is? Lightning conduit of the heavens or whatever? One pops, they all pop. Don't know about lightning stuff as much. The lightning spell that I enjoy is Spark. That's like the only one I play. I love Spark. Yo, he dead. Wiki Unleash. I can actually look right. Well, I'm just hanging out here. Huey Wiki Unleash support. It doesn't tell me what gems work for it. That's fine. So we gotta click unleash itself and not, is there an unleash word? Unleash box go to the 4 link. So you're a big unleash enjoyer, I suppose. Maybe look up seals. It's right here. Nope. Not Stormcall, is it? I don't think so. Sets a marker at location. Oh, maybe it is Stormcall. Is that what you meant? Probably. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this isn't mentioned in marking the ground, but I mean, that's a target location. It's mentioned in explode, though. I've gone over it once. It's very. Right. Wait, did we finish that map? Wasn't this a memory map? Oh, it was. Smile. I didn't use the things. I honestly do. I hate the memory skills. I think they need just to rework it. Memory skills are a bit of a joke. They should just have the memory skills automatically trigger whenever you get a certain amount of stacks or whatever. And that would be a lot more use. I would actually probably use them more than forced to. Let's go do some blood stuff. Oh. Notification. Pop up. Exile balls are so aids with golems. Yeah. It ain't fun, man.
I welcome you.
I welcome maybe 50,000. This tree is thirsty for some blood. All right, let's. What do I want to go for? Bup, 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 bup. Throw some money and some currency. Let's do that. Currency time. Currency time. No stacks of divines. Rude. Where's my stacks of divines? GGG. Control click insta pops them. I press shift click there, so if I do. Heyo! That's a good tip. 2020 Arctic Armor. I love Arctic Armor. This is not sell for anything. Mine. Chat, control click. Automatically pops them. The more you know. Thank you for the tip, people. Am I out of blood now, or do I have a little bit more? Save it for Alva. True. I mean, some builds I use with this, it's pretty good if you're playing something that you're stationary in. So, like for instance, in Delve, when you stand in the middle of a circle waiting for like your Azurite to burst or whatever kind of thing, you can just stand still and get a big defensive increase by standing there. So it's not bad as a skill. I used it on my Kibby Trickster last league. Bone Zone. Man, no falling crystals? Lame. Low life? Not here. Great Avalanche? Not here. Cover enemies' ashes, just... Oh, here it says right here. Movement speed and fire damage taken. What if I cover enemies in frost, huh? Radiant Ground would be good for any other build that is not this one. But Lucky plus added lightning. What a solid thing. Yeah, I can replace the one I already have. 26. 900. Oh wait, this is... Oh wait, no, I don't have the one I have. Right, that's a thing. Elemental damage specific. I'm not gonna use any of these. I'm just gonna use the ones I have already. Best friend because no freeze plus less trauma damage to your face. That's true. I haven't played Bone Zone in quite a while, but I got tired of playing Bone Zone because I used to delve a good bit, and Bone Zone was like the delving thing for like so long. I mean, I still delve a little bit now, but I used to do it more. Two defensive hands without CI, one from ailments and one from getting hit in life. Like the one that you get like an endurance charge when you hit low life. Is that the one you're talking about for the other one? The ailments one. Oh, it's the one that purges ailments off of you and gives you like Fizz's extra. Which doesn't help us, like Fizz's extra doesn't, but like the purging ailments thing is a good way to avoid ailments, I guess. That's kind of a smart move. Yeah, Molten Shell-esque. Yeah, it depends on what bloodlines I go with. There's a few bloodlines that I'm interested in. So some of them are defensive. We don't really have a crazy amount of offensive bloodlines, so I'm tempted to do defensive bloodline, and then offensive hands. But we'll see as I get to the point where I can actually start farming bloodlines and stuff like that. Which I probably could do now, honestly, if I want to really push myself harder. But I'm just gonna do it naturally instead of like buying invites and stuff. I don't like rings for caster. Like the new rings, like the ones that like can only roll certain mods. The new max res ring things. So one for +2 cold gems. If only. It'd be cool to see like a cold increase thing or like a cold dot multi like ring or something like that instead. But it is what it is. You think the PDR ring, like one of them, wouldn't be too bad. Use the PDR ring and use it as like your big stat ring, so like get your strength and dex and that kind of stuff in it, since you can't get like your elemental mods on it. You only need to wear 2 for one part of that. The one that gives +2 spells is you should have to wear like Forlorn Uniques, like 4 of them. The +2 rings is only for the cold ignores cold resistance, which doesn't matter for us because Wintertide is a dot, and so it doesn't penetrate or like you can't ignore resistance with it. So you have to be like a hit-based thing for that. So we don't have to wear rings there, but we still get the benefit of the other thing as long as you have 4 Forlorn Uniques, and then you obviously get the other part, which I think is like, what was it, freeze or something like that, which is kind of whatever. That being said, the defensive part of the Breach Lord Bloodline is pretty good, with the less damage taken for wearing like certain graphs, as well as the increased damage of your graphs. So I was thinking of using these 2 graphs, but like upgraded versions, obviously, which is 1 old graph, so I get less physical damage taken, and then a toll graph, which is less cold damage taken. And then also they both do damage, and so it increases the damage of them whatnot to help out with the DPS a little bit. That was one of the plans I have. 24? Yeah, pretty sure that's what it is. Let me go back to look at it. It was this? No. Which one to use the Breach Lord? You are. Nope. Okay, I'll type it in. Here it is. So yeah, so you get +2 cold spells if you have at least 4 Foulborn Uniques equipped. See, the part with the rings is only about ignoring enemy cold resistances, but with hit specifically. And Wintertide doesn't provide a hit because it's just a pure damage over time. If you played like Cold Snap would obviously work, like it would ignore it, which is kind of okay, but only the hit of Cold Snap would. The damage over time of Cold Snap would not ignore it. Vortex, similar thing. So the hit thing is mostly for like cold hit spells, like Ice Shot, that kind of shit. But if you only care about this node for the +2, you only have to worry about Foulborn Uniques. Which I haven't looked at all of them yet to know if there's like 4 of them that we would like, but some of them are jewels that you can put in your tree, so those could potentially help out with getting that 4 thing. That being said, this node right here is the one I'd probably go for any class that doesn't have another ascendancy or bloodline they would want, because you can wear 2 different graphs. So wear 1 toll graph for 15% less cold, wear 1 Ool graph for 15% less physical, which is a big thing for Elementalists, is handling physical damage. And then the last line always applies, which is nearby enemies take increased damage from graphs, 100% increase. So this is a pretty good node for people who don't want to go out of their way to like add a bunch of Foulborns and stuff like that. Yeah, the 50% less damage is pretty OP, which is why I was like, I'm going to use an Ool graph. So this is one of the ones I'm thinking about doing, and then the other one I'm really looking for is this one right here, Pharaoh's Will from the Bloodline Pharaoh, because you can add 1 Spectre to the build, and you can do this one's really good because your Spectre will have Pharaoh's Wild Presence, which gives you 20% increased attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed, and it prevents action speed slows from being lowered below base value. Sorry, I got the hiccups right now. So very cool. It's kind of like the Trickster thing where you can't be below base value, so you can ignore action speed slows, including like freeze and chill, petrify, all that kind of stuff. This one also is really good if you want this one instead, which gives you 100% increased damage, regenerate 3 life per second, which is just transformed into ES, and then you cannot be stunned, so you don't have to worry about stun stuff either. So both of these are really good if you can fit in a Spectre into your setup. That's the other one I'm really excited for. Those are the 2 main ones. There are some other ones, like for instance, Aeol's, you can get 50% discipline effect right here. We don't really use power charges unless we go to the power charge stacking thing. So if we go to the power charge stacking thing, you don't want to do this. But we can technically do this if we don't want to use endurance charges for determination for the armor people. I think that was the 3 out. Oh, and then Trial Master. People who want to focus more on having uptime on Vol Cold Snap, or maybe even 6 linking your Cold Snap and using it as your primary thing, you could potentially do something really cool with the Trial Master stuff as well. That's the 4 I have in the video, I think, that I talked about. I can't recall. Wish we could do 25% quality on rings. That's true. What would you want? What would you want the high quality for? Like, obviously, high quality is better no matter what. But like, what are you specifically thinking about? No, let's say make fizz all go to conversions. Got it. Wait, does Lycia work that way? Lycia, which one are you? Are you Lycia? Are you Lycia? Oh yeah, yeah. You should change all your stuff to. Got it. You call it Brotherhood, change to like Lightning to so on and so forth. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you can't get 100% smile. Only like 98 or whatever, right? $96. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna say I knew it was something like once you have 2 of them, it's like 96. Got it. Yeah, it's so funny that GG was like, no, you're gonna keep that 4%. That's yours. No 100% conversion here. I hate bosses with like so many phases. Just die. Thank you. Thank you for just dying. You don't know how much that means to me, but it means a lot. God, did I already do the breach thing and I just zoned out? Well, let's talking. I think. Look, I guess so. Map's done. All right. Well, Powder cast. I think you can go over 50% with sword, 30, body 15 with elemental catalyst. You can't catalyst body armor, right? Park to park. Chateau to chateau. I got frozen. I didn't go armor brand fire hit with meteors only because of fire fallen crystals. Fallen crystals is pretty sweet. I was honestly hoping that Zoff's thing would have gotten something because we saw Brittle, we saw Sap on the things. I was hoping we would get Scorch on one of them. Because even I would use Scorch because obviously it's just lowers resistances. Didn't target like fire specifically. But they didn't give us a Scorch one. They just gave a covered in ash instead. So far, Cold Out's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Like I said, it's a great league starter. Like I said, even if you want to use it just to get you your first 2 stones and move off to something else, it's super smooth through campaign and like early maps. With a little more investment, you can take it further. After 4 stones, it would take a lot more investment to go like kill Ubers, but I did T17s without like Mega Juice or anything last league with it. And not even using like an OP Merc or anything. I was using a defensive Merc because I didn't know what OP Mercs were yet. Thank you for following, Fibula. Appreciate the support. It means a lot to me. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out, vibing, talking, and give me a follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm definitely looking at some of the Balborn jewels. Like I said, my plan is to test out a handful of different things to see kind of what I like the most. But I think I'm gonna test probably the Beast Bloodline first. Is my first goal. And if that feels really good, I might just stop there and let's like some really good Balborn uniques happen. That being said, I haven't looked at a crazy amount of them. I've looked at a few, mostly what the community has brought to me and be like, hey, is this good for you? Because I have a handful of people who like to bring up stuff like that. But I'm trying to just work on progression right now and not too much on looking at like PODB very often. Once I finish Atlas, I'll be more into the cooking part of the build. So, pretty excited for that. I love that there's a lot of different ways to scale when Cold Dot now. Are you pictures die? That's one of the tests. I want to see if there's any kind of sockets I can add to it to make it bit better, or if I can like give it some like health and whatnot. So like, cause some of our stuff that we do, like obviously the bloodline itself gives you. Oh, cover it real quick. Oh, there we go. Bloodline itself gives you a little bit of extra life, like with this node right here for minions, which will help both your golems and obviously the Spectre. And it's not impossible for us to pick up minion stuff. So it'll just depend. I'll play a lot of minions myself, but we'll see. Also, the like these nodes right here we already talked about picking up previously for golem survivability. Picking them up wouldn't be the worst. You can also do the spiritual aid stuff, get yourself increased stuff, and then pick up like, you know, a little bit extra life along the way for minions and whatnot and generation. So, and if you go into Primordial Bond, like that kind of stuff for golem stacking, you're already getting minion health and whatnot along the way. Plus, the Spectre that I'm looking forward to right now is the Guardian Turtle, who comes with Determination, comes with PDR, and natively he's relatively tanky, so we'll see how it goes. Oh, true. Yeah, the master. That's the other thing. There's a big health master here, right? Yeah. So you can pick up the big health master here for 30% max life for minions. Like I said, so there's a lot of small things. Like you don't have to go fully out of your way, I think, for it. But like that, I'm gonna test it and see how it goes before I'm like telling people this is so good. I don't like telling people that this is what you should do if I don't know. I like to test things first. I'll tell you what I plan on doing so that if you want to take the risk with me and like take the dive, you can. But I don't want to put it in like a league start video and be like, this is the best possible thing. Look at how great this is. Biggest dick DPS you've ever seen in your life. I don't want to be that person. But once I get testing done, I'll definitely inform people. Like I said, I don't mind sharing my journey and my plans. not a big enough streamer to where people will watch me and buy up all of whatever I'm trying to do and outprice me. So I don't have to worry about that at the current moment. Yeah, golems are immune to LE hits. That is, yeah, that's the other thing. But we shall see. You never know. The other good thing about the gold or the feral stuff, the Spectre gets 3 additional modifiers chosen at random from the area, so you might get a little bit of defensive stuff from there as well, on top of what they natively have. I already did the breach. Okay, so it makes them, I think, a little bit tougher, ideally. But you never know; it could be offensive modifiers they get, and it's kind of like, So, lots of things to consider. Yeah, if it's Frost alone with no supports, I'm gonna be fine. If it needs like 1 support, I'm still fine with that. If it needs more love than 2 supports, then we're struggling a little bit with stuff. Unless it survives with 2 supports and I can like Guardian Blessing to add another aura kind of vibe, I'm fine with that. But if I need to survive with 2 supports, or 1 support maximum would be nice. Yeah, I'm early reds right now. Obviously, some hits are more dangerous than others. But I'm feeling okay so far, and I really, I truly need to upgrade my gear. So far, build's going well though. Like I only have like 10,000, 20,000 armor. That's probably from the double shield thing though. I think I only have 10,000 naturally. Hopefully tomorrow I can get into some of the bloodline testing and stuff like that. Probably not today. Just mostly focusing on trying to clear progression or helping people out with their builds. And then tomorrow, hopefully I'll be wrapping up progression and moving into some testing. Or at least throughout the week I'll be doing some testing. Even if like tomorrow is not necessarily the day. I'll definitely get to it at some point. Alright, so I no longer need these nodes because they nerfed the shit out of this node. I don't want it anymore. But I do want the Nico chance stuff, so. And I'll be excited when I don't have to cast Frostbomb anymore. Gyms are taking over 20 now, so pretty soon we'll be flipping all my shit over. Doing for XT or could Breach try to place that role? I mean, I used to farm like Breach plus like shrines for like when I wanted to grind XP. June's obviously really good for it. I just haven't really cared about June myself since they removed the veiled crafts off of it. But you can obviously do that if you want to. I think breaches are probably adding so many rare mobs and like magic mobs to maps. As long as you're able to survive your maps, you're probably fine. I used to do breach leveling previously, and in campaign with breach leveling, I was like 5 to 10 levels above where I was. Obviously, you don't want to die and stuff like that, but like once you're tanky enough and you can survive like breach really well, I think breach leveling is probably just fine. But June's not bad. Or Jun's not bad. If you enjoy Betrayal. I just never really learned to do the mechanic. I don't know how to grab farm, even though grab farm is also not nerfed this league. I would always, when I used to have Veilcrafts, I would league start it, get all the Veilcrafts, and get out. So just like spam Katarinas without understanding how the rivalry system works and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna do yeah. I did the same thing for I used to like last league I did heist. I started heisting in Act 6 to make a little bit of currency to buy early uniques and just help out like early levels and stuff like that. And then I would breeze through the rest of the campaign, and then that's a heist that would give me a good bit of XP. So I would pretty much the same thing, but like this time I did it for like 2 seconds, and I was like, at this point, the tree's giving me so much, and bridges give me so much. Why take the time out to stop and not do it? So kind of just decided that it was better to just keep on progressing the campaign instead of grinding heists, because you just get so much experience in currency and like 6 links and stuff like that from the tree. And the campaign was 6 body pieces, level 75, 11 hours. Yeah, I'm a slow player anyway. Like, I finished the campaign, I think between 9 and 10 hours. I forgot what level I was, but it was definitely like I think like 72 or something like that. And I had a 6 link since Act 6. So even like, and I say this constantly, I'm not a person who like you don't come to the stream being like, how do I make a mage blood in 2 days? Like I'm not a speedy person, even in most senses. And when I'm playing a new league, I want to play the league mechanic through acts. I know it's not like the most optimal way to play the game, but I'm playing the league because I want to enjoy the mechanic. I want to learn about it, and so I take my time in the campaign a lot, just to mess around with the mechanic usually. I didn't touch breach till maps. I'd be faster, but I didn't care for it. Yeah, the tree demanded blood, and I was happy to give it all its blood. Also, thematically, I think the mechanics is really cool. Obviously, you can farm more blood once you get red maps and you're like blasting on like day 2 or whatever kind of thing. But once again, even on my if I try my best in campaign, I might finish in like 7 hours. I'm not gonna be like a 4 hour campaign person, to where I'm beating ahead of the market like by too much kind of thing. And also, I like to engage talk with chat a lot, which slows me down in campaign a bit too, because I take pauses like this to talk to people and stuff like that. But I wanted to stream so I can engage with the community, so I can talk to people about our interest in the game or like what they're doing. I don't want to just sit here and breathe into the microphone and not pay attention to what's happening in either of my chats. This is not an ASMR channel, unfortunately. And like I'm just old and slow anyway, and also lazy. There's a lot of things you can call me. Yeah, Rollerblade's insane if you have a lot of attack speed. I haven't known Rollerblade forever, but I do remember the last time I played it. You just like you just fly across the map when you have a high attack speed, which like claws is like so easy to get high attack speed with. Is it a no regen map? Bummer. The one mod that's kind of annoying. All right, we're gonna probably get her ass kicked here. Let's just try to make our way to the boss area. We're not gonna do breach in this map, unfortunately. So we're just gonna make our way as slowly through here as possible. Ah! Give me that sulfite. Give me the crazy powder. Sorry, Chaos, you didn't make the cut. Hey, bud, I'll click this, but I don't want to do whatever you're talking about. Just leave me alone. There we go. That's the only map in mine that's really annoying. Is the no regen thing. But obviously you can do it like I just did. And no stupid aim lock. Anime lock. Like at the end, looking at shield charge. Yeah, shield charge gets a little frustrating. You hit so much stuff with shield charge. What is my wife saying? Can you feed cats? Oh, I need to feed my cats. So I'll be right back, chat. Entertain yourselves. Take a little break. Stretch your legs. Do it. Hydrate. I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed my cats real quick. I'm back, Jack. Sorry I was gone for so long. All right. Will Clash? Honestly, pretty good with the power charge thing. Early damage, spell block. Fortunately, evasion yes, Sag. I clicked on that by accident. Let's fight. Bring out your fist. What are you doing, bud? Stop that. Oh, that hurt. Good one though. Cat, I'll fix it when I die. When I fail a map and don't use all 6 portals, I'll fix it then. Until that day happens, I'm gonna stubbornly keep pushing with my shit gear. You gotta limit test, you know? If you don't limit test, you're not preparing your build for potentially a new player who doesn't know what they're doing and is using like the worst gear possible. You feel? We all been new before. Why'd I pick up this ring? I don't need chaos res. I'm not going to blue life anytime soon. Maybe never, actually, to be honest. How's chat doing? No one's anything while I was gone? Okay, perfect. None of my alt live searches went off. Excellent. I don't really want to do delirium, but I will. We don't need Ellie weakness or deodorant. Doedra, the one that adds additional curse. You can do it if you want to. So the thing is, there's a lot of things you can do to the build to give yourself bigger DPS or like increase the amount of damage you're doing, kind of thing. Like for instance, you can add in like not cold snap, add in creeping frost, do like a 2x5 link kind of thing with your Wintertide, and stack even more cold dot on top of it because creeping frost will do its own cold dot at the same time as you're doing 3 cold dots with your Wintertide, and same as you're doing a cold dot with your other thing. Like you can obviously press more buttons to do more damage, and then adding another curse falls in that same category. If you want to add more buttons, adding another curse, you definitely can do that. Last league, is my character still alive or up? Let's find out. Last league, I actually got lucky. Someone messaged me because I was the only person playing Wintertide, I think. And I was like, "Hey, you want to buy this item?" Who the? This is not me. That's what this is. This is that guy from Xbox. Got it. Anyway, the point was, I don't think I found my stuff. The point was, I found a addition, or I didn't find. Someone offered to sell me a replica Dragon Fang that had been corrupted. And instead of all attributes at the top, it was you can apply additional curse. And I ended up socketing in LA weakness at that point, and it was fine. But at that point in the build, I was using unset rings to help with socket pressure. That was like the low life Golem Mentalist build where I had like 6 or 7 golems, 6 golems, 7 auras. So I started using unset rings to help with socket pressure. it worked fine. Like I said, so if you want to add stuff to your build, you can definitely do it. It'll definitely do more damage. You should be comfortable pressing more buttons, which was a lot of people's argument for like Coldot. You're like, oh, you gotta press so many buttons to be viable. And I'm lazy. I want to press less buttons and be as viable as possible. So that's why I make the build to press less buttons. But you can definitely take the build further by pressing more buttons if you want to, including adding more curses. You can also automate curses on hit, by the way. Instead, if you don't want to do the aura, the Arcanist Brand thing you're talking about, if you get a curse on hit, like ring and that kind of stuff, you could just do that instead. Curse will obviously be weaker than a max level 20 curse kind of thing. And Wintertide itself doesn't apply on hit because it's not a hit. But you can apply it the same as you do exposure with like your Cold Snap or with your Frost Blink or your Shield Charge or whatever it does provide a hit. So for the enemies that are tough, you will always have a hit ready. For the enemies that need the extra damage to them. Same thing with like using Shaper of Storms. You won't always apply the shock because Wintertide doesn't apply a hit for the shock. But like I said, for general clearing, like you don't need to be cold snapping these like white mobs as you clear an area, right? You only need to really be cold snapping a really tough rare or like a boss. And for those, you will provide a hit via cold snap. So applying shock and stuff like that is a way to increase damage. Same thing with like curse on hit stuff. You can also, if you can fit in the aura, you can do summon Skitterbots to apply shock. And then use Profane Proxy to apply your Frostbite curse or like your LA Weakness curse, whatever you want to do. It's like an unset ring. That being said, just know that Profane Proxy does not work with the Dark Monarch helmet, the one that doubles your golems, because Skitterbots is considered a minion. So you cannot activate the aura because you cannot have other minion skills with Dark Monarch other than whatever's in the helmet. Like so if it's a golem helmet, you only have golems. But if you're not doing the helmet, Skitterbots plus Profane Proxy is not a bad way to fix a little bit of extra laziness pressure. But you can get curse on hit like Frostbite and like cast LA Weakness yourself if you want to. I don't know if can you get curse on hit LA Weakness somewhere? I know Frostbite's available. I know a lot of other curses are. I don't know if LA Weakness necessarily is though. You get one ring of LA Weakness, one ring of Frostbite? Or is LA Weakness on a Glove Corrupt? I'd have to look at it. But just thoughts. Your curses on handcast? Yeah, it's unpleasant. As I said, like you could make things stronger by just adding more buttons and like obviously a self-cast curse is going to be stronger than an on-hit curse. I think on-hit curses are usually level 1 or 10 versions, whereas like level 20 versions obviously stronger. But it comes with the annoyance of having to press an extra button. So if you don't mind pressing extra buttons and you just want to do more damage, there are lots of ways to do that. But if you don't want to press extra buttons and you just want comfort for a quality of life and sacrificing damage, that's usually what I go for most of the time, to be honest. But I'm lazy, chat. You don't have to be lazy. I died. Is she gonna live? Purge it! She's not purging it while I was dead? That's rough. Can't toggle automation in the setup? I mean, toggled. Get off. Oh wait, are you talking about a different setup? Are you talking about like automationing your curses? Okay, yeah, you can't do that. Got it. My brain's 504 hours play. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours now. I am getting a little exhausted from it, and also talking as much as I have. But we're gonna go for a little bit longer before I end it for the night. Still enjoying hanging out with people, but I do get a little loopy after a while, so I get it. I get it, chat. Oh, like your thing down here. I don't even have snap. I probably should put regular snap down here instead of just having two cold snap of all cold snaps. I don't even use the regular one right now. I use the regular one once I drop frost bomb. Once I drop frost bomb, I'll put the regular one on here. But you know, all right, this one corrupted and went to a different thing. Yeah, once you exposure on gloves and drop bomb, I would say it's a little bit weaker because bomb is 15%, but it's not a huge amount. Like you're not losing a crazy amount. You're losing like 5 or 4%, but that's such a small number for elementalists. I can't remember if it was 10% when the gloves are 11%. Oh no! What happened? I went the wrong thing, by the way. I'm gonna do the harvest to unlock the horror crafting bench, but I'm not gonna actually do the harvest. I'm just gonna do one of these to unlock horror crafting. Like the build can do harvest just fine, as you can see. It's just that I don't think harvest is worth doing unless you're doing crop rotation or have a higher investment with like scrabs and stuff. What cold mastery? This isn't extra. This is exposures you inflict apply at least minus 18%. As an elementalist with Mastermind, you're applying at least minus 25. If you apply like 1% somewhere and you get this, so you're getting 26 already. So this is just a wasted node for elementalists. Yeah, it's not extra. It's just a minimum. You're at minimum. So like for instance, yeah, it's a minimum. Yeah, instead of an increase or extra. So as a, yeah, don't get that node. on anyone that's not Elementalist who's only using gloves as exposure, it's pretty good mastery. But for Elementalist, it is completely a dead node. Unless you're not taking whatchamacallit, Mastermind Discord, which is kind of a weird thing if you don't do it. But I guess if you really want, like, for instance, golems and all of these, you wouldn't take it for some kind of niche build. Yeah, the weapon we currently have adds 12 more right now. Yeah, that one's additional, so that actually stacks. Yeah. You end up with quite a bit of exposure. It does a shit ton of damage. So I was telling someone the other day, they're like, oh, what if I don't want to press, like, I don't want to press so many buttons. I was like, if you don't want to press so many buttons, don't use Frostbite. Just use Frostbomb. Frostbomb technically does more minus res than your Frostbite does until you're able to get your glove exposure. And once you get your glove exposure, obviously you can just cast Frostbite instead. But Frostbomb does so much more right now. Oh right, I need to flip my gems. My supports. You'll be fine. No, I'm struggling. Things are too difficult for me right now. I need every little advantage I can get. You don't understand. Yeah, I mean, I've done a handful of maps. I mean, you see, like, the defenses are kind of there. I think this 80, what is that, like, tier 14, 13? Obviously, if you're rolling, like, really juicy maps that have, like, a lot of extra damage or, like, crits and that kind of stuff, you'll be struggling a little bit, probably. And this is me without super advanced gear. Once you get, like, Aegis Aurora and, like, actually get defensive items, you should feel, like, really, really good. Still a regular one? Lame. Let's just see if I can do this hive, though. I guess it's a good test. Good test. Also, I don't know if Pip is in here, so I saw it in chat. But if you need me, if you're in here, Pip, and you need me to explain a little bit better, feel free to say so, and I'll explain it in voice instead. Yeah, no hit, no leech. One of the downsides of playing damage over time abilities. Oh shit, Pip, you are in chat. I've been talking to Pip the whole time. Sorry, Pip, I'm losing my mind. It's it's been 9 hours. My bad, bud. That one's on me. That is 100%. You're the only one talking right now. I'm just going a little. Yeah, you don't have to care for reflect either. That's like I said, as long as you're not frost blinking on reflect or cold snapping, you can run reflect even without the even without this. Like this right here makes you immune to it anyway. But yeah, if you're just if you run to a reflect map and you don't have that that is ascendancy, you could just only cast Wintertide Brand, and you don't take damage for it, so it's fine. Let's kill myself with Vol Cold Snap. I was watching my friends play, both Jake and Tyler play this build, and they were I was watching them on Discord last night into the stream, because I just wanted to hang out and like not talk, just kind of vibe a little bit. And they were like, why are we dying so much? And they looked at the mods, it was reflect, and Jake just like frost blinked into a pack and immediately like melted. Okay. I probably should have turned around that, but it's whatever. We're already here. We already here. Ow! Just maxing her block is going to feel amazing, by the way. We just talked about how Wintertide does not hit. Hits always ignite. We're not a hit. All damage can ignite. It can ignite. And technically you can't make cold damage over time ignite. It's only like hit damage can ignite kind of a thing. And the thing at the bottom is enemies ignited by you. So if you're not igniting people, then you don't get this. So to find some way to ignite people for it to work. Similarly here for Shaper of Winter, all damage can chill with hits. Your chills, blah blah blah. Enemies chilled by your hits. So it's only if they're chilled by your hits. So it'll work for like single target bosses, like because you'll be chilling with your cold snap, and that kind of stuff. But like Wintertide is not a hit, so it does not chill an enemy with your hit to get the damage reduction there. But it will work for cold snap against single target bosses. Similar to this, like this technically works single target against bosses as well. And then Saber Storms, shocks from your hits, similar to verbiage. It only works with your cold snap or your frost blink kind of a vibe to shock people. So, like I said, you can get rid of Bastion of Elements if you want to take this to take extra damage or do extra damage for a single target as you progress into like harder content bosses, pinnacles, that kind of stuff. Because, like I said, you will be able to hit, you will be able to shock, it'll be fine. But if this is comfy earlier, and like I said, I'll be dropping this as my first one to take up a bloodline because, like I said, it's a good defensive node and good quality of life, especially when you're progressing through maps and stuff. But it is definitely the weakest of the 4 nodes we take, and one we can definitely replace with a bloodline. But yeah, if the elementalist things didn't specify hits, we would be able to use a lot of those things really well. But unfortunately, it all specifies hits, so we got a little boned. Also, there are like no chests in here. I haven't seen any. Okay, now I see 2. But yeah, that's a good example of like, I think one of the videos, maybe it was the original Leech Art video, one of the ways to scale Cold Dot into the later game is to eventually switch off of Wintertide Brand and use Vortex as your main skill. So use Vortex and Cold Snap instead of Cold Snap and Wintertide Brand. And Vortex does provide a hit, but you want to scale AoE and duration before you get there, because otherwise your clear is going to feel a little bad before you start using Vortex, in my opinion. Some people do Vortex right away. Totally preference choice. I prefer Wintertide for easier clear and more comfiness. But once you get a good amount of duration and a good amount of AoE, Vortex provides a hit, so you can use some of those other elementalist nodes relatively well. If I can deal with Toll and Esh, I take +2 gems and phase reduction. Yeah, if I say you could, so if it ends up being good enough, let's say the +2 levels is worth it. You could technically drop this for you lose 30% more elemental damage for 4 seconds, so it gets like unique monsters, and you lose AoE obviously when you don't have this. But you could take 2 bloodlines. This is the second one you would drop if you really want a second bloodline ascendancy. So you can technically go like the Toll +2 skill things and also get the phase reduction if you wanted to. All things worth testing. Those are all just ideas. I haven't tested myself yet, so do things at your own risk. All right. Level 80. I don't know what tier that is. I think it's tier, I want to say tier like 13. Let's see how we do here. If you ever struggle with this, you can also turn off your automation support and pretty much use your brands as turrets. Like, let's say a mob's running from this way. You can place your thing there, it'll run into the enemy will run into it, and it'll bounce between all the enemies coming in you, kind of things. So like if you don't brand recall, it'll kind of chain through the pack running at you, and that works just fine for like this horde thing. Which is why also we might eventually switch this to cast 2 additional brands, so you can have 7 instead of 5, so you have even more helping clear the hives out. But that means that the brand attachment range, you might want to go into some brand cluster nodes to pick up some more brand attachment range from like some of the brand clusters, because the attachment range is nice quality of life. Yeah, and you can craft it on like boots, I think amulet and stuff like that too. So you can make up for it that way for people who are struggling with hives. Just a couple little tips. You can also just do your regular cold snap on the ground instead of all cold snap as they run into you. As you see, it handles it pretty well. Not too shabby. You just gotta make sure to put it in front of them, let them run into it. You can stack the minis you need if it's only one rip wave coming at you. Just put like all 5 there. That guy actually hit her by accident, so rippy. If you get really panicky, that guy has, unfortunately, Soul Eater, so I'm gonna freeze him real quick. I fell asleep. Gazi, you fall asleep too much, bud. Fall asleep to the sound of my welcome to Slinky ASMR. Fall asleep to the sound of my voice. Hey everybody. We're having a chill time listening to some Wintertide Brand. I was enjoying the ASMR thing too much, so I'm losing control of my waves. But it'll be okay, chat. Let's give her a little heal. It's fine, chat. It's fine. It might not be fine, but it'll be fine, even if it's not fine, chat. We're getting a lot more soul eaters. Look at that. Another soul eater. Hey, stop soul eating. Hey, mister. Honestly, this game's cheating a little bit. That's like my 3rd soul eater in this run. In this hive. Alright, she's dead. She's dead. Everyone run. That's it, because I was trying to do it before on day 1 or whatever, and it wasn't proccing the closest one to me, because I kept pressing it like I do in Heist. And I was like, oh, it'd be really cool if it actually procs it, blah, blah, blah stuff. But it wasn't working on like day 1, so maybe they added it. So I stopped trying to press it. Alright, we failed a hive. We can work on our damage up time. It'll be fine though. Unfortunately, Gazi, we're probably gonna end the stream soon. We've been streaming for 9 hours now. Build's going pretty well though. I think we're doing tier 13, 14-ish areas. We finished all yellows, all white maps, so we only have red maps left to finish now. The 6L bring, oh yeah, on the gloves, yeah. Faster attacks. Golem's just up there, just swinging. Early fortunes are fine. Out of like all the ones I did, I think I only failed like maybe 2 or 3 of them. And I've done probably 10 plus of the ones in like yellow and white maps. This is my first red map one, and obviously I failed it, but I wouldn't use that as an indicator that I can't do them typically. And obviously there's huge upgrades I can make to the build, and I'm just being lazy and not spending my currency properly. Playing with a taunt? Oh yeah. No dot camp bill. I'm not good at this video game. Is that an acceptable answer? I'm not good at it. I'm not good at the video game. Also, I need to flip my some of my stuff over. Did Vince text back? What'd you say last?
Didn't say anything.
Oh, let's...
One moment.
One moment, Kenny.
What he said?
Yeah, I thought you responded back.
No. Why are you having issues?
I mean, I keep dropping friends every once in a while.
Hearing it's not too bad.
Bye, Colleen. Stay up all night? Yeah. I take a lot of heat with my girl there. That's fair. 3 taunts. Flipping it. Flipping it. Flipping it. Flipping it. Better calls max. Hell yeah. Flipping it. I only have 7 of these. I can get more though if I need to. Flipping it. Alright. Gazi, just in time. For those who are unaware, once you get level 20 support gems specifically, not skill gems, you can sell them like this, and it turns your 20 and 1 gem cutters into a level 1 20 quality. So it saves you like 19 gem cutters. On support gems specifically, not skill gems. So now I have all these 20 quality things. I have to level them back up again, but early game definitely saves yourself a lot of gem cutters for a pretty hot commodity. All right.
Your life to your own.
That Frostbite having +5 levels is pretty funny, by the way. BT dubs. Need to quality those up eventually. That's a problem for another time, though. I'm gonna need to quality anything else, right? I mean, besides skill gems. So, like, okay, cool. Here comes a 21. All right. Another one. Oh, hold up. Hold up, chat. Hold up. Wait a second. That's not supposed to happen. Not supposed to get 221 21 level auras back to back like that. Well, that's pretty cool. I always thought people just ran out hella labs. Just insane amounts of labs.
What is it?
This key, the job never ends.
It's actually really funny. Yeah, that's pretty hacks. I agree. Should have called a gamble there. The believers would have won. Would have won big. Let me go with my level 1 support gems and see how much damage this does, by the way. Go, level 1 support gems. I should have run some maps first to get some experience. It's working. It'll just take a time. Unethical. True. You didn't even give enough levels to enough experience to level up my support gem at once. Rough. Simulacrum. Temple. Do you remember? I can't bet my bet channel points back. I understand "hant's" probably improperly there. I don't know what you meant by it though. My recovery is so much lower now. This map mod sucks. Man, another regular one. Give me the fancy one. Stop giving me the normie one. Thank goodness for the level all button. We're probably gonna finish this map chat and then end the stream for the night. So if you have any questions or anything, let me know. Feel free to join the Discord if you want to ask things off stream. So I'll probably be on playing like something later with my wife. Not like Path of Exile, but I'll probably be playing like Stardew Valley or some shit. So what would your choice be for 5B, 1G links? Brand, Hypothermia, Arcane Surge, Efficacy, Control Destruction. I really don't want to give up Chill. Cry. I think Cry is probably the next best. 5 blue is pretty hard without giving up Chill, because obviously LA Focus is probably one of the bigger damage supports. Let's see if I can think of anything else though. We already said Control Destruction, we already said Arcane Surge. I mean, I guess you can throw on Bone Chill. It technically does damage. So you can throw Bone Chill on it as well. It does, because it adds 14% more cold damage. And it increases effective chill and stuff like that. There's better damage supports, obviously, but if you can't change that, like your socket colors, then Bone Chill is probably your next best one if you don't want to use LA Focus. I imagine I bet no, and you cheated. I would have doubted definitely. I wanted to lose those points. Blood for the blood god, chat. I think the only Nico points left to give me chances here, right? I have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really need the main notable there though. Nico, my cousin, because that hasn't changed. These small nodes don't give Nico a chance. These don't give Nico a chance, and these are now shit because they nerfed the shit out of this node. So get fucked. This node's not great. Who gives a shit? So yeah, I think I'm just gonna go here 1, 2, 3, 4, and then start moving towards the Maven stuff. Item rarity support. There you go. That's a good one. If your damage feels fine and you want to use some item rarity support, is that even a thing anymore, or is it the legacy one that everyone talks about? You can do faster casting if you want to really get your brand activation speed up. I think my second one's gonna be Poison Spark. Poison Spark's pretty sweet. Did you watch Garatha's stuff? Garatha looked through their build earlier. AoE, yeah, there you go. There's a lot of like weird niche quality of life things you can do. Not a lot of damage things you can do for the last blue slot, right? Faster casting works. AoE works technically. If you want big AoE, Bone Chill works as a little bit of damage and a little bit more chill effect. So pick your poison. If the damage feels fine, yeah. And if you want to drop chills, then Ellie Focus is the best. Or hit it with a Chrome and go again. Try to get you a red or another green socket. I'm frozen or something. I'm frozen. Oh, she's dead. We're not going back there. She's dead, chat. She's dead, chat. Shh, it's okay. Let's go do a little blood, and then we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna end the streamy. Not that. I don't want to do your stupid pass thing. I'll wait until I'm done with all of it, and then I'll go do it. Honk helps us. Technically, you lose a lot of AoE with it, which is why I don't think about it. Conk technically does add area damage, right? And it is an area spell, AoE spell. So it technically should work, I think. Conk. It doesn't show it adds damage, actually. On POP. Oh. It shows it adds AoE and mana cost. How's it adding AoE with less AoE for area effect? I don't know. I think, is POP broken? Here, oh no, taking it off adds AoE. It doesn't show it adds damage, so I don't think Counter Effect adds damage. Because it's not area damage, I guess, is the issue. Even though it is an AoE thing. But yeah, so LA Focus, obviously, Control Destruction you already mentioned. Arcane Surge, Bone Chill is the next blue support that adds damage. Efficacy you already have. Going further down. I don't think any of these, I don't think anything after this adds damage. Fast Casting adds activation for brands, which in theory technically adds a little damage. Air Effect adds AoE. Item Rarity obviously adds rarity of items to slight enemies. So yeah, Bone Chill if you don't want to do anything like quality of life wise for AoE or whatever. And if you still want to chill, or if you just want damage and you don't care about chill, Elliot Focus is your best one. Or, like I said, recolor your links. Dot damage isn't area damage. That's fair. Even the winner's end debuff isn't considered AoE damage though, because it's an area of dot. Average damage should be more for faster casting because more stages at the same time. Yeah, so you build up stages faster. And you set it max stacks for longer, so technically it should be better DPS. We're gonna go for big juice item. Here we go. Mage Blood. Make item worse. Actually, I don't know what was there before. Maybe make the item better. Ladyboy Goo. My favorite. 200 mace. Right, but you're losing I guess critical strikes deal no extra damage is probably annoying, I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. But who's using this weapon in the first place, I suppose, is the other thing. Are people actually playing this one to get, like, I guess, Onslaught? It's gonna be evade, it's not bad. It's kind of a low DPS, though, right? Like, 529 is not a lot for a two-hander. Okay. Chat, we're gonna be ending the stream. I think let me see if there's anyone on Twitch that I want to raid. YouTubers, obviously I can't raid anybody because I don't know how that works, if it even does. But I don't want to raid a larger streamer, so we'll raid this guy. He's pretty cool. But yeah, so let's go through the whole spiel we usually go through. Thank everybody who came by the stream today. I do appreciate everyone. I have a lot of new subs from YouTube. I have a couple new gifted subs from Twitch and a new follower on Twitch. I do appreciate all the support. Like I said, even if you can't gift anything or like sub, just being here, being a viewer, engaging with the stream, watching an ad, that kind of stuff, all that stuff adds up to help make this more of a reality for me to be able to be a full-time streamer and content creator. So I really do appreciate you guys just vibing and kind of hanging out and embracing the community and spending time with me. So so thank you for being here. I always say you don't have to be here, but you choose to be here, and I appreciate it because that's really cool. But for me, for tonight, it'll be the end of the stream. I'll be rating someone for the Twitch stream. But for everyone else, have a good rest of your day, good rest of your night, good rest of your evening, no matter where you are at in the world. And I hope to catch you tomorrow, which I will be streaming tomorrow. So feel free to pop by if you end up enjoying the hanging out with the stream. Other than that, have a good night, have a good day. And we're gonna send you over to a new guy that someone suggested, and we're gonna send you over to Akira Gazi is this person, I believe. So we're going over there. Arc Anyan. I don't remember her name. All right, bye everybody. Well, I guess we have a couple seconds because it's gonna raid in a little bit. Even if you don't want to hang out with them, at least say like hi or something, and spread our love before we spread our love. Smile before you head out. I appreciate you guys. Bye, chat.